All right, so we are live. I'm here with Jake Smith and Colson. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight, guys.
Good to be here.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to start just because Jake, a number of people probably in the chat, certainly people who usually are here at the beginning of the video, probably know who you are, and a number of people met you in Denver Collecticon. But if you can just introduce yourself a little bit. I actually got to know you more than I did before. You told me at Denver just sort of when you got into the hobby, gave sort of your quick background. If you want to just give the viewers sort of that overview, and then I want to ask both of you guys sort of what you've been doing in the hobby, what your goals are, short term, long term, and we'll kind of go from there.
Cool. Well, my name's Jake. Jake Smith. If you want to give me the light of day of having a long name, I've always wanted a longer name. So Jake Smith, just putting it all together really helped me out there. So, but yeah, not really much to say other than, I kind of stumbled back into Pokemon like a lot of other people when Logan Paul was putting out his videos. Never played any of the games, never was into Pokemon, never really collected anything, but it made me go back through my binder and I just had pages and pages of just Mitsuhiro Arita. So I started, looking more into him, all the arts he did, and, the rest was history. I went through the wormhole of, only collecting him, only looking at his stuff, and even, buying some of his auctions that he was holding on his website. So he really was like the inspiration for me getting back in. I made it to E series, which is my favorite, block in Pokemon, and stumbled upon the Hypno where he's like eating the dreams of the dude. I'm like, wow. So Pokemon cards can be really cool. So I just kind of kept really going into that and stumbled upon the Alakazam from Skyridge. I'm like, wow, that's dark. And, one thing went after the next, and, here I am really liking it. So really, right now, just, enjoying grading Japanese, picking stuff up from Japan and grading it, especially stuff I really like. So that's really why I'm here right now.
Nice. So it was really the art. And I know we talked quite a bit about Denver. It was like, I really like this art style. I really like this type of thing. And it didn't start with the cards, but eventually you started getting into the cards after. What were the types of things you were buying before the cards?
Nothing really. So like really just looking at like Arita stuff, like buying some of his books, buying some other stuff, but really the base set Venusaur that I pulled as a kid, like I've always loved that card. So looking at who the artist was and researching further from there is really how I kind of got into the whole thing. And then I discovered Nishida and also Masago are some of my favorites, as they really stand out to me in their art style.
I thought I misunderstood you at some point. I thought maybe you had like started going after like sketches or drawings or art pieces that way, but you didn't. You bought his book where you got to see like some of his art and then went into the cards.
Yep, and I have a sketch from him as well that he auctioned off from. He did a whole entire line of like animals, doing stuff like kind of in a humanoid aspect. And I picked up one of the sketches from that. It's one of my favorite things I own. But yeah, really just into the art, and the E series too was really cool to me because it really stands out as having a unique. When we talk about cards, like the card is very unique and it has that vintage aspect of them trying to bring the physical into the game and try to merge those. So I like seeing that the past being shown through just the design of the card too.
Awesome. So Colson, I know you've been on the channel recently, so I won't have you introduce yourself again. For those who haven't watched that video yet, Colson was on it before. He has a YouTube channel. Definitely go check him out. But I wanted to ask you guys, and because I've been reflecting on it too recently, sort of what are your goals in the hobby? Like, what are your short-term goals, medium-term goals, long-term goals? You want to take it away, Colson, and then Jay can go, and maybe I can share sort of what I've been thinking about too.
Yeah, sure. Um, well, for me, it's long term. Nothing. I guess I'll go backwards. Like long term, I've been engaged in Pokemon for like 15 years now since I was like 4. Just like my number one obsession. So I continue to keep doing that. I don't see that changing. Basically, like even if the cards don't become as significant in my life, I'm always and probably going to stay engaged in the IP, whether it be like the games or whatever else they'll be doing. But I do want to build just long term because I'm not right now. I'm focusing on my business. Like that's kind of the short term is just like business, flipping, grading.
Mm-hmm.
I love grading. I love PSA. Um, Grading these cool niche things that I really love. It's really rewarding. But long term, I do want to build like a probably primarily Japanese collection of like full sets of things I really like, whether it be like exclusive promo lines or what I'm focusing on right now, which is like the Japanese black and white era. I want like to grade every single full art from there in a 10 myself.
Mm-hmm.
So things like that, just finding ways to engage. And I guess when it comes to business, just keep what keep like keep doing what I'm doing and like scaling up in a way that I don't kind of, you know, explode or overreach. Just kind of maintain because I guess what I've learned about myself and my business is that I have done really well in specialization, like
Mm-hmm.
searching out specific cards, going across multiple different eras, always trying to source a bunch of different things. I'm way less of a volume play kind of guy when it comes to my business, and like way more of like specifically targeting cards. Since I know Japanese, it helps me like a lot more with finding that stuff. So just focusing on what I'm really good at, um, and not letting other people's opinions get in the way of how I should be doing things, basically. Because I think it's important when you find success in yourself and what you do, it doesn't really matter like what other people have to say about it. So yeah.
How about you, Jake?
So for me, I'm really trying to get into the business side of things too. But I always have trouble selling certain things that took a really long time to find or that I just really like too. So trying to, listen to Retro and Dan and all these other people that, have my best interest in mind when it's like, you're up 5x, you should probably sell, like that sort of thing, while trying to balance, my love for it as well. But I started out purely at impulse. Like I was buying battle styles in Walgreens. Like that's how I started. And I got the Golden Houndoom and I was like, wow, that's sick. Like I like this. And then that just went into impulse buying things on eBay. Like, oh, that's a cool card. Like literally knowing nothing, and then realizing that I got to a point where it's like, okay, it's time to sell some stuff. And then I met some good people over in your Discord and everything that kind of taught me how to buy from Japan and how to sell all this other stuff. And now I'm just really able to collect and sell at the same time and enjoy it too. Like so that's kind of like my whole goal is to keep it going through enjoyment, because I've done a lot of stuff where it's like either purely for profit or purely for this or that, and it never lasts for me. So as long as I can keep enjoying the cards, I think I'll be here. But we'll see. I really do like a lot of the art, and that's really why I'm here. So and certain things are really fun to chase after, but we can get into more of that later, the hard to find stuff. But
Yeah, I mean, I think for myself, and I relate to a lot of what you both said. I think for myself though, and I've been reflecting on it this week. I watched a video of I like talking to guys who are like in their 60s and 70s and 80s who have been collecting cards for 50 years, because like that's really who I'm like really interested in, like picking their brain of like, what was it like being in this for that long? And like, did you have periods where you liked it and didn't like it? Did you start a business in it? How much of it was about the money versus like the enjoyment of the art versus just like the building of the collection? Were there problems along the way? And unsurprisingly, like different people have different answers, but they're definitely because everyone's an individual. But there are definitely some things that I like resonated with. I talked to one guy who has one of the largest sports collections in the world, and sort of his love of the history and his love of like and the passion that he still has of like what he built and the knowledge after just doing this for like many years and the ups and downs and seeing, you know, markets come, markets go, people come, people go, really appealed to me. I think the challenges of that is like how does it not be an addiction? How does it not be like hoarding? How does it not be like take too much of your attention away from like your relationships and your job and your work and your career and your friends and like other sorts of things? Like how can a hobby stay like a really fun like passion where it doesn't bleed into like any of those other things? So I've been thinking a lot about that. I know for myself, the money stuff has gotten me a little bit down over the last 6 months. Just the focus on the money. I think it was also just the boom period was exhausting. And then the down period with everyone coming to me like scared, looking for like me to kind of be like, it's going to be okay. You know, like those kind of ups and downs. They're natural and normal in markets, and I think that there are parts of it that I like enjoy and I think are fun, and like those dynamics, and like just as Colson said, which I really connect with, is like form your own sort of analysis, and then like take in as I do think you should take in as many opinions as possible and what people say, particularly people who like these 70-year-olds I listen to way more than any person like our age, obviously, like in terms of like the psychology and the ups and downs of what they've seen, even though they know nothing about like the Pokemon market or pop culture collectibles. So there's also like a whole bunch of different things that we're going to discover as like it ages that may or may not be similar to sports cards or books or coins or things that they collected. Should be very interesting. But yeah, so but I think that having like conviction and being confident and trying to like over time continue to refine like why you're doing what you're doing. And as I said before, for me, I think like the money and and part of it is because I have a market channel, and because I think that like maybe that's the helpfulness I can bring. I don't know how helpful it is me saying I love Pokemon cards over and over again, or like or doing an opening channel. It's just not really my thing. I actually like opening in private or just with a few friends. Like I just like wouldn't get any enjoyment of doing like mass public openings. So it was like this is the way that I can like help the community. But I think for me, like talking about the money and the market all the time and doing like the constant analysis, it's more than I would like to do because I like doing that a lot for a certain percentage, but I'm actually here as a hobbyist and a collector very fundamentally. And the business stuff is fun and fascinating and interesting, but actually my goal is to be that 70-year-old who has the biggest collection in the world or one of the biggest collections in the world, and a collection that he chose and like he has reasons why he has every piece in his collection that are meaningful to him, whether it's like came from a person or there's a historical significance or he met a player, you know, like and had a relationship with that player. Like there's like that feels a much more enriching experience than like having money, like just money. Now you need you need money to sort of buy and engage and go after certain items, so there's this weird sort of like dance that I'm kind of figuring out, you know, along the way with that type of thing. But that's where I'm at. And I guess I would much rather, as I kind of go into like this real estate career that I'm doing, like I would much rather like just make a bunch of money doing that and then have the freedom to flip. And because I actually really enjoy vending and selling, but if I could just vend like 6 events a year and then never sell anything else and just things at those specific things, like I actually think that would be the most fun I would have and would be the most enjoyable. Then it just becomes, can I financially do that? You know, does that make sense? Or do I need to sell the whole way to continue funding? And I'm figuring that out. But yeah, my goal is not to optimize a pile of money at the end of the day. It's actually to optimize like the best collection possible. And I think where I always found it kind of interesting is like being very, very market savvy is going to help you have the biggest collection at the end of the day, particularly if you are not the richest. Like if I had a bunch of money, I could know nothing at all about the market, and I could call up one of the big players and say, buy me the 50 best cards. And there were people who did that, right? Who know nothing about the market. They came in with a ton of money, but that's not what these like 7-year-olds I talked to did. And I just don't think, I think that is like who I look to, I guess, as a mentor, or like the people that inspire me.
Mm.
So that's sort of my goal and my path that I'm going to try to refocus on. I do think that running this channel and talking about the market is something I definitely always I want to do and continue to do for sure. But trying to, I don't know if I can make content, or there can be ways that we all engage as a community a little bit more on like the love of the art in a way that doesn't feel stupid, like silly or something. I don't know, but that's something that that I think maybe I need to think seriously about like putting into content, so that my content actually reflects who I am, like fully in the hobby, or like what I want to do fully in the hobby, and isn't just like very money or market focused. I don't know. What do you guys think
had a
about that?
question.
Go ahead.
I had a question about something you said, like building the largest and best collection. Like obviously best is subjective, but I think one of the biggest learnings I've ever taken from being in this space has been from selling, and like realizing that Quagsire will stay in your store, 10 times longer than Charizard will. So it's like, is the best collection possible? Is it what the market wants, or what you think the market will want at the end of the day? Or is it, purely that interest? Because I like talking about this with Colson too, because we talk all the time about what sells, what doesn't. Like, is this a good buy? Is this not a good buy? And he'll tell me like, dude, no, don't buy a Mag Cargo for that amount. You'll never be able to sell it. And it's like hearing from sellers almost gives you a better, read on the heartbeat of what people are buying and spending on, and what people like.
So I think as like a collector, you might, as an individual, care a lot about what other people think of your collection, and that does not make you a collector. So there might be people who they like collecting because they like owning things that other people covet. And I think most people have some of that, or experience some of that. I think some people are going to experience that more than others. And so I think that that's going to range, right? So for you, it's like, if you care very little about that, and you care very much about a specific artist, or a specific, a specific card that isn't very highly valued, like that will, you might be going after different things than someone who's just wanting the things that are going to be like most in demand. Now the other part of that, though, that's just the collector answer. The flipper answer, if I'm trying to like flip that stuff or move in and out of that stuff to then collect the things that I really want, which maybe is some of that stuff, but not all of that stuff. I mean, I'm buying tons of things that no one is after because they're $2-3, like cards from the 40s and the 30s and the 20s, and nobody cares about any of it. And I don't care. I think it's freaking sweet. Now, do I also enjoy when people look at my cards and say that's awesome? Yes. Right. So it's like I have both of those, right? I can relate to both of those things, where I can individually think something is super cool, and people can tell me I'm an idiot or a weirdo for liking it. But it tends to feel better when people are like, oh my God, that's so cool. It does feel a little weird, and does get a little much sometimes. And I always, my instinct is always like, they're just physical materialistic things. Don't put too much weight into like any of these items. When I see people like really getting like, oh my God, like what an item. But yeah, so I guess I would start to answer it like that. Did that kind of address it, Jake?
Yeah, I think so, because I'm just trying to figure out, like, because each of our collections, what we collect is, personally what we love. And someone can have a collection that's massive, where 99% of the population is like, what the hell are you doing? Like, they could just collect every single type of cardboard box that around the world from every shipping like company. Like, that could be a collection. And like
Sure.
99% of the people would be like, what the hell are you doing? Why are you spending $100 on a box from Germany in the 1950s? But they like it. So that's just what I was trying to think of. Like when you brought up the museum, like what's the pathway or goal with that? Like, is it like getting everything and it'll be like an overwhelming thing where like everyone can go for hours and look all over the place? Or is it going to be like, you know, mainly Pokemon or mainly like more specified, like, and also how do you even know what people will like if you're not selling into the market and knowing what people like that's kind of getting the read on the market, is just listing stuff and seeing how many watchers see it, like how many people are buying it, what your friends say about it, that whole thing. So that's kind of why I brought up the question. I may be off on a tangent, but
no, I mean, my immediate answer is I've never opened a museum or run a museum, so I don't know. Like, well, I'll sort of figure it out as I go along. I think though, two things. One, oftentimes what is popular, there's something about it that is beautiful to like a lot of people, and it's not just that it's like people want to be on the in crowd or people want something that's expensive. So like sometimes it gets overblown. There are people, and then there are people who like, because they have rebellious personalities, they like refuse to like anything that a lot of people like. There are all sorts of, this is going to sound very high school, but like in adulthood, this happens too. And there are actually lots of studies studying different types of personalities that tend to gravitate towards one thing or another. You do find examples though in market manias where like nobody likes something but everybody wants it, or people only like it because of the money or because of the status connected to it, which is sort of that mania part. I would really obviously say that people should just avoid that. Like that's a really good, like there's nothing as good as going to come from that. Buying stuff that you don't value, you don't get, and you're just doing it to like flip and make money, I just think I really think it's terrible advice. Like even in momentum investing. I don't know. What do you think, Colson, about all these topics? Where's your
y'all just threw so much at me, dude. I don't even know what to focus on.
Well, pick up the pieces. Hurry up. Let's go.
Jesus.
Oh no.
It was. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. I was gonna say Jake. Oh yeah, I was gonna say this. I've had this conversation with Jake Smith. I need to refer to you guys differently. I'm not sure how to do that, but I had this conversation with Jake because you guys were talking about art and art appreciation. How you maybe want to do some more of that, Jake. Like that's what you really care about and that's what you love. But with Jake Smith, I'm like, dude, like, please just make like a YouTube channel and like go over. Okay, damn it, my that's unfortunate. Yeah,
now we see a cat.
We're on the bad webcam now, but I was like, dude, please make a YouTube channel. Like, I really want I want you to do that kind of art appreciation. Like, we don't have enough of that, and me and Jake have so many conversations about, and like cards we show each other about like arts we love and specific artists. Like we both really like art by Kusajima or Nishida, artists like that. That's what while I am somebody who's very right now focused on what I can do in the hobby as like a business, I really like trying to build up the other things and help people get into things, be like a positive force in the hobby. Like yesterday night, I saw some guy post in Oak's Discord. It was a Terrakion EX, Japanese black and white, PSA 10. And I'd never seen anybody talk about this or post this ever. And I replied because I knew what it was. Everybody's just like, oh, Terrakion, what's that? Never heard of that Pokemon. I was like, oh, dude, that's sick. Like, that's awesome. And then he responds and he's like, dude, funny enough, you were on a live stream. You were talking about these black and white cards. And after that, I love Gen 5. So I went and looked into this stuff and I got it for myself. And like, I got into it and I'm like, oh, that makes me so happy. Like that I can, show people things that they never could have they never would have found. I don't know, that's like ultimately at the end of the day, what keeps me here and keeps me from burning out. Like I will never buy a card that I despise. I don't care if I can make money. Like I'm super stubborn that way, and I probably shouldn't be as like a business, but it would really detract from my enjoyment if I was doing CGC volume plays or buying 20 UPCs and cracking them and grading all the Charizards. Like that would really, it would make me feel uncomfortable because I am always like at the mercy, we're always at the mercy of the market, right? And I'm never going to trust any single like one card that, especially like a Charizard promo from the UPC, like who knows where that's going. People will probably do well, but I'm just not, I don't know. I just don't want to do it. Like I'd much rather buy cool stuff that I think is cool and sell to awesome collectors that I've met and that they really appreciate for great prices off of eBay. Well, I do a lot of like private sales. Like that makes me happy. Filling out people's collections. They're like, oh, thank you so much. I've been looking for this for a long time. Like that makes me feel a lot different than just, listing on eBay and selling it to whatever guy in Hong Kong. Like, you know what I mean? Like I don't know. That's just an amalgamation of so many things that I was thinking about through that conversation and like kind of going back to what my plans are and what I want to keep doing and what I don't want to do. So, yeah.
I mean, that's exactly how I feel, which is why like if I could just cut out all the other stuff and just do vending and sell to like Instagram friends or just to people I know directly, that would be heaven for me. And I find that I do get some enjoyment in the, we're so smart, like we can see the financial play here, like we get that you can like flip that and make money, and I had a bunch of discussions with people on like, okay, let's take like a random like reverse hollow from like a brand new Japanese set that's super easy to pull. But if we get a key character and we grade it with CGC, we can sell for $75. And like that, and like we could do that a bunch of times. And then we just like keep doing that and move it on to the next set. And we keep doing, it's like, I don't know how successful people are at that in mass. And maybe there are some people who are like doing that enough that it's significant enough. Like you doing that on 3 to 4 cards is like nothing.
Yeah.
Right. Like, I mean, you could do that 3 to 4 cards, even 10 cards per set. And we're talking about you're making like $4,000 a year, $3,000 a year. Like that is not going to be life-changing money or money that's going to radically, shift anything, in the long run. So I now, are there people who do that all the time on everything? Plus they're getting distributor, plus they're doing more of the stuff that you're doing, Cole. So like they do everything, like every play to maximize as much as they possibly can. Sure. And that might be, if you combine the fact that they have a big following and you combine the fact, like I think of someone like, Rusty, like Rusty does literally everything. Like he does a bunch of, product. He's doing a bunch of like rip and chips. He's doing a bunch of social media stuff, trying to like continue there. He has great relationships with like eBay where he gets super low fees. He has great relationship, TCG player and like Troll and Toad, I think, and like other places, right? He has, and Rusty, if you're there, correct me if any of that's wrong, but that's my understanding. And then he sends in like rares, like non-holo popular Pokemon rares, and sells them for like $20 each, and he's got like $10 in each card, like he's making those plays, and then he's like selling $50,000 trophy cards. People are coming to him with $100,000 collections, and then he's breaking them apart for 140 or whatever, these types of things. So he's sort of doing everything. Yeah, I guess it's an interesting question of like, would that appeal to you guys? And maybe putting it back to you, Jake. So, and I'll ask this to both of you guys, like, what is money, like, what is the money to you in this hobby? Like, when we talk about like, Jake, when you said like, I want to make money, or people turn me on to like the joy of making money, is it the fun of like making money off of hobby, which is sweet? Or is it like, is it like, I want to make a lot of money off of this, or I want to quit my job someday, or I want this to be like, 20% of my 30% of my income, like a significant amount. And that would make my life much easier, because then it becomes like, this isn't about Pokemon anymore. It's about like doing something somewhat about Pokemon, but it's about doing something that's like not terrible, or not, I don't hate as much as maybe this other thing that can pay for like 30% of my life and give me some financial freedom, which I think is, not a bad thing.
Yeah. For me, I'm not about, like if I got lucky on the special delivery Charizard and I sent it off at $100 and I got $700 for it, I'm not excited that that person overpaid. If you're looking at the total timeline, like they got the card, they got what they wanted and they got it now. And that's a whole part of like everything that ever gets released. Yeezys, video games. It's like if you wait a year, you'll be way more well off with that. But at that point, no one's talking about it. So at that point, they're paying $700 to show their friends that they got the first PSA 10. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If they have $700 to spend on that, that's fine. And you know, whoever sold it for 700, congrats. You turned a free card into 700. And I think there's just a lot of opportunity right now and in that type of thing with all the new Altards coming out, these new Charizard UPCs or whatever, where, you know, you can close your eyes and make money. I think what I got out of selling is what I learned that I can put, you know, a card and send it to a grading company and people will pay me way more for that than if I was just selling the card raw. And I'm also, you know, buying slabs every now and then. Like I'm a collector too. Like I'm a part of the system, but the fact that I can do that enables me to make an extra income on my own other income and therefore afford more of this stuff and, you know, scale it and keep going and pushing and, you know, trying to accomplish goals that I wouldn't be able to reach if I just had a single income. So I think that's it does bring happiness that I'm able to make money off of it because then I'm able to enjoy the hobby more because no one has the more fun in the hobby than Logan Paul, who can just throw 5 million at a card and get the best one immediately. Like, wow, that's literally so much fun. Like in my eyes, like I'll never own that card because he has money. He's able to experience that card firsthand. So it's like the more money you have, I think personally, the more experiences you can buy in the hobby. And that's really just how life goes. It's like, I'm never going to, you know, maybe, but I'm never going to be buying a Lamborghini and joy driving it like around doing donuts in the Walmart parking lot. Like it's not a reality to me, but if I'm able to, you know, make money in this time where people are paying for the highest quality cards in graded slabs, then, you know, it can also further my own goals. So I don't get happiness out of selling, you know, so-called bags to people. Like it's really just purely like providing what they paid for. Like I'm a business, I'm providing what they want. And it really just ends at that. Like I hope they enjoy it because most of the cars I grade, I really enjoy too. And that kind of goes back to what Colson was talking about is like trying to get out of your zone of what you think is cool and only doing that because a true business will buy, you know, the brand new Charizards and they're also going to be buying raw expedition Charizards, for example, and, you know, providing the whole scope of a business. Like maybe you only like modern, but if you only like modern, you're missing a whole bunch of enjoyment in vintage and the other way around. Like I think both can be enjoyed. And you can make money in both too, which we're just in a great time for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think with I don't even think it's necessary for us to say, but just you know, but clearly none of us are. This is all like personal about what we like or what makes us feel good. This is not judgments on anyone else, you know, on how they decide to make money or engage in the hobby. I mean, I feel very strongly about that, like that you know, unless you're lying to people, you know, about what you're doing, you know, just to Jake Smith's point, like they're buying it, they're an adult, they're engaging in the hobby in their way, the person who's buying those cards. And, you know, if they, hopefully they are happy with that purchase and satisfied with that purchase years from now. And if they're not, and they're really upset and they have buyer's remorse, like, you know, that's how it goes sometimes. And maybe they won't buy that type of item again. Hopefully they won't feel that way and they'll just be really psyched to have it, you know, and it's a win-win. But before you go, Colson, I do want to piggyback on this idea, which I think is interesting, of like, do you need a lot of money or how much money do you need to like enjoy the hobby? And again, I think it's a very personal question. I don't think that they're like most of these questions. There's not like an answer for every person. Like some people, in order to like probably really want to be in the hobby or remain in the hobby, may need to spend or really want. It's like, I don't enjoy anything unless I have things that are like $10,000+ or I don't enjoy anything unless I have things that are $100+ and it's a lot of it is about the money and the value to me. or it's like about getting Instagram likes or about being like a big collector, having people respect me because I have like a big collection or a famous sort of thing. Very personal things. You know, I will push people that like if you do have expensive tastes or you really want to get there, which I actually think is really fun to do, and I have some of those tastes and really enjoy that sort of stuff. I also buy the vast majority of purchases I make are like $1, $2 cards, like that. $5 cards that are like old revolutionary. Part of it. Now, do I think those cards are insanely undervalued? Yeah, you know what I mean. But like, part of it is trying to be savvy or whatever, and trying to buy things that I think aren't popular yet or might be popular in the future. Going off topic there slightly, but putting all that aside, like that's part of why maybe you are selling, right, Jake? Or, to your point, it's like, well, I do want to be one of those collectors who's buying a $3,000 card or could own these types of Japanese cards that I really want. And so I know that like I need to flip this card I care less about, take the 7x profit, and then put it into that card, right? Or like that. And that's sort of where the money drive is coming from versus the money drive coming from like I'm trying to quit my job. Now, what's interesting is like things can happen quick. Like Dan, I can tell you, did not plan on quitting his job. I mean, Dan almost sold the vast majority of his collection before any of this happened, right? Like, and then was going to buy back in over time. But like he was, I assume Dan, a few years ago before this actually became a thing that was big enough, never had plans to quit his like high, pretty high paying, very like solid, engineering job. So these things do kind of like you like start to become successful, and then it becomes like a thing you could possibly do. Retro is another example. Like I don't believe, and Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe like a year ago when we started talking, you were planning on like trying to do this full time. Like it was sort of something where it was like maybe I'll do it, and then you started to do it, and you were successful enough at it that it kind of snowballed from there. So I do think it can start like I just want to be a collector and I want to grow, and then you can kind of play with, do I want to do this full time? I know myself, I've had that. It's like, do I just want to quit? Do I just want to like retire and quit and like literally sell Pokemon cards as like, my job? And for me, the answer is no. I've really come to that conclusion, and that for me, it just takes too much of the joy away to view it too much that way for myself, at least at this moment. But I'm interested turning it over to Colson. Like, where are you at with the stuff we're talking about with money, with, what does money mean to you in the hobby? What are your long-term goals? Again, all of these things can shift. You're 19 years old, Jake. How old are you?
I'm 27.
27, right? Like I'm 34. I'm young too. I'm very old compared to you guys, but like I feel like a kid, to be honest, in life. In terms of like, I feel like, what the hell do I know? I could have very different views on a lot of this or want different things in 5-6 years. When I have kids, things could shift. Yeah. You just never know. Like life can shift. But for right now, Colson, where are you at?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about this when you're talking about, can you enjoy the hobby without being rich, basically? Because what Jake said, Jake Smith said about Logan Paul, how he's in the best spot, I would actually disagree, because Logan Paul is in a spot where everything will come so easy. There's no feeling, I worked so hard, and you don't get that rewarding feeling. You just get to do cool shit. Like from my experience, and this is just me. Like from my experience, I always felt the best after like working super hard and getting rewarded for it after a long time. Like, and I'll go back to where I started. Like I literally started doing this 2 years ago, came back into the boom after leaving when the Sun and Moon era started on a $14 an hour dishwasher paycheck. And I worked 14 hours a week during my senior year, not even the whole year. Like I started all of this from that, and that when you're in that spot, it was kind of what you were saying, Jake. You have to be a lot more knowledgeable with the market, with your money. I used to track the pop reports every month. I would update, see where things were moving, how many tens were being graded of this set. And it was from like Neo to like X and Y. Like it was a lot of stuff. It was a lot of cards. It was thousands of cards. Because I didn't have the money. I couldn't afford a loss. Like when you can't afford a loss, when you're trying to grow a collection, because at this stage, I was just trying to grow a collection. I was still like working. Like you can't, a $500 L means a lot to you when you're in that spot. And I'm sure a ton of people here will totally, agree with me. And it's like what you said earlier too, Jake. You said 4,000 isn't life changing. To some people, it is. If I was given 4,000 2 years ago to do with cards, I'd probably be way ahead of where I'm at now. Like it was literally like 300 a month on cards. And
your basic expenses are being taken care of by your family.
No, well, at that point, yes, but now I pay for my own apartment and live in my own place.
Yeah, and I'll amend that. I mean, I think $4,000 extra that you have to like flip and grow it and expand it.
Yeah.
Yes. But I think for most, and I know I'm picking on this, but I think for most adults, like 4,000, like people,
of course,
4,000 extra a year for a lot of work flipping stuff that you don't enjoy. That was sort of my point.
Yeah, no, for sure. 4,000 in the grand scheme of things, 4,000 is not close to life changing, but for some people, in some spots, it can be. Yeah, exactly. Like for a business, for like a Kickstarter, right? Yeah. So, now I'm at a point where every sale, it's like I'm basically buying my time back. I don't have to work at Target and push carts anymore. Like my time is spent a lot better here right now. And obviously that can change. I'm totally aware that this probably won't last forever. And I'm preparing myself for that. Like but I'm also 19 and it's like, I'm able to do a lot of really cool things right now and not have to work a shitty job while I'm also a full-time college student, and trying to do all these things. Like with every sale, it's like, oh, that was, wow, I just made how much I would have made in 2 or 3 months at Target. Like you equate that into your head. It feels, and this is just unique to me in a lot of ways. Like most people probably watching have, they've gone to school or whatever. They have full-time careers. Like this is just, I doubt many people can relate to me right now, but I'm just trying to share my experience.
Yeah.
Being able to do something I really enjoy, I think is really cool. And also not have to work at a shitty job, making shitty money. It's like, that's why, that's a big reason why I'm doing this. And I also will say I couldn't collect what I do if I hadn't have chose the business path. Like when I was first buying, I would have a couple hundred to spend on stuff, but now it's like I'm at the point where I feel comfortable just throwing money at something and seeing if it works, because it's like, oh, I could lose $1,000 now, and that won't be a huge amount of my net worth in this hobby. Basically, your perspective changes a lot. Sorry for the long rant. That's just kind of my thoughts on everything, but yeah.
No, I think that's great, and I think that my concern for anyone out there, and whether my concern is justified or not, I don't know. It's just my opinion, obviously, is something like you haven't been in this long enough. You don't like Pokemon enough. You don't care about this enough, and you're not doing the hard thing, which might be like going to school or doing something or doing a job that might lead to an actual like more upward movement or something that's going to support your life in a better way. And that you're putting time in this when you're not really that passionate about it necessarily. And you're not going to be adaptable enough when there are downturns in the markets or other sorts of things. You don't have like, plan B and C. Colson's like going to school at this exact same time, like, getting degrees and other things. Now, I would be very surprised if you couldn't do this for the rest of your life. And I don't mean just in Pokemon, but like in collectibles or pop culture collectibles or art or antiques, like either of you guys, if you really wanted to. It's just as the passion there. So that's not me saying like there's no career here or that it's a waste of your time. The concern is like you can trap yourself in this if you're not doing other if you don't have other options and alternatives, particularly if you're young. And particularly if you start to do things where you trap yourself in like a physical store or like you become very aggressive, like employees, like you get more and more overhead, or you start to leverage yourself on credit. You start to it's this thing where the more money most people make, the more people spend. So it can be very hard to save. So you can find that your spending equals the amount you make generally for most people in this surprising sort of way. And so it can be very easy to like you can start to go up in your lifestyle, and then the card market takes a downturn. Like it's not this is not a salary recession proof sort of business, particularly if you have a lot of overhead. Now, if you're one man doing it like Colson, who has some flexibility, who's not going on credit, who's been doing Pokemon for 17 years, it's just a very different situation. He's also 19 and in school. He doesn't need very much money to live. It's like if you need $90,000 to live, or $120,000 or $150,000, like a lot of adults in this country when they have kids, it becomes a very different like math problem. And
exactly.
But if you're not thinking about that when you're 19, that can be a problem too, because it's like, do I want that? Do I want to get married and live in the suburbs and spend $100? Do I want to send my kids to private school? I mean, there are all sorts of things that like it's not very normal to think about like when you're 19, 20, 21, 23 in a serious way. And that's why you don't want to close doors when you're young, right? And 26, 27 or 34. I just did a career change, right? And I'm trying some different things. But I completed a master's degree. I'm a licensed clinician, so I can always go back to practice, right? So it's like just having those options open, protecting yourself, like that type of thing, I think is really important.
Of course.
That's where I come from with that. But I mean, nothing would make me happier if like in 40 years, freaking Colson's just like has one of the largest companies in the world and is like teaching a bunch of people and is like a legend in the world. I mean, if you want that, it's way more likely that will happen than won't happen. I don't really know why that like wouldn't happen as long as the hobby was still around. Like that's why people greatly underestimate what they can accomplish over a long period of time and often overestimate themselves in the short term. And that causes a lot of like despair because you constantly beat yourself up because you're actually over exaggerating your abilities or in the very short run, but you underestimate with patience how long you can accomplish in a long period of time. And I can tell you, like all these people that you look up to in the hobby, it only took them 10, 15 years to get there. Like if you're going to be way bigger than they ever were if they left and you were here for 20 years, like 100%.
Yeah.
So when people in the chat say things like, I'll never have that, or I'll never get there, or these things, it's like, yeah, I mean, if you have like 200,000 in student loan debt and this is a nasty scenario and like $35,000 in credit card debt and barely any cards and you're making $25,000 a year, it's like, yeah, you need like go work with a financial, like get some help and get out of that mess. But if you're like starting at zero here, there's a lot more that you can do. Like, and I think flipping and speculating and making all these plays and doing these types of things, like if I had nothing and I really wanted a card, I'd be way more likely to flip anything I can get my hands on, right? Like there's a luxury to be like, I'm in a position where like I'm satisfied enough with my life and my collection that I don't feel the need to like make every $100 I possibly can on things I don't like to do. If that makes sense.
I think it would transfer over to other markets too. Like Colson being as young as he is, like you can almost take it into the stock market, for example. Like if he has a stock that, he loves and it goes up 200%, him, letting go of some of the grails he's graded, I think that can really help with selling in any market. Like if you learn how to sell and you're comfortable with, I don't care if it goes up another 300%, because it's already up 200%. I think that, in the long game, you'll be able to win more than you lose by selling off or just knowing how to get yourself to sell. Not even like knowing how to sell, but knowing how to get your own self to press that sell button or list that item or whatever it is. Like, I think that can go a long way, especially in super hype mania periods where, you know, first edition Charizard's going to 30 million. Like that's like a thing that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
You can, you know, calm yourself down and be like, oh, I've been here before. I need to sell now. And then I'll get that card later because I know this is a crazy price. And I think that transfers to a lot of different aspects of life too, not just Pokemon.
I mean, I think it's tough though right now, to be honest with you, because are we in a boom now, or is now actually a really good time to buy because there's quite a bit of fear and negativity? And it's like you could argue both, right? Like there's reasonable arguments for both. And there's reasonable arguments to say, okay, we're like the recession's just starting or hasn't even started yet, depending on who you talk to or whatever. There's going to be 2 years. People are going to lose their jobs. It's going to be, you know, terrible negativity. And we have too many flippers and investor mindsetters and not non-collectors here. So, and there's going to be a ton of supply still coming back. And all of those negative factors are going to continue to drag the prices down. Or people are just over afraid or over negative right now. There really isn't that much supply. And a lot of these middle gens and key vintage cards and trophy cards, like there's really not much supply. Not much is coming back. It's pretty slow going. You know, it's sort of like those areas to me, when we're talking about, are not going to be flooded with supply. I think you could make a case that now's a really good time to buy if you have money. Now that could absolutely be wrong. And in a year and a half from now, those could be 40-50% lower. That is, to me, that I think is the best analysis in my view. Obviously, you know, we're all going to go with our own analysis, but it's like, to me, that is a reasonable analysis, and why it's so difficult with all of these like things. And so in my mind, I'm always buying and engaging in things unless I think the whole thing is just silly, like I did, you know, year and a half ago, 2 years. I'm always buying in these types of markets, and I'm always trying to upgrade and make some plays and buy this for 300 and sell it for 400 so I can move into this. And I'm getting my cost basis low on things so that I'm protecting myself with a little bit of that like downside risk on everything I do. Or you do things like you grade your own cards, right? You hit these, you buy a card for $50, you grade it, now it's worth 500. That's much easier for you to hold, you know, with the idea that it could easily go down to 300, but it could also double to 1,000 in a couple of years. And I'm more comfortable holding that, right? I think that that's the situation we're in. And so for someone like you or Colson, it's like, if you guys had the excess money, should you hold those cards that have 7x'd, 10x'd? I don't know. I don't know. That's a very, you know, it's a hard decision. Is my honest opinion.
Yeah, I guess I'll speak from my experience specifically. Is the things I've sold, I haven't really held very long, because ever since I started grading with PSA, it's just been kind of like, if I choose to sell it, it's like I'm trying to get it out the door and I'm trying to get that liquidity as fast as possible. So sometimes I'll see those percentage gains on flips and not holds, and it's just like, there's a minute few cards that I feel very comfortable about not selling at, if I am really at that point when it comes to the percentages. But most things, it's just like, why should, like, just get it. I usually try and just get it out the door, even if I feel that it's undervalued. It's like, if I can 5 to 10x my money, it's like, you can take that and do so much stuff. I can buy so many cards I've never graded before. Like, I just enjoy the process of grading new things and engaging in cards I never have. Like, it definitely, it's like, but there is no right answer, right? That's the right answer for me.
So
yeah, retro.
You know, because I do think it's, you know, I don't know if you're being 100% serious. I definitely think you would lean to being serious on this. You can let us know if like you really think this is.
Oh, he's serious. He's serious.
But because I've talked to him about this, and he agrees with me that there are times when it's not true. But you know, what do you guys think about this, generally speaking? So holding literally never outpaces flipping. And I am going to tease you a little bit, Retro. You've been doing this for a year. There are guys who have done this for 70 years who would strongly disagree with you based on their experiences in various periods. So I think it's I think that it's at the end of the day it is a math problem, but it really depends what you're doing. So for example, flipping Marvel PMGs early on would have lost you a lot of money. Investing in Marvel PMGs and then selling them at the top, or when you viewed that they reached a full value, which is more of an investing mindset, it's more of that now they're overvalued. So this here, let me explain the key difference, because it's not, people think too much that flipping is about how long you hold a card. It's actually not. It's flipping is like, I just buy and then I sell at a higher amount and I just keep the money moving even if I think it's still undervalued. I think that the investing mindset is more like, I think that this card should go even higher, actually, or I think that it could very realistically go even higher, and I have a variety of reasons why I think that, and so that's why I'm going to continue to hold it, even though it's 5, 10, 20x, because I have good reasons. Now, if a card is 5, 10, 20x, and you think that it's probably overvalued, or you're getting caught up in sort of the mania, and so you're incorrect about your analysis, then it certainly makes sense to flip it or whatever, and then rebuy it at a lower amount. But if you have an attitude of like, no matter how good something is, like it's always best just to like buy and then, I don't know, flip when it reaches a certain, multiplier or whatever. I think that it's not that can't be very successful necessarily, but you're not going to have a world-class collection. And that's actually going to like these guys' collections are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. They would have $1 million, $2 million, $5 million, maybe less, because maybe as they were making more money, they were spending more money because instead of putting it into things or investing that money, because people tend to. So even if they could have made 100K a year for 40 years, right? We're talking $4 million that they've grossed, right? I mean, that's nothing compared to now. Will that ever happen in Pokemon? People are afraid it already has happened, or that it can't happen even greater, or that they're, and I don't think that it necessarily is going to, or that is a necessity. But I think if you think something like that's going to happen, and you have that more value investing long-term perspective, it does not make sense to flip in and out of things, even for a few $100. That's my take. I should have let you guys go first, though. I'm interested to hear sort of your opinions on it.
Yeah, I know Colson's on the full flip game right now. He's full flip. I think it has to do with how much money you have and how much you care about, increasing that while like using the collectible market. So like a lot of people that have a lot of money are increasing their money elsewhere through the stock market, and they don't really care what they're putting into, these collectibles. But I think Retro's right on, where it's like, if you're constantly flipping, let's say we can use Rusty for an example. He was probably holding some things, but flipping, and now he's one of the largest crushers there is. He's ahead of a lot of people as far as, collections go, and he has a lot of money because he's been flipping this whole time. Holding can work when, you just get in, you're holding starting in 2019 and then you're selling in 2021, like you're all set and you held, and I guess you're flipping. But
so I would say Rusty's made less money flipping than investing by a large margin. But now your point,
like post 2019,
that the items he actually held and kept are worth way more than all the money he's ever flipped or sold by 10, by 20 times maybe. Like it's not even close. But your point that maybe to flip in order to afford to hold those items, so that I'm flipping so that I can invest and
right,
hold those items.
They work hand in hand. Like
yeah.
If you flip a lot, you're able to hold more. Like you're increasing both avenues. So,
but what are you making the most money on? Right. And sometimes it could be the flipping. Sometimes you could flip a lot and invest, and then the things you invest in actually go down. And so you made a lot more flipping in that situation. Sometimes you could flip a lot and your investments could do okay, but not amazing. And you actually made a lot more money flipping than you did investing. Now, investing took, time and was passive. So it was passive income, whereas the flipping actually takes time. There's only so much of that you can do, which is part of why investing, even if you only make 8 to 10% a year on whatever you're investing in, makes so much sense, because it's literally, once you have the money, you can't put all that money to work in flipping. So you might as well put some of it into that. I just
Right.
get passionate. Sorry, I get passionate.
I would even argue though that the stuff that he's holding, he was able to figure out what is most desirable, what is the hardest to acquire to flip. Oh, I'm going to hold that. So like being able to flip at the same time and learning from the market, seeing what the most popular cards are, which ones you can't ever keep in your store because they're always being bought. I think it gives a lot of information that's valuable if you are going to be, holding some stuff, which you'll eventually do whenever you're successfully flipping a lot and, gathering things you like and things you're holding or things you think are undervalued, because they're hard to find in your.
I don't think you need to sell to know what sells well.
Everything that goes into that, but.
Sorry, I think we cut off for a sec. I don't think you need to sell to know what sells well. I think that's a myth. I think that can help. But another way you can know is by just talking to people who sell all the time, by going on TCP Player and seeing exactly what's selling.
Yeah, but you're also not personally hurt, or like your finances aren't personally affected by bad plays you make. And I think you can learn even more, even though it's going to be more painful for you that you can't sell a certain Pokemon. Like Arceus, for example, has been very hard for me to sell. I wasn't able to learn from that and learn that, I probably don't want to pick up the Arceus UPC because of that, where it's like I picked up the Charizard UPC because I've never been able to keep a Charizard in my store. So I think that doesn't really, relate to too much of what we're talking about, but that's just an example where it's like I know better where to put my money, even if I am going to be holding stuff, by seeing the liquidity in the market firsthand. But yeah, you can look up 130 point all day, see what's the most, like you can study that, but it's almost like you don't have to study when you're already putting work into flipping. It's kind of what I'm trying to say.
I just think that there are collectors who are or investors who are incredibly market savvy, who have a lot of money, and who could outpace the flippers if the market really grows a huge amount and does really well. You could never sell anything, and you could have a much more valuable collection and be much further. Now, of course, they're and I mean in a making money way, not in a like taking out the fact that they started with more money. So if someone starts with 80,000, you start with nothing, then we have to take out, we'll take out 80,000 from their total at the end. Who's ahead. I just mean theoretically. I just think that it's a little bit of a like, listen, if you're very skilled at everything and you're doing everything all the time, like that generally can make the most sense. I also think if you don't view this market, like this market can be very risky, and like we could be at an all-time high right now for all I know. I'm okay with that because I'm going to be here as a collector primarily. And so for me, if the prices go down, I'll just be able to buy more and go further along my collection goals, right? So it's okay. But like speaking from the market, like financial standpoint, like it's to me, and to answer this question more legitimately, I think that it's probably it's if I were in your guys' shoes, I would be very wary investing in Pokemon cards at the start of my career with almost no money, even with deep knowledge, like someone like Colson, who's still making these amazing plays and then investing in these Japanese cards. So if I was let me put myself exactly in Colson's shoes. So Colson has like this really low pop, awesome Japanese card that he can sell for like $2,000-3,000. Should he sell it? I would sell it personally. And then I would sell it. And just as Colson was saying before, I would make that play a bunch more times. Right. But that doesn't mean that that's necessarily the best move. I just think it's the safest. It's the most risk-free. And with Colson's speed and ability to continue to do it, it also has a lot of upside. It just doesn't make as much sense, particularly during this environment where it's more likely that things may continue to come down, or, it's just, we just don't really know. There isn't that sense that the economy is really strong and that things are going to go up. That's what I would do. But I think that when I see comments like this, it just feels like I'm hitting on this a little bit, but it just feels a little bit too
black and white.
Yeah, and a little like flipper smugness. I don't know. There's a little bit of this sort of like you know, I like people flip and they make money and they flip and they sell this car for $100 and 200, $300, and then this is not necessarily Nick, but there's this little bit of this attitude of like shitting on people who aren't doing that. Excuse my language, and I think that's where I like there can be really smart, like you can be very smart financially in sort of a collector, speculator, investor way. There's just a lot of risk in that, and you probably shouldn't be at the beginning of your career, and you shouldn't be looking at this as retirement. Blah 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 blah. That's my opinion. What do you guys think of all that? Feel free to disagree, please, as well.
No, I'm just trying to recount everything. I mean, you nailed it on the head. I don't refer to what I do as investing if I'm holding something. I'm a collector. Like I don't invest. I don't invest in things. If I'm gonna like, yeah, flipping, it's the liquidity, it's the less risk. I feel really nervous about so many different things. Like being deeply engaged in the Japanese market for a little bit now, there have been, in the niche side, there has been a lot of really insane price movements upwards that, no one's ever going to talk about because they don't really care, but I've noticed it. Jake notices it. Like, I don't feel comfortable where the world is at to be holding these things when they go up. Like, I feel it feels so much less risky, and then putting that into something else that I'll sell again. Like, if I want to hold something, I'm collecting it. And also, I wanted to say you can't flip everything. Like what you said, Jake, about PMGs. They're like, flippers know what they can and can't flip. I don't think a flipper will go to PMGs before the whole boom of that, because they know it's not very liquid. They know maybe the graded cards won't have much of a premium. Like, you can only really flip where the market allows you to. And with holding, you can't flip a modern booster box. If you don't have a distributor, actually, like, you don't have distributor pricing, you can't flip a modern booster box day one unless you get super lucky and you buy it off of some store and then you can sell it on the market. But that doesn't really happen anymore. You need to hold, even if it's for a month, 2 months, 3 months. There's so many things where you need to hold to be able to sell it for a profit. Like Evolving Skies, how many people, if you buy it at retail, you can't just go sell it at retail when that set came out. You know what I mean? Like, just things like that. For like the average consumer who doesn't have, distributor access or whatever, like, I think it's a super black and white argument, because there are a lot of areas which, our bias is going to deem those areas one way or the other, where holding makes sense or flipping makes sense. And it gets messy when people want to do both, and then they argue about which is better, because one side thinks it's undervalued. While one side can make money doing it, they're going to bring more supply to the market. They think it's overvalued, because that's a place I feel like I'm in a lot. If I can easily source these cards, dump them onto the market, and I see them like going up, and I can still source them, it's like, why is this doing that? I don't feel comfortable. Even if I could have made money holding it, it's like, I don't feel comfortable knowing it's available. You know what I mean? And even if there's a barrier to entry, that's just how my brain rationalizes the argument. But yeah, you're right. I am definitely I feel way safer flipping and selling, but I think it just depends on everything. Or it depends on each certain area. Like, it shouldn't be such a black and white thing.
Yeah, I agree. You said that pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Nice.
like if I had done that before the boom, I was breaking down some collections. I was selling away 9s and 8s and keeping the 10s, these types of things. But if I had sold everything, I would have been making easy money, and then I would have had nothing. when it boomed up and I'd be out of the hobby. There were many people who were like full-time flippers who were out of the hobby completely because when the prices got really expensive, they could no longer afford it and they were spending everything they were flipping. So here's part of, and now that's only if huge movement comes up. But
Yep.
it's interesting though, like even when we think about and we talk about that time period and we say all these factors sort of had to align, it was actually the pandemic that then caused pretty much all the factors to like necessarily follow. So it was actually only one thing that started like a pretty necessary chain reaction of all of the other things following. Now it's extremely hard to predict that type of thing, but will there be another event like that? Or with super, like, I still hold this thesis or theory, right? It's like, what if these items just finally get into collectors' hands more? Like the Pokemon hobby has never been at a time with a lot of this like WotC stuff or middle gen stuff where it was like not available. What if that happens? What happens to the confidence that people are still spending people are spending, I'm about to say Moonbriana, no, but like people are spending, $1,200, $1,400, it's like there's plenty of confidence. What if they weren't available? How much would people be spending? What if it was actually extremely rare? Then how much would that be? $20,000? Like how much would people be willing to spend on these things? Take a look at sports and see what they're spending, right? And so like, for example, like with the PMGs, right? There were people buying the PMGs and flipping the PMGs the whole way. The people who made the most money, though, were the ones who bought the highest ones and invested or speculated or collected, right? And then actually sold it. Okay. Now, in the long run, who's going to make the most money? It could be Steve Aoki.
Yeah, true.
Who just has a ton of money and who can just buy the best of everything and just hold it forever.
Or Swami.
Because the whole market could be way huger. I whatever. I know we can go around in circles on it, but
yeah,
I just think that of course, learning liquidity and particularly if you're not in a financial position and the only way you can really engage in the hobby or go after valuable things is to learn to understand liquidity, to understand how many of that play can I make, the pattern recognition of recognizing, okay, I did that with that card, I can probably do it with that card, and this is the best place to sell. Of course, right? Of course.
I think that's really interesting to think about too, because sports is so much larger. And for me, it was interesting, being new to the space, watching first edition Charizard, what that was going for each week, just to see, what is the total net worth of everyone in this hobby and like how it props up everything. Because right now with Moonbrion, there's 3,000 plus people that are willing to spend $1,000 on a PSA 10 of that card. And it's like, how deep is that bucket? Like, what if that card never goes under 1,000 again? It could be possible that there's 25,000 people out there that need a PSA 10 and they're just going to be constantly buying the auctions and holding this card until, it never ends. Like, I think Ancient Mew just said he pulled 2 Moonbrions within a week. The cards are plentiful, but the demand is way larger right now, and that's you can't deny it. You see, it's way too much to manipulate. There's way too large of a supply. It's like actual organic demand for the card, and I think it's really interesting to see a card like that to show like how large the Pokemon market really is, and that's just interest in one card. So like the amount of people that are in this is really astounding, because it just goes on forever with every card you look at. If you just scroll through the sales of one day of Pokemon cards, it's like crazy the sales you see people buying or selling, or it's just really interesting to see. I think the market's very large and it seems pretty healthy right now. It's not as healthy or crazy as when I started, where I was able to buy on PWCC and flip for a 2x on eBay. You can't do that anymore very successfully, but you can still source and find raw cards, grade them, and make a very nice profit. And it seems sustainable for now, but we'll see.
Yeah, and depending on how many of those cards you see turn over at that price point, that makes it more and more secure. So for example, like if you're super interested in that card, like you'd want to do an analysis. And the way to actually do a deep analysis, what percentage of that card has sold in the at this $1,000 plus price point? 1%, 5% of the PSA 10s, less than 1%. If it's only a few, that is a very unstable price. Now that doesn't mean that it couldn't just continue to go up, right? It could, but that's where you see prices crash 90%, is that people don't understand that, like, there might be a ton of them out there, but there's only 5 on the market or 10 on the market, or there are actually only 7 sold this week or in the past few months. Now, if hundreds are selling, many hundreds sell over the next year or 2 years at those prices, that's a much more stabilized price point. It shows that there's much deeper interest that will continue to buy at those price points. So that's like the type of thing you'd be looking for. It's why stuff like base set Charizard or Ancient Mew, like these cards that have just been selling forever, and so many have sold. It's like, yes, they're endless amounts, but like they're just, there's always a new person who seems to seems to buy it. They're just more, it's more obvious that the demand is deep there. It was the exact same thing that happened on like Team Rocket Charizard, Crystal Charizard, and Shining Charizard. There were a few that sold at like 12,000, 25,000, depending on the card I just talked about. Then 3 weeks later, 60% drop in auctions, just like that. And it wasn't because 1,000 more were added. So this is the other fallacy that people have. It doesn't just, now that card has double whammy because there's going to be 1,000 more added. Plus, if there were 0 more added, it could drop $600 in a week.
Yep.
If there just isn't that next person all of a sudden, and then you have a race to the bottom and people undercutting themselves. So that's how crazy these things are.
Yeah.
You just don't know.
It's, for me, thinking about the Moonbryon and all these, any of these cards that have come out within the last 4 years, kind of like Sun and Moon era, Sword and Shield era stuff. You look at Japanese card stores, it's super interesting, the effect that they have the market over in Japan, especially on these Japanese cards. And like, buy lists are a lot more of a prominent thing there. And card stores put out buy lists like all the time, and whatever their buy list price is, it'll have a pretty deep impact on the market, because they could just say, hey, we're buying the Celebrations Charizard in Japanese for $200 now. Oh, if like people then rationalize that, oh, I'll just sell it to them, and that kind of becomes the new artificial market price, even if there are only 5 to 10 sales at that price, because these stores can kind of just make it happen. Whereas on eBay, what Jake was saying, if 5 people bought the Moonbryon for $1,500 in the last week or two, that is probably spelling disaster for that price, right? Like, considering that there are 2,500 of them out there, and who knows how many are actually on any given market in any country. Like that
scarcity
yeah.
is so elusive, and people confuse rarity and scarcity all the time. They're two different things. Rarity is the number of something in a world, we could say. Scarcity is the relationship between the number of something on the market and the amount of demand or interest on the market at any one given time. And so that item could be very scarce because there's way more ravenous demand. Like, so there is, nothing is scarce or rare. It's all relative. So people say like, that's a rare item or that's a scarce item. It's like, in this hobby or in that era it is, but not like in the world, So it's very important to think relatively. And to answer your question, Colson, I have no idea if it's in trouble or not if 6 sell in a week.
Because I know.
No, but it's good. It's because I have nothing to compare to. I have no idea what I think that demand is. It's why people who are doing this are just gambling.
Yeah.
I know for a fact no one knows. Because you couldn't. How could you know? So you can only have access to the data out there, and you can only have sort of like your opinion that this is a gorgeous card and it's going to be this card of the generation, and that's going to see it through all, and I believe that, and I'm going to continue to buy into it, and you may end up being right. But there's no like for sure data point that you can point to that says like, yep, it's still got another 1,000 to go. or whatever. Now you could do calculus. You can sit here and you can do calculus, and you can look at the rate at which it's going up, right? So not how much it's going up, but is the rate of how much it's going up increasing? So is the line increasing or is it decreasing? Now, the more rapidly it's increasing, usually that means the closer you are to a top or to a bubble. Now, we've seen it took quite a while to get to 600 to 800 and then very quickly went to 1200. That would concern me. That's bubble mania type stuff. But it could have another leap. And so the price point you're at right now could actually be in steal. I have no
it's 1500 from what I've seen today on eBay, like recent sales.
And so that is called gambling.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
it reminds me of one of those cards though that I find it really interesting in Pokemon. Like I see on Instagram people with a whole binder full of shadowless Charizards. And like I wouldn't be surprised if I open Instagram right now and there's one guy who has graded 10 Umbreons in a 10 and is just keeping them.
Oh yeah.
Like, it goes back to what you're saying is like this card could actually be not rare at all, but super scarce because there's people that just love it so much that they just want binders and binders full of it. And they don't care because they love the art and the cards so much. So that's the thing about the Pokemon market I really like too is like, yeah, a lot of stuff is not rare at all, but a lot of stuff is very scarce because like people will just hold on to it forever because they love it so much.
Yeah, and then the danger though is will it remain scarce, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And how do you predict, or will it become more scarce, or more, these types of things? And why will it go up in value if it's already like that? How could it even increase with the split? So that's where you're at. That's how an investor or a value investor thinks. A person who's purely, again, flipping or isn't thinking about any of that sort of stuff is just looking at what percentage of money can I make per amount of time that I'm going to have money in this card. So how long is it going to take me to buy the card, grade the card if I'm going to grade it, and then flip the card, and how many times can I do that quickly, right? And a smart one will be a little bit like, okay, that one's pretty dangerous because it could also have in price. So maybe I don't buy 1,000 of them and I don't max out my credit cards on the play, But like, it's like someone like Dan is definitely thinking both ways all the time, right? Like he's thinking both of these things all the time. And I think someone like Rusty, are thinking these things. I do think though that like Rusty was not putting stuff back. I've talked to him and he's said things like, this item was a little bit rarer, so I put it back. Like he had some of those thoughts, but it wasn't like, this is like my investment. It was like people did not think Pokemon was going to go up like this. That just wasn't a thing, So his skill at flipping, which was worked extremely hard and was diligent, actually made him a lot less money than just his enjoyment of cards. He happened to really like them and put them back, and that's a large reason why he's at where he's at. Whereas most stores who've been open for 40 years, and I've talked to like store owners who have been open during the entire time of Pokemon, they didn't keep anything. They sold everything because they were a business, and they have no money. A lot of them went out of business in the last couple of years because they spent everything that they flipped. They didn't actually invest any of that money in anything. So you don't have to invest in Pokemon cards. That's a whole other lesson on like the importance of saving and investing, which Dan, obviously talks a lot about as well. But
so is the answer a very calculated balance of both? Because technically, I mean, I don't know where Rusty came from, what his financial situation was starting out, but he was able to build through flipping, where he was able to afford to put things aside that he enjoyed. So through flipping, he actually was able to hold. So it's like they almost fed into each other. So can you have one without the other in a way? Like I don't know. It seems to me like he was able to afford a lot of the stuff he's able to hold through flipping stuff that he either didn't like and someone else did and they bought it, or they were very plentiful, like the Mew promo from the movies. Like I feel like all of that, him supplying the market and a whole bunch of other collectors buying from him, he was able to get the capital in order to hold on to things he loved, and he was able to make money off of that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, the big question is, do you have a full-time job outside of Pokemon? How much money do you make in that, and how time consuming is that, right?
Yeah.
So, like, now, should Dan financially have also kept his engineering job, flipped on top of it, and done all the Pokemon stuff and just run himself into the ground? Obviously, but then he wouldn't have a life,
Hmm.
and he wouldn't get to spend time with his family. And Dan is making enough money, and his wife makes enough money, and their income is, their spending is low enough that he was able to like just do Pokemon, right? But like, is Dan making more money doing Pokemon than he was engineering? Personally, I highly, highly doubt it. Now, as an investor, he's made a lot more money, but not as a flipper. Now, the investing, speculating, whatever was, yeah, and Dan could tell you how lucky he thinks it was for him versus how premeditated, and I'm sure it was some of both, as it is for all of us who happen to be here through that period. But like a lot of these guys, like they're probably making like 60 to 100K a year in actual gain in terms of their flipping gain. This is not realized capital gains. This is not buying a card and then it going up and then you selling it and realizing the gain there, unless you're doing it in a short time as a business. So Dan said he's making more money doing Pokemon than I was engineering. So you are making more money now. I don't know if you're does Dan share exactly? Probably not, right? I don't know. I know Dan has told me how much he made as an engineer. I'm curious how much you're making as a full-time Pokemon person. But again, Dan, is that pure flipping, or is that you're still realizing your gains on previous things? Because those are
He would probably say flipping with a wink.
And if Dan is making more money than that engineering degree pure flipping, like he's making $120,000, $130,000 a year pure flipping, like that's awesome. Right now, not including the Patreon or the consignment business or the other things you're doing, because that's not flipping. He says flipping has surpassed. That's awesome. I mean, that's crazy. He says he didn't make 100K as an engineer. All right.
Char UPC to the moon. You heard it here.
Yeah, I mean, because I have never attempted to do full-time flipping and I don't know the ins and outs, like I don't know how much money one person could make given Dan's inventory and given Dan's financial situation. But I do think I would imagine, like, I'm amazed that people can make over 100K in Pokemon. When I think
Really?
about person, I think about on pure flipping, unless you have a deal with eBay or you have some sort of other, like, because Rusty makes a ton of money consigning and affiliate links and like all these other things. And again, Rusty, like what Rusty is selling on eBay, a lot of it is realized gains from years ago when the markets moved up. It's not necessarily things he's buying today, selling next week. To make 120 grand or 130 grand on just flipping, I don't know. That's a lot.
It's a lot of grading.
Yeah.
I don't know if either of you guys want to share how much you're making, but we don't need to on this. But like, does that seem possible? If Colson, if you went full time right now in your current situation, do you think you can make that much realistically? Maybe you could. Awesome.
I would, being realistic, if I was on the same track, if like, how my business has been growing, if it kept up like that within a couple years, like at the rate of growth right now, yes. But just even if I had full time for a year, probably not. It's hard to find that many good buys, right? Like you're kind of at the mercy of the market again when it comes to buying inventory. If you're going to be making that much money, like a lot of people making that much money, it has to be a huge operation and a huge volume play. Like I'd have to get lucky over and over and over and over and over again to do that and have to buy insane things. Like it'd be tough, but I think it's possible. Just like comparing it to where I'm at right now.
So let's define it, Dan, as let's say flipping is less than a year. We'll define it like for tax purposes. Generally, that's how taxes are defined. So capital gains is anything that you hold for over a year and appreciates. Because Dan is saying that it's hard to separate the long-term capital gains from flipping totally, because people who've been here for 4 years, like a lot of us have made like a couple million, like $1 million plus in Pokemon, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't from the constant flipping and the constant movement. It was the holding. 2-year PSA return. Oh, and then the 2-year. Yeah, I guess we'd have to include. Yeah, that's a tough one with the PSA. Because it's been so long, you have to count some of that, but you can't count all of it because it's a lot of that you send in. Like, it's gone up so much.
You muted, Jake?
Yeah. Sorry, I was just saying it was third-party holding. You can outsource your holding these days.
Yeah, it's really hard to separate, like Dan just said.
Yeah, it's just like, now granted, if you can like 4 to 5 hours a day, you're flipping, let's say, and you love this stuff, maybe 6 hours a day total in terms of like listing and packaging and let's say it's 8 hours a day because you're also engaging in this type of content or some other type of content, and you're researching and you're looking. Although I bet a lot of people who are doing this are actually doing more like 12 hours a day because they're constantly on their phones and they're constantly checking. But let's just say 8 hours a day. And you're grossing, let's say you're grossing like 15 to 20K a month. So you're selling 15 to 20K a month. But what percentage profit after fees is realistic right now for most people in terms of what they're doing? I mean, I would think you're doing really well if you're making like 20% on everything. Now, obviously, it depends on your business model. Colson's going to make a lot more than that. But like, if the majority of your business model is more like Nick's, which to me is the majority of people who are doing a huge amount, I think you're making more like after fees, like maybe 20% you're netting or something like that. So that's 2K a month, even on that amount of sales a month, which is going to put you, I think, in the top 1% for sure of people selling Pokemon. If you're selling, if you're selling 200, 300, 400,000, I think you're going to be in the top 5% at least. Now, obviously, the big guys sell so much more than that. It greatly skews it, but I don't know. We can get off. It's like, I just think it's important because it's like, are people getting a realistic impression of like what this is?
And it's like, well, we haven't even considered the point of how much money did these people start with to put into this business and make 100K? Did they start with $1 million and they're making 10% in a year? They dumped $1 million into this and they made 100K profit. Or did they start with 10K and flipped it up to 100K? You know what I mean? Like, if it's hard to compare someone like me who was making, without any money with Pokemon, I was making $10,000 a year from a part-time job at, whether it be a dishwasher or a cart attendant at Target, and to say, can you make 100K, or can somebody with $1 million make 100K? Like, we have it there. There's just like, yeah, that's all I want to say. Like, it really is a completely different spot. And I've been able to scale so well because of my business model. I couldn't have scaled this well if I was flipping Modern 3 months after release, or I was doing the single cards, buy in bulk, sell for 10, 20% gain in 3, 4, 5 months. Like, my model, you can, if you have the knowledge, you have the time, you have the energy, it can do that. It can do that. Like, it, but can that last forever? Can I find more and more cards as I have more and more money to spend? I don't know. We'll see what happens. Like, there's so many different layers to it. And there's so many different business models in this hobby that works. And there's a bunch of different people that do all of them, do one of them, do some of them. Like, it's just, yeah. It's an interesting question though. And it is totally good to question how realistic it is to make a, full-time job salary doing this, because you have to do a lot. You're right. You do have to do a lot to make that happen.
Yeah, and I think if you're doing rip and ships, if you're doing a consignment business, if you're doing all these types of things, the math, I can way more easily get to those numbers. But like, it's very hard for me, knowing what I know, to understand how someone's doing 120,000. I mean, I mean, if you have a sell-through rate of like 1% a day, I mean, it so depends on what you're selling and what you're moving, and it just seems so inconsistent. It's like,
Yeah.
but like I've like sat down and like tried to do the math. So like, because like 1% a day is like a good sell-through rate. So if I have 1,000 items, I'm selling 10 items a day. If I have constantly 1,000 items on my eBay page, but again, 1,000 items could be a lot or it could be almost nothing. Like for Nick, that's nothing because Nick has a lot of like more low value items potentially. So he might have 20,000, 100,000 items listed at any one time. So that sell-through rate is going to be a lot different, but the dollar amount is going to be a lot lower. So blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I don't know if this conversation can go anywhere, but I anywhere more from here. But I guess I think that if people can make a living and they enjoy doing it, that's friggin' awesome. Like, I also think like it's not stupid, I guess, or like if you are making a lot of money, like someone like Cameron who has a job, was talking about it before, like who believes in the market, who wants to invest or speculate on some of these items and is making enough money in his other job to put his money in this. I wouldn't assume 100% that at the end of the day, in 5, 10, 15, 20 years, if he's still doing it and he's diligent and he's making really smart purchases and selling some, that he would not have a more valuable collection or more overall value than someone who is flipping $60,000 a year and then spending the majority of that money on their living expenses, or like a decent portion on the living expenses, not even being reinvested in the cards. So, I also think that like it unless you're making like really like time, like plays that do not take a lot of your time, to make like $80,000 to $120,000 a year, you're spending a massive amount of time doing this, to the point where like if you were spending that time on a lot of things, you'd be making a decent percentage of that money. Whereas buying, like going on Easy Sniper or any of these sniping websites for 5 hours a week and putting in a ton of bids and then getting stuff like really below auction and holding it for a really long time and then selling it at 20, 30x or whatever, if that's possible to do again, like that might be like a much better time value. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. I guess flipping is just, you're able to confirm it now. You're able to get the cash now, where it's like, it's way more speculative. Yeah. Trying to hold it. But I mean, honestly, I think a lot of it is how much money you have to put into it.
Sure.
I'm wishing every day I had more money, which is why I have to sell a lot of the stuff I like. Yeah. And it's like, I mean, if you gave Colson $100,000 to play around with a year, I wouldn't be surprised if he made $100,000 just with his profit or his, business model and everything. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Someone who's like super good at, has everything laid out, what they search for, what makes money. They've sold enough where they know what the most profit margin is, where they're trying to target. Someone who's been doing it for a while like that, it doesn't surprise me at all. Like if you put the time in, that you're able to make the money in this market. Will that continue? I don't know. But right now, putting cards in plastic works really well.
I agree. I mean, yeah. My business, like, if I couldn't make money putting cards in plastic, I wouldn't have a business here. And I wouldn't want to, because I've thought about this, like listening to people like Squeaks, who in times when plastic didn't add much value, listening to people make plays and make in like speculations on specific single cards, buy 100 of this card and wait a year, 6 months, a year, 2 years till it had appreciated to a certain amount that they were comfortable selling at. Like, that has never been my business model, but it's been really cool and interesting for me to consider, well, maybe I should think about that if in preparation for a massive decline in slab demand. Like, what are the other ways you can make money? Getting a distributor, doing rip and ships, like, buying local collections and piecing it out, doing the old school way, whatever. This is like, I found the place that I enjoy the most, that sucks the least amount of life of me when it comes to the monotonous part of the hobby. I found the most like fun, exciting, spontaneous, engaging part that I could, because I did try and experiment. But if if it didn't work anymore, I don't know if I would even want to transition into those areas that I was just talking about. Like a lot of things had to culminate for me to be in the spot I am right now. Is what I will say.
And you're
Like
also
a ton of luck.
you're in your best spot right now too, because you've had to do the grind, and all your searching has brought you new plays. It's like a never-ending thing. It's like you discover a new card, you see the premium with it graded. The next thing you know, that's a part of your plays. It's a part of your search terms. Like you're constantly adding to your search list, and I mean your potential workload, but also your potential plays are that much larger. You become more familiar with a larger variety of cards, and then whenever you're familiar with the prices of those, and you see one that's undervalued or is super minty and listed, as Pokemon card or something, and you're able to snap it up because no one else has seen it yet, it only just escalates from there. So for me, like and Colson too, we really love the art. So like exploring the different art, finding new cards, that's also enjoyable. And it's not all about money. It's like I would like to research this stuff anyways, just because I like seeing new stuff, and Pokemon is like a never ending fountain of new stuff. Like I feel like I see a new card every week that I didn't know about still.
Yeah.
After looking at art for like a year now, it's kind of crazy.
If I wanted to collect this stuff, like if I didn't want to collect this stuff, I mean, I would never consider being here and doing what I'm doing. Like if I haven't been this engaged since I was a little baby, like I would never even consider it. It's just that, like, of course, the one thing in my life that I've stuck with the whole way and loved the whole way has become a really profitable venture right now. That doesn't mean it still will be in a year, in 2 years, and however many years. Maybe I'll adjust, maybe I won't. Like I'm not, you can't bet on things like this. And you'll hear people like Dan talk about that. Like I mean, it really is just an extremely volatile market, and it's in a liquid market. Like I could never give myself I could never write out a 3-year life plan when it pertains to this as my business. If I worked at Target, yeah, I could expect myself to keep that Target job or find a job extremely similar into the amount of hours I work and how much money I make. But with this, you just can't. Like there's so much more anxiety and stress and kind of time that goes into it than a lot of other ventures, or just a regular part-time job where you work as an employee at just like, any retail store or something like that. Like that's it. It's not as amazing and awesome as it sounds. Like it really, you do have to kind of stay on your feet, and it's hard to plan for the future. Something that I've learned, and I'll say.
Well, I think this piece about the grading, right, and how much of this recognition, and I think, Dan's, we're talking a lot about Dan right now, but this conversation is very much about what he does. But for lack of a better way to start, like his anxiety or concern or negativity or legitimate sort of criticism, kind of, I would say all of those things about grading and his concerns around the grading card companies, both in terms of like the legitimacy of the grades, when if your business is largely built on, for some reason, people, instead of sourcing raw cards and grading it themselves, for whatever reason, a variety of reasons, they are buying your graded card for 20, 30, 40x when they could go and buy 3 of those cards any day on eBay and grade it themselves. And the turnaround times are only like, a month or 2 months. You can even spend the $100, $150 premium and get it back in really short time. You could send it to SGC, who has like 3-day turnaround times or like 5-day turnaround times right now, or just like insane turnaround times, and still make, decent money. A little bit less so in Pokemon, but like that's a huge play in like sports right now. People are doing with SGC, Marvel, Star Wars, etc. it is natural to say, how can that last, right? And people in the chat have said that. You guys have hinted at that. It's like, will this last? As you said, Colson, do I need to look at something more like what Squeaks does, which is also dabble in or trying to understand the raw market and making sort of speculative, raw market plays, or I need to start getting in with a distributor and open up a rip and ship on my channel, or whatever I have to do. And I think that that's also the risk, right, of being a flipper in the sense of like as a job. Like if the cards don't go up at all, like I'm fine, right? If the cards go down in value, I'm okay. If the cards go down in value, you're fine, and more fine than I am financially because you're not holding them, as long as there's still liquidity and as long as there's still margin. But if that margin disappears, even if prices go up, you will not be fine. The business disappears. And so there could theoretically be a situation where everything goes up and people become more savvy and stop paying up for that grading. And so the investors and the speculators, people held, did great financially, but the people who were flipping and constantly doing that grading thing, that no longer exists. And they have no inventory, so they didn't make money on the capital gains. So that would be a situation where it would be like, now what do businesses do? Because there's the sort of the end market, like you guys are sort of these middlemen of getting that card. You're sort of passing that card to the next person. And for some reason, like Pokemon is making their money, the distributors are certainly making their money. The, eBay and the auction houses and PSA are all sort of making their automatic money off of it. And you're making money off of passing that item or repackaging that item or finding that item somewhere where the last person who holds it or the next person who gets it pays you more for whatever reason. It is a little bit of a strange business strategy when you think of it that way. It's like I'm depending on people either being lazy or lacking knowledge or if we don't want to put it in a negative way, they don't have the time and they're happy to pay the higher price. Like if we want to put it that way, it's like they're consumers and they know exactly what they're doing and they don't feel like taking the risk or taking the time, and they're happy that you sourced it. Now particularly very niche sort of Japanese stuff that they may never have seen before, they may not know, and that you rated one of the only PSA 10s because you bought a ton of it off of Buyee, where these people don't even they never even set up a middleman account through Buyee or through another middleman to source stuff on Yahoo Japan, whatever the case may be. I can see where you're providing more and more value there. Where it becomes more and more crazy to me is like special delivery Charizard,
yes,
All-Star Greninja, right? Like the more niche the thing is, the more it's like, okay, I can understand how someone sees this card, thinks it should be 3,000 because it's extremely low pop and it's extremely cool.
Yes.
And you even believe that maybe you shouldn't sell it. You just made so much grading it that you know what I mean? Like that makes a lot more sense to me than these models that are basically just built on like, I don't understand. But that is, I think at the end of the day, like a lot of people's maybe frustration or a lot of the conversation, when Dan and I talk, it gets to that sort of thing of like, yeah, like it's a bubble, or that feels bubblish, that feels like it can't sustain itself. Now a certain percentage of it should, right? Because a certain percentage of it, sorry, I'm going on and on, but a certain percentage of it is like, people are never going to be totally comfortable with grading. People are never going to want to take the risk. People are never going to have the time. But $500, is that worth $500 on like a brand new modern card? Or is that worth that much of a difference? Or should that be worth $50 like it used to be 5-6 years ago? When you would grade a PSA 10 and you'd sell for $50, and if it hit a 9, you'd sell for 25, and the card raw was like 20, 25. That was always sort of the prices have to come down to that point because people will keep grading the item until it crashes the market back to that. And for some reason on some of this modern stuff, and I don't know if it's because some of these, it's the whatnot and the mystery streamers and who's paying these higher. I mean, when people came by Swami's booth and bought up all of those singles, a lot of those singles were priced well higher than they could have just bought on eBay right then. And the why, what is happening there? Exactly. What is the thought process? It's very interesting.
Yeah. I just wanted to add this, like, I think it's pretty obvious in a way, what is going to keep working is me grading an Espeon EX from Golden Sky Silvery Ocean into a PSA 10, me buying it raw. I'll give an example. Me buying it raw for $125, grading it for $50, $175, and then selling it for $900. An extremely lucky play. I found a minty one that was listed as damaged and dirty. Is that going to keep working? Are you still going to be able to find plays like that? And is the market going to eat those 10s up still? Or is character rares going to keep working? Can you send a character rare to PSA, a character rare Charizard, and keep making money doing that? Like, seriously, it slabs, like, they serve a purpose for me and for other collectors that I've met for things that's, hard to find, hard to grade. Like, not, you can't just go onto eBay and find one to grade into a PSA 10. You can't do that. Whereas a character rare, you could find probably thousands of them. Like, what is going to stop working first? And that's why my business model has never been volume. It's never been character rares. It's never been modern. I've always focused on niche, hard to find things, because that's what brings me enjoyment. And that's what I think will continue to work in the long term, if anything works, when it comes to putting things in plastic. So I'll let Jake go. But
well, maybe one time, and then I'll let Jake Smith go.
Yeah.
Maybe one time. I mean, I would love to see exactly what you do, because I don't know how you scale that. Like, I don't know, like how do you make $100,000 going on to Bai and grading mid-gen Japanese like that? I just don't know how that's possible in a scale.
I mean, I'm not making 100,000, so I don't know if it is possible,
or even could.
Yeah,
because I used to buy hundreds of hollows. They used to have these lots that don't exist anymore, where I'd buy like 100 hollows at a time, and a lot of them would come back in grade 10s, and I'm selling them for like $300 each.
Yep.
Cards that I'm buying 50 cents each, I'm selling now. Now, part of that is the capital gains. Part of that is just you doing the exact same play you did before anybody, almost nobody was doing it back then, and you saw those types of returns, plus the capital gains, so you get these insane things. But like, I couldn't even back then have made 100K, even when I could buy 100 at a time. Like, I'm probably gonna make around 100K on that. So I just don't know. Like, I don't get it. Like, I get if you're doing like a million things and you're also doing that and you're also realizing capital gains, how people are making that much. It's just a little bit hard for me. Sorry, but go ahead, Jake. Sorry.
I'm seeing, so Colson is really good at sustainably finding niche things on Bai, grading them, being able to sell them for more, because he's learning Japanese. He already knows, has so many search terms. Like, there's a lot of work that's already gone into what he's doing. So he's able to find things before other people. Even people that are looking in Japan, like, people mislabel stuff all the time, mislabel it damaged, dirty. It's really like the eyes and being able to know what stuff is worth, immediately, and being able to not waste any time on something where it's like, oh, I see a little, edge dot next. It's like a lot of next. And he finally stumbles upon something and it's like, okay, this is good. Bye. And it's like very straightforward like that. But for Colson to get to the 100,000, I think the only way that's possible, like, I don't think that's very possible on Bai, because it's not a free giveaway site. Like, they're not just handing out licks left and right. Like, you have to put work into it to find this stuff, and you have to put a lot of experience and effort into finding stuff. And losing all the time, and then you learn from your wins and you learn from your losses, and you just keep getting better and better. Whereas, like, right now, there's a lot of easy money and just impulse, like special delivery Charizard, no brainer. Let's get a code. Let's send it to PSA. Hopefully my card comes in good. And it's the same thing with the character rares. Like, there was someone who bought 50 Pikachu character rares where he's cuddling up with the trainer, sent them all express to CGC and printed, because he got like 10 perfect 10s, 30 pristines, and then a bunch of and like immediately first to market. That's where I see a lot of the money being made right now, are the buys that you personally can't understand because you're an experienced person in the market. And it's like, obviously this card's going to go down in the next month, but there's also this crazy demand still along with Pokemon, where people need that perfect 10 right now. and there's demand for it. And it's like, I can't really explain it. It doesn't make much sense to me other than it's the newest, shiniest thing. And the newest, shiniest thing is always sold super high at the start.
But let's break down that play. Okay, so what was the exact play? So what did someone buy?
There's Japanese, I can't remember the set, Colson. I think it's Dark Phantasma. There's the Pikachu cuddled up next to the trainer. I think it's Kira's Pikachu.
So they bought 100. I'm gonna do
someone bought a whole bunch from Japan at the start. 100.
Say
100 was like a lot to sell through 100. They were able to sell all 100 like immediately
because they were first to market.
Yeah, and they were able to sell all 100.
They had a perfect 10.
Okay,
I think it was 50 or something, and they were all probably gradable for a 10 at CGC. They had quantity 10 listed for perfect 10s, quantity 20 listed for.
So how much of these did they get now? Like roughly?
I think like three. I think I saw a sale for 350 or 400 for perfect 10s, like 250 for pristines, and 9.5s are like 150 to start. And those are obviously have crashed drastically since then.
And how many did he sell?
Probably 50 plus cards.
He sold 50 of them at 350 to 150, and they were $1 cards each, or $2 cards, or $5 cards.
I think they were like 15 to 20 bucks per to start because it was like the biggest character rare. So as people were,
let's just say $25 into each card, something like that. $30. Let's say 30 with shipping and everything.
I think they were probably paying the 25. So I mean, it's probably 40 each card, I would say. But he had 50 of them. And yeah.
So let's say he has $2,000 into it, and we think he sold. You think he sold all 50 between 150 and 300?
I watched him sell all 50 of the 50 total. I think he had like 5 perfect 10s, 15 pristines, and all the rest were 9.5s and below. And he sold through all of those in like 2 weeks.
After fees, you'd make about $8,000 on that.
Yeah, super easy.
Yeah, but that's still hard to get to 120,000.
Right,
I mean, if you do that all the time, like if you, but if that's once a month, if you're doing that once a month and you're able to successfully, now if you're doing lots of other things, but that's insane, right? I mean that we can agree is like amazing, right? That's like incredible to go from like nobody like my big Star Wars have gone from like $70 to $400, and I think it's people have lost their minds. That we're talking an even higher percentage. We're talking $30 to $500 in some cases on a card that is not serialized that anyone could buy, that anyone knows about. This is not
comes in every other booster box, basically.
It's not like a hidden gem that you have to do research, right? Okay.
Yep.
That's amazing.
The guy saw the card, is like, this is going to be popular no matter what. And he sent it all to CGC. They got it back quick because PSA's turnaround at the time was like probably 3 to 4 months, and CGC was nearing that under a month. So we sent them all off, got a bunch of perfect 10s, a bunch of pristines, and sold them immediately with quantities. Like I was blown away. Like quantity 10 for perfect 10. I'm like, and he's like nearly sold through all of them by the time I saw it. I was like, wow, this guy, like, so it's plays like that where it's like there's money to be made.
How many times could they do that a year? Like how many plays like that are there right now?
It's probably 1 or 2 plays like that per set release. So if the set's good, like that's him totally relying on that Pikachu being what it is and it being popular. And he's gambling too that will sell for any premium. So he's like full in buying 50 of these, sending them all, and then just, hoping and praying that CGC gives good grades.
Kai says he's picking 5 and do it. Like, send me proof. Anyone out there. And I'm not doubting, but I want to see you making $8,000 on 5 cards by buying a bunch and flipping them and grading them. And because if you're making $40,000 per set by basically doing no work, that's.
But he's not saying he's doing that. He's not saying he's doing that volume. He just said you can pick 5 cards per set release and make money off of it.
Well, I think he's saying just do it 10 different cards, make 8K on 10 different cards. I mean, like. If you can do that would be amazing. And, but I'm part of my point is trying to illustrate it's part of it's asking, because if people are actually doing that, fair enough. Like I've never talked to anyone who has done that consistently on bunches of cards all year. And I also how often does that work? How often does that not work? I want to know. I mean, with that type of margin, you can't freaking lose, though. I mean, that's insane.
Right.
Like now, like on that type of margin, fine. Like you'd be a fool not to send cards like that out. You know, you might like if you're into that sort of thing, you might as well keep doing that until it stops working. Like if that is really the margin, because when we're talking about it corrects like 50%, you're still making a huge amount.
Yeah, you can still make that play right now. If you get a perfect 10 of a Curious Pikachu from the Japanese set, you can still probably 3x your money. It's just, risking that and, hoping the creator sees the same thing as you. Like, there's a lot of steps to it. But, like, whenever you're doing it at volume like that, it's like there's a play every set to be done. Like, if you put it in plastic, you're probably not going to lose unless you're missing something entirely. So
I just think we have to be careful not to exaggerate things. And so when like we're saying that heaps of people are doing this constantly,
I don't think heaps are doing it.
I'm making a sale like that every once in a while on things that I've held or plays that I make, on and non-Pokemon and other sorts of things. But I'm not doing it on 50 cards 5 times per set all year to make 130,000 a year. Like this is what I'm like. How much money are people actually making? Like, let's not exaggerate, because like people get very excited on the percentage gain and don't actually think about like how much money is that actually versus the amount of time or versus the amount of money you can make in doing something different. And I'm not trying to like, I know I'm like pouring cold water, but it's like, now if you can make $8,000 on a play that's that simple, that is that obvious, and you can do it even 2 times per set, let's say, I mean, we're talking about, what is that? That's going to be like, we're say like maybe 8 times a year. That's $128,000. Now, after taxes, you're talking like $90,000 you're taking home. And to me, that would be like amazing. Now, of course, you're going to have your all other parts of your business. So let's say even if I could do that twice a year, that's still a solid 16,000, which is going to give you, after taxes, $12,000. But then you're still $120,000 away. And I'm talking, you have to make $100K before taxes or after taxes. I'm more
along the lines of like there's certain things like the Giratina Altart and the Lugia Altart. We can use those where they're most definitely. I mean, the Giratina in Japanese is already over 1,000 in a PSA 10, and I was seeing those sell consistently 250, 300 raw in Japan, and it's like it's not a consistent thing, but when there's opportunity and you are very like believing in what your play is, like that guy with the Pikachu, there's huge opportunity in being able to make money from plays like that. I don't think it's consistent. It's going to be like huge chunks like with each release because it's all impulse buying. Like with like the UPC is going to be this exact same thing. I don't know what the PSA 10s are going to turn out for those, but with the quality and everything, they could be pretty large. So there's people even right now trying to pick up as many centered cards of those as possible and expressing them at the 100, and they're just going to see what happens. And I think they're going to do pretty well, even if they do that and then they start getting 10s. So it's constantly a moving thing, but it's like what you're saying where it's like, I can make 100,000 consistently per year. It completely depends on Pokemon, the art, like so many factors. And if people are still even watching content on YouTube about Pokemon or even into the games, like it's the demand is ever swaying, and it is a gamble putting a whole bunch of capital into that one Pikachu card. But that one guy I saw on eBay made out, happy as can be, because the amount of time that took was finding 5 10-card lots on Japan Mercari and sending it his way and then sending it straight to CGC. That's all he had to do was put it in card savers and send it and list it on eBay quantity. He didn't even do separate listings. Like he completely blew up the market and didn't care because perfect 10s were selling for 400 and pristines 250 or whatever. Like he didn't care, and they all sold out. So it's like just that impulse buying of a really cool card that I've seen do really well, and it's still happening right now. Like Lugia, I don't even want to look at what the price is for a raw in Japan. So that Altart.
So I think what's a little strange is that, like, in this discussion is that I'm trying to demonstrate what it's like, or how difficult in my mind actually sitting and doing the math would be, or how many of those types of plays with other types of things you would need to, like, after taxes, make over 100,000 a year. That is not me saying that you can't make a bunch of 3 to 5 X's on your money on a $50 car that you're selling for 150. Now, there's a whole nother discussion that's like, how long will that last? And is that a business model that can last forever? Is that a short-term thing? Will there always be that in Pokemon? Will it shift from eras or different places? I don't know the answer to that. It's amazing how it, and again, I'm not doing it on a daily basis on eBay, but like, I've graded like a few good looking cards and sold them for $100 at like a show that I had like, $15 into. So like,
Yep.
now do I know I could do that on mass? I don't. I don't know if Dan is doing that on mass. I know he's doing quite a few MetaZoo. I know he did a lot of like the McDonald's. Dan can speak for himself. Kai, I think maybe Kai is. I mean, you can tell us, Kai, if you want, like how much money you're making, like how many you're actually selling of that. Because again, the argument is not that people aren't selling that. It's that how much can you actually do that? How repeatable is it? And let's not over exaggerate. Maybe I'm being too critical here, but it feels like sometimes when I'm having this discussion, it feels a little bit like people are getting blinded by the percentage returns and not realizing like that it's like to actually create people talk about it like we're going to make 500,000 or something or 400. Now, if you're making 40, 50,000 with not that much work, that's great. That's phenomenal. And it's not that hard and it's enjoyable and you can have another job on the side or it's paying your bills. Like that's something completely different.
I mean, it's just like, it's like this. The play, the reason why the play works is because there's a certain amount of time that it works. Like I know what Kai does, and he doesn't just like, he's not going to pick that Pikachu play 6 months after the set releases. He's going to do it when the set releases. Putting modern cards in plastic has worked with PSA and CGC and BGS every single set release, whether it be alt arts or the character rares now. It keeps working. Like that's the argument. And a lot of those kind of fizzle out. It's just like this. As time goes on, they get cheaper and cheaper.
That's not what I'm arguing against. I'm saying how much can you actually do that? How many cards can you source? How much can you flip? And then how many can you sell? And how much money is that really? I'm looking for a number.
No, I know. I don't think anyone's trying to argue with you about that. Like you're totally right that there's only so many that you can sell, and for how much time? Like I feel like that's kind of inarguable.
Like the guy who came first to market with those, 5 perfects. I'm sure I'm changing the numbers as I go, but like it's like 5 perfects, 15 pristines. He nuked the market, and it's exactly what you're saying. Like he already reached everyone who wanted that card right then and there for that amount, and you saw the prices dip from there. And it's like the more popular the Pokemon, and also the rarity, if it's an alt art, that would stay longer. The character rares did not last very long because they're very common. That demand faded quickly. But I don't think it's, it depends with each Pokemon, each art. Like the demand for each is different. And like what you're saying, like they could come out with a Magnezone, set, and someone tries the same play and they get wrecked. And I'm sure it's going to start happening eventually. Someone's going to try to grade the Regidrago alt art and they're going to get wrecked. Or that just as an example, like people will try to play with everything and people will start getting wrecked in certain areas. And people always go back to, the Lugia, the Charizard. I think those types of plays will last the longest with this modern impulse buying type setup that we have going on. So.
Yeah, I mean, my 2 questions, right? And I still have not. I haven't gotten an answer from the chatter from anyone with specifics, and you can share me them later. We can move on too if this is getting frustrating. But it's like I believe you that these plays exist. How many times can you repeat it? And then to Jake Smith's point, or what Colson said, like, can you do it with every set? What if you're the second person? Has anyone had an experience of being the second person and then it was flooded? Like, are people doing it with one card and then they're saying I'm a millionaire and they're telling other people to do that? I mean, my frustration is like, I'm all about celebrating people and people's successes. Like I'm sorry if it doesn't seem that way, but it's like I'm also very defensive of like narratives being created because I feel like people get shit on for not flipping and not collecting. And I think that there's a little bit of an exaggeration at times, I feel, on like the amount like people who are it's also like people have been doing this for a year, 6 months, 2 years. I don't know. It's great that it's working. If it's working, um, I suppose I am skeptical that there are people making like I'm very skeptical that anyone is making over $100,000 after taxes. Like very, very skeptical. If we add in, if you don't have a deal with eBay, you don't have like a YouTube business. And if you are, I would like love for you to like show me exactly what that is because it just like I've sat down and I've tried to think through the math. Now, did I know someone sold 50 of those Pikachus for $8,000 on that set? Like that's amazing. I mean, I didn't know. That's
You
crazy.
didn't know. That's crazy. 'Cause I feel like with all of us, we know this is a thing and it's been a thing, and I think that's why people aren't really talking about it because it just keeps working, and they know it's a supply thing at the end of the day. Like if we've seen so many cards, and I've seen so many cards in the last 6 months that get slaughtered by a bunch of new people getting into this card and being shown this card and grading this card and destroying the price. Like it's really wow. I didn't know you didn't know about this play. That's crazy to me.
But I didn't know someone sold 50 of those Pikachus. No.
No, just the whole CGC modern play. Like this has.
Oh no, I definitely know. There are people who putting $1 cards in purchase B10 selling it for $100.
Oh yeah.
People are doing it like one card at a time.
Yeah.
That I know. I don't know anyone who's selling 1,000 of those. Like I don't know a single person.
Yeah.
And it feels exaggerated to me. This again, I'm claiming I feel like I'm being misunderstood. It's getting frustrating. I'm claiming one thing. Are you able to make over $100,000 doing this in the Pokemon market at scale?
Not with one play.
I don't know.
Not with one play.
If I gave you $100,000 to invest in these cards and flip them into CGC cases, could you make me $100,000 in a year? Like very definitely. Maybe.
The only thing I could think of right now, if we were choosing one play to do that, maybe pick up a bunch of Lugia Altarts, just keep going, and then trickle those PSA 10s on like for another year as we grade them. But no, I don't think there's one play because it'll just exhaust the market. It's not the sports card market, or if you're grading 1,000 of something, you're going to absolutely nuke that price because you're going to run out of buyers.
I think also the argument with Kai or discussion, whatever it is, like Kai lives in Australia, which has a completely different buyer base, and he uses an Australian-based grading company to grade these cards. So he's literally turning $1 holo cards into $50 slabs using a company because Australia doesn't have nearly as much supply. Like he's one of the biggest people selling slabs in Australia. Like there's so many factors you have to consider. Like maybe I think Kai could, in his situation, he might be able to make $100K because Kai does a ton of different plays.
But how many?
He does a ton of different things.
That's my question, and I would love kind of like what?
Oh yeah, for sure.
How many are you selling of that? Because that's only $30 a card, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you take $1 card and grade it for $6, like there's a lot of cards you can make money with a $6 grading cost, like in Australia.
If there's a lot that will sell, and a lot of each one that you could sell, and that's what so it's like if there are 100 different cards and you could sell 100 of each of them, and then it's how many people are actually doing it. So if you have, if there were 100 different cards, you could sell 100 each, and we had there were 10,000 cards that could be sold like that. How many different people are doing it? And then if that's true, why aren't more people doing it? Why aren't more people competing in the market? Like if someone can make hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then it becomes, well, it's because no one's talking about it, or people are keeping it secret, or people don't believe it, or there aren't people in Australia, or people are lazy, or people don't want to learn a new thing, or people, whatever.
I just wouldn't. I wouldn't. Like I don't think. And I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
I think it comes with variety. Like you can't just do one play and it worked. Like that guy that made the $8,000 or whatever he made off of Express sending that to CGC, I like genuinely think he made a very large chunk of like the total, crazy profit, like, over 200%, like 2x, 3x, 4x, whatever he got for the perfect tens. He nuked the market, took most of the profit, and everyone that was behind him had much lower profit. Like if he had spaced it out, let him go one at a time, and allowed more people to compete, I think it would have been a more sustainable market. But the dude had like 15 pristine tens, quantity 15, and he listed it. And they were just selling because he was the first to market. So I don't think it's very realistic that you can make $100,000 off of one card or one type of play. I think you have to do, you have to have a very large, net on what you're trying to pick up, and have a diverse store and everything like that. So,
and I'm not saying that for sure. I'm saying you make $100,000 on putting cards into slabs. That's it, and then selling them and flipping them immediately in a year. Okay. And like, if you can do that, that's amazing. And I'm stunned, and I apologize that I'm like being a dick if I'm being a dick. It's stunning. It's very upsetting because people are just like, I'm just amazed that much of it's happening. I see it happen, but I think of it as like one-offs or like 5-offs. Dan tells me all the time, like he's selling CGC, reverse hollow, like MetaZoo stuff for like $120, but I'm imagining he's selling like 30. Who cares? It's $3,000 on a set. It's his full-time job, right? Doing that. Like that's not so much money. And that's not before fees. And like when I actually do the math on most of these things, it doesn't scare me that much. But if there's like a bunch of people making $100,000 on just that, like who are the people buying this?
Well, it's going to stop working. It's going to stop working.
It's just upsetting.
I mean, yeah, I think
my live reaction of an upsetting fact, if it's true.
I think people making that amount, they have they have more than 100,000. Like if they're just making 100,000, they probably have more than 100,000 because they need shitloads of money for grading fees. They need shitloads of money for even acquiring the cards. Like to be able to making that much, like I don't think it's someone going out with $5,000 and they're making 100,000 like that. That's not. I don't think that's a thing.
Yeah.
Maybe in 2019, if they made that 5,000 really, really work through the boom, they maybe did it. But yeah.
Yeah. Nestor, you do not understand what I'm saying. Like
he's just making fun.
No, I feel like it's, yeah. I'm very happy for anyone like Kai or Colson, Jake Smith, any of you guys who are like making money and flipping. Like, do I love it that you're doing it on these plays? I guess not. Like,
I don't do these plays
because I find it just like, I find the whole thing upsetting because I care about the hobby, and it's just weird to me. Like the fact that middlemen can flip and make that, if they're really making, like if there are tons of you guys making $100K, like that scares me, or that type of money, which is why I'm pushing the amount so much. But if it's you guys are making these plays once in a while and making some money, that's a very different scenario in my mind of how much I'm concerned about all of it.
I think that's what's happening, Jake. I think that's the majority of what you just said there. I think knowing Jake Smith, he doesn't go 100 Pikachus from Dark Phantasma Deep. He'll grade 5 or 10. He'll grade 5 or 10.
A bunch of other stuff.
Off of a bunch of other stuff, right? Like I don't think it's not like no. And I told you before we even had this conversation, I said I don't like to use CGC. I don't like grading cards that I think are, way too expensive for being in a slab.
Kai, I'm not upset with you. I'm upset with the people. and I'm upset with the hobby.
Yeah.
That's upsetting. No, that's what I'm upset about, not you at all. I mean, I'm a little like I'm pushing because I actually want you to tell me if you like I'm pushing for anyone to give me any numbers, and you can afterwards if you want. But like that's why I'm upset. I'm upset because I didn't understand, and I've been tracking prices, and I don't see tons of things like this being sold, like tons and tons. So I don't see it. But like I obviously can't track everything. I mean, there's tons of sets and tons of cards. So it's just
Yeah, it's not everyone doing those types of plays. For me, I'm trying to like right as the card is released, I'm trying to pick up ones where I think I can maybe make money on this because it's a cool, Gengar character rare. Okay, I'll add that like a few of those to my sub, and I'll go over here to another cool card that I think is cool if it was in the slab, and I'll grade that. And at the end of the day, if they all get 5s, then I get fucked. But if they all get 10s, then I guess I make money. And maybe I'll even keep one if I like it. Like that's kind of how I treat it, is like I want to grade stuff that looks cool. If it perfect 10s, like, yeah, there's going to be a premium there. I'll put up on auction and, let the market handle it. But it's not like I'm grading 100 Pikachus and being like, yeah, screw these guys. Like, I believe they're paying this amount and I'm really caking up from them. Like, screw the market. Like I'm the smartest one here. It's definitely not that. It's like little bits here and there. And, there may be people like that who are buying 100 Chari UPCs, ripping them all and trying to get all the first PSA 10s to just, dump on the market. Like, I'm sure there's people out there that are like that, but, I'm just trying to fill my subs, trying to grade what I like and, try to sell cool cards.
So like this play made you $600.
Which one?
The play that Kai just said. Which to me doesn't scare me at all. Like that, and also the numbers don't scare me. $12 to 45, 35, that feels not crazy to me. It's the 510 to 500, and then lots of those plays every set that I just feels scary.
Well, Jake, do you believe that you could find 150 cards like that Pikachu VMAX and then make whatever it is, 90K, close to 100, like
to do 150 of those?
150 different cards.
So that would be at 90K. Yeah. 150 different ones that I could sell 50 of and not lose. And I don't know. I mean, is that what Kai's doing? I mean, when we think of it that way, maybe in this environment, I don't know how much time that would take. I don't know how long, like, I wonder, like, did Kai sell all 50? Is he still selling some? Like, how long? I don't know. I'd be interested.
That card's really interesting. I like, because with CGC, the 10 rate was so low. And I just had one, like, back when I was buying modern and everything and really, enjoying the modern chase stuff. I looked through all the boxes at my Target, picked out the best looking one. So that card, I only sent one of those in and I got a CGC 10. And like, that's the randomness of it. Like, that was just one card in like a 50 card sub, and it got the 10, and I was able to, I think I sold it for 120 or something like that for a CGC 10. But I think the pop was like 2 or 3 at the time. So it's like, I literally just sent it to auction. That's what the market wanted for it. And like, that's just one thing, is like, it's not like, I don't think it's like a scheme. Maybe for some people it's a scheme. I mean, Kai obviously saw value in that card. There was demand, but then I just randomly threw one in a sub and got lucky. So like, yeah, the card looked perfect to me, and that's why I sent it in. Like, I was probably going to lose on the card. I'm like, I'm probably going to lose on this card. Sent it in. It got a 10. I didn't lose. Thank God. But it's like, it's just things like that all the time. It's like, you never really know what grade they're going to give you. You know what you're hoping for. You know what you think the card should get. And, some stuff gets higher, some stuff gets lower, and, the market pays for what the market's going to pay for it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable at all to take a good-looking modern card of a really popular Pokemon that other people aren't thinking of grading or doing it before other people grade it, so that the population and supply doesn't get flooded, and then easily selling it for $50. Like, that should work forever as long as the hobby is pretty engaged, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you do it really fast and there aren't too many people doing it. But that is so different than $500. Like the person buying that $50 cute Pikachu card because it's cute and it's the first one they've seen and they're excited, and the person buying like a $500 like CGC 10 in mass, like tons of those, knowing how many are there going to be out there because they, I don't know, they are investing or they're like, I don't know. It's just that's where I like lose my mind. And I know it was one example. That could be just like an extreme outlier, and I like took it as like that's what we're talking about here, like a repeatable thing. But like, I don't know.
That's kind of what I brought it up, was it was an extreme outlier. That like it's still to this day, I'm just thinking of that guy. He literally spent, I don't even know how much money, like so much money on just all these raws and sent it all off, paid for all the grading, and it worked out super well just because it was a good card. Like good cards do well, and you can hate the Moonbreon all you want. Apparently, it's a good card. The market says it's a good card, and it's selling for the prices it's selling for. I just wanted to bring that up just because I thought it'd be it was really interesting just to see a perfect 10 of a card with a quantity, like quantity 10. I was just like, I've never seen anyone do this, but he printed, so it was kind of crazy.
Yeah, stuff like this where it's like $15, you know, you're sending in, you know, you're buying the card for 80 cents or whatever, and then because the Charizard, if it gets a 10, it'll get 30 to 50. I don't know like what 10 rate you're getting versus 9 rate. I don't know what the 9s sell for. 9s you might break even, 10s you may sort of double your money. That's exactly what everything was like before the boom. So that to me, this is like normal like flipping margins. The problem is like you have to do that so many times to make a huge amount of money. Like this is not like the percentage is great there, the percentage play. But there's also times where you might pick one that doesn't move as much. Like I don't know if like, and kind of be interesting to know like your accuracy rate in terms of like your sell-through rate, like, you know, and then how many Charizards can you pick that really fit that? Do they all sell through? It was more difficult years ago because it was mainly like vintage and middle gen. Like it was harder to find and source those types of things and types of plays. But that was like the math that I would always do. I used to do it for a while. I was doing it on like first edition commons and uncommons and things like that. Whatever. All right. Sorry for all that.
All good.
No, it's an interesting conversation. I mean, this whole conversation is exactly why I don't do it. I hate having to rationalize why these cards are selling for these prices. Like I don't like it. I don't like that you could put a card in plastic and that's anybody could buy 100 of and make money. I don't like it. And I don't think it'll work into the future, but that's just my own personal opinion. So, yeah.
In the past, it would just move around. Like it would get flooded,
Yeah.
then people would stop grading, then people would start grading again as soon as it ticked back up. As long as it's a card that just like always has demand, and the initial burst doesn't way overshoot the overall demand. So, for example, like the Mega Charizard got way overshot initially.
Mm-hmm.
So that was like $400 for a PSA 10, and it got pushed all the way down to $50 for years, which that is too inexpensive for a card like that. Like even back then, but Evolutions was printed so much got open and so much got graded because the price was so high and that play was so strong, and it was such an easy card to grade. Most of the full arts during that era were not easy to grade. So then that pushed. So that's an example of where then so many people made that play, it pushed it all the way back down, and then it became a terrible play. So it's interesting, but yeah.
From your experience, were people like, what was the raw, like after it had gotten crushed? What do you remember like the raw price compared to the PSA 10 price?
Yeah, I want to say raw was like 25-ish. So we're talking like and sort of that 9 to 10 play. But with grading, it would have really not been worth it because then we're talking about at that time you could get like $7, $7.50 grading in a special, maybe $6. So you're talking like, you know, you're talking $21 into the card, and then it's gonna usually 10. So, but after fees, you're talking you might make like $12-15 a card, and then every 9 you get, you lose like $5-6. So it's just the margin there's just awful. So basically, it was like just a grind, like an absolute grind. And that's why, yeah, the numbers slowly went down in terms of the amount that were being graded.
Well, I just asked that as is like, will these plays ever get to the point where people stop making any kind of money? Like that margin isn't worth a lot of people for even at volume, especially if liquidity isn't even that high, like per card.
Yeah.
Are people going to start losing money putting cards in plastic and hitting tens? Like that's kind of what I'm interested to see. And I don't want any exposure to that. I want zero exposure to that when it comes to like modern cards or dollar cards and $40-$50 slabs. So that's where I'm at.
Like psychologically, I really understand $50 for any like modern Pikachu Zardin slab for certain people. Because like I get like that person's mindset. It's cool looking. They don't want to grade it themselves. They've never graded anything before. They have no idea how. It's really not that much cheap. Like they're spending 25 extra bucks, or 30 extra bucks, right? To get a guaranteed 10. That makes sense for them, and it makes sense for Kai to do what he's doing. It's just when you get outside of that it becomes wild. And to me. Now it is interesting that so many people there are enough people willing to buy versus the amount of people actually doing it, which is interesting that it's not getting overly flooded. And then Kai, you could go into greater detail about like what the window looks like and how fast if you don't sell through it right away, does it slow down? And then like how long does it take to sell out the rest once people have moved on? Sure, it depends on the set, depends on the card, depends on the Pokemon, but all right. Jake, I know you said you need to go pretty soon.
Yes, sir.
I'd love to hear some of your thoughts on this, on any other topics, anything on your mind before you not to leave us. We can also take some questions if you'd like to answer some questions.
Yeah, we can answer some questions, but I think the thing we were talking about, like for some reason I was just zoning off thinking about how much of the demand for Char UPC is just from people trying to crack the cards, sending them PSA right away, versus how many people are trying to make the holding it sealed play versus people that are just opening it and enjoying it and will never even sell the Charizard promo. So I don't even know how many they would have to print or make to even, make it go under MSRP. It's probably a number I can't even count to. But yeah, the Charizard UPC, because I bought a couple to, rip packs, enjoy with my girlfriend, and, maybe break even or make money by sending the cards to PSA. Just seems like free modern packs type of play. Like you just can't lose money on it. But obviously everyone else is thinking the same thing. So yeah, that's kind of what I was daydreaming about when y'all were finishing up the conversation. So yeah.
I wanted to say this in relation to just enjoying things. My little brother, he's 16. He pulled the Giratina V from Lost Origin. That's the set name, right? I believe so. The alt art, and he's had it for like, what's it been, like a month? He got it pretty much when the set came out. I was like, hey dude, I texted him today. I was like, right now these are selling for 700 and a PSA 10, and his looks like a 10. I was like, hey, do you want me to grade this for you at like a pretty fast tier? Because $700 is a ton of money to a 16-year-old who doesn't have a job or anything. And obviously it would be more like 600 after fees and shipping or whatever. But that's a ton of money. And he was like, oh yeah. He's like, yeah, we can send that out. And then he's like, oh, my friend at school, I'm not too close to friends with him, but he told me every once in a while he opens packs. Like he'll go to Target, he'll pick up a couple packs, and his friend pulled the Moonbreon from Evolving Skies. Another just 16-year-old kid just enjoying the hobby. And my brother doesn't sell anything. He buys, I kind of brush off on him. Like he'll go on PWCC and buy like Japanese mid-era 9s and stuff, like things he can get for really cheap. Like recently he bought a Regice EX from Undone Seal in a PSA 9 because it was super cheap. No one really, there's not much competition there, and he just loves that card. Like, it's crazy how all these cards, there's, my point was there's such a variety of experiences with all these cards and the thinking of all these cards, for everyone. Like, to think that there are 16-year-olds struggling with the prices of alt arts right now too is like, I don't know, it kind of blows my mind a bit, because when I was 16, I my collection, like Pokemon cards and modern especially, wasn't even that valuable. Like the XY era and stuff was not really something I had to worry about. I would go on eBay, I was like, oh, it's $10. I spent $20 to open this box. It's kind of like a wash, you would get like $10 out of a $20 EX box if you were lucky. So I don't know, just some, we're not just to say, like, we're not the only ones here. It's a huge hobby. It's a huge market. Like, I don't know, just kind of cool.
It's crazy that you can be a kid and you have to then juggle if you want to sell or not.
Yeah.
Like, it used to not be like that. Like, it used to be like, oh, you're trading on the playground. Now it's like, do I want $400 for the bike I wanted, or like, do I need to? Like, it's kind of crazy where things are at right now.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Kai asked H22. That's the best card in the hobby. I think everyone should look up H22. Beautiful card.
You all right, Jake?
I just hate this shit. It goes back to what I was talking about in the beginning. Like, I really like these cards and care about the hobby and the art, and it offends me. If I'm being completely honest, a lot of this stuff just offends me. Like, in a visceral way. There's nothing like logically offensive to me. It's sort of like but like, if I try to like look at it in a more positive way, it's like people are really enjoying it, and they're maybe they're finding beauty in that, $500 CGC 10 freaking Pikachu being like I don't know how, to be completely honest with you, because these cards I've had a relationship with for like 30 years almost, or 25 years or whatever. I don't, as someone who, like, it can only come from time, it can't just be like the look, like, I don't understand. So, but I struggle sometimes with that sort of thing. But don't take that like Kai or like anyone else, because I think sometimes people take it as like, I'm not at all offended by like people making the plays. I'm offended that they're like, that people are.
I don't know.
I just don't get it. I guess I get unsettled by things that don't make sense to me. And there's something about that like upsets me, because there's so many cards in this hobby that are so beautiful and niche and deserving of people sort of like attention and care and talking about, and like, this is what's going on. Like, people are paying $500 because it's just in a freaking piece of CGC plastic, and to go to, like, it's just arbitrary nonsense grading that it's a CGC 10 instead of a regular 10. And who cares about this card? Is not historic or important at all in the hobby. It will never be important. But like, I don't know. So
we haven't even mentioned black labels. Those are way worse than DC perfect 10s. Especially when the center's off.
When I sold my cards at Peak Boom for 20x, I couldn't sleep. I was having like sleepless nights because I was so concerned about the hobby and people. And I literally like made this channel. You can see me viscerally upset like every day talking about all this stuff. And I actually tried to sell to like Logan Paul or like people who were very rich, because I literally didn't want to sell it to people, and particularly new people. So I ended up just like auctioning most of it and just throwing it out, basically, like to not sell it directly to people. So I have no idea who bought the stuff at high amounts. Yeah, I don't know. It was unpleasant. I didn't honestly, like, I didn't really know exactly what to do, and I had like all night conversations with lots of people in the hobby about it. So it's not like I'm, I had the same types of feelings.
It's the game that the grading companies have given us to play. It's like literally like a lottery game. It's like, oh, I sent in the card, I got a black label. Now everyone wants it for 100x the price it should be. So, yeah, it doesn't make sense to me either. I do like condition rarity. Like, I do think there is something to having a super minty PSA 10 versus it looks like a card that should be a 7 in a PSA 10. Like, I like having the mintiest of the minty. But when we go of the mintiest of the mintiest of the minty because some guy said it is and he gave it all 10s, that's where I get lost. But I can't deny that I don't like it when I do get that grade for something I graded. So yeah, I can see what you're talking about for sure.
If it makes you uncomfortable, why do you invest to begin with? Is it like a happy medium? So part of why value investing makes me completely comfortable is because I'm investing or speculating on things I think are undervalued. And then I'm selling them potentially somewhere down the line at a price where I think they're more valued correctly. So it kind of is like what Colson's talking about of like you're buying, speccing, and grading things that you believe in, that you think are beautiful, that you think are good cards, and you're not doing things that feel ridiculous. Also, like, I'm a collector. I am not a business. This is not a business. I'm not here primarily to make money. My end goal is to have a collection and to like enjoy my time in the hobby and like make friends and appreciate the cards and the art. So my like the market talk and the market analysis is all like the fun and games of trying to get there. So that's my answer to that. So like I have no problem investing in something that feels very undervalued and being sort of the smart one who played the game or something who got there first, and then later selling it to people. Like when I was selling my level X PSA 9s for like $250 when I bought them all at like $12. I think $200 is a much fairer price. I don't feel bad selling $150, $200. The PSA 10, really great middle gen Japanese cards that have pop 6, pop 7 that I'm selling for $1,100 that I bought at like $5. I don't feel bad selling those. I think they're great cards. You can't find them. You can't get them. Like it's just a completely different feeling, to me. So, and I guess now it's getting like where it feels like I'm hating on people who are doing this play, which I didn't want. And oh well.
Yeah,
it's a tough thing to talk about because of that, I guess, because then people feel like they're being attacked and then they attack me. So
that's a good question though, Squeaks.
Yeah,
and for everybody in the chat, like, nobody's mad at anyone. Like, we're just having a discussion. Don't take it too seriously. We're talking about putting character rares in plastic. Like, I don't know.
Super impressive stuff.
I know Jake isn't mad at Kai, and I know Kai isn't mad at Jake. Like, it's not. Yeah. You know how many times I've had this conversation with these guys, Jake? I will never understand it either, but they can go make their money doing it. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. If it keeps working, I'm okay with that. I don't think it's going to keep working, but that's just my bias, right? Like, I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah, I have to reflect more on this. I clearly haven't thought about it enough.
It's just like whenever there's easy money, like throughout human history, if there's easy money and someone's going to get hurt for it, it's still going to happen. like people are still going to take advantage of it because they want to increase their own standing in life and their own, pocketbook. Like, I mean, I don't know. It's hard. It's a hard thing to debate morality wise because it's been happening for the end of time. And now, it's just, there's just another space it's happening in, and it happens to be, playing cards. So collectible cards, where it's like, with YouTube and everything blowing up the way it did, and, increasing the expansion of Pokemon and the interest in it, that interest is still flying high. Even if the boom is over, there's still so many people interested in it. So many people pulling up Instagram, seeing that Pikachu character rare, saying that's their new favorite card and they want it in a perfect 10. First one on the market's 500. They're paying for it, even though, they're probably going to lose money if they ever try to resell it. I don't know. It's like people are just going to get hurt whenever there's easy money, because easy money comes with people, spending, not within their means, or, on the wrong thing. So yeah, it takes a lot of thought. Kind of exhausting.
All right. I know you have to leave soon, Jake. I really appreciate you taking the time to be on here. I'm sorry I took up so much of the conversation with my sort of heatedness tonight. I was very much looking forward to chatting with both of you. I think you're both very bright and interesting people. I hope you'll come on again in the future.
Yeah, it was enjoyable. I love the heated conversation. I like talking about that sort of thing. Like, it doesn't make sense to me, and it's like it's interesting to talk about why stuff like that is even happening. And it's a lot of impulsiveness. But yeah, if everyone could impulsively follow me at Minty Mountain on Instagram, and like and subscribe to Jake's channel, that'd be awesome. But thanks for having me on, Jake.
Thanks, Jake. Take care. Have a good rest of your night.
Thanks, y'all.
Bye, Jakey.
See you, Colson. Bye.
How you doing, Colson?
I'm good. I think when things get a little hot, they get a little spicy, sometimes you can get the best conversations out of it when people, because we really care about this stuff. And I think it shows with, how this conversation has gone. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think I need to reflect on this more, because I'm just not really sure exactly why I'm feeling the way I'm feeling. There's some interesting questions here about it.
Yeah.
Like, am I just upset? There was one that was interesting. Like, am I upset that it's so easy or simple, and that it requires like no effort or time or engagement? I think that that's fair. Like, I like things that are complex or challenging, and I think that it, like, doing a bunch of research and then, being rewarded or something for a value investment feels more fair to me than making a bunch of money on something that like anyone could do. But I understand how that's like a shitty feeling. Like, I'm not proud of that feeling. So that is a part of it. I do think though, like, a lot of it is most of it is just like offended. Like, I'm actually like viscerally offended by people's like tastes, which is also hilarious. Like, and not great. Like, I'm offended that people on some level look at that CGC 10 like and pay $500 for it and are like excited to get it. I'm like, it's scary and weird and strange to me. But listen, I'm whatever. A passionate person. I have my feelings and my opinions, I guess. I'm sorry to those that I've offended or reached you because of them. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't like making anyone feel judged or offended. But yeah,
That's interesting. I feel like I felt confused, but never viscerally offended.
I get offended when people spend money on things that are stupid. And actually, if I really want to go deep into it, and this is going to take a very serious turn. No, I probably shouldn't go into my psychology. I grew up in a household of Holocaust survivors, and money was like a very like serious thing, and money and like freedom. And my grandmother used to like put money in the freezer, and there's all sorts of like relationships to money. So I think I have my own sort of like where I take things very seriously, and I find that like offensive, like on some level. But I guess it's the same offensiveness that a lot of people feel when people like, you know, it's like people could feel like people all the time could feel that offensiveness about like my collection, you know, like instead of like that it's silly and it's stupid and it's cardboard, and why should one piece of cardboard be like more worthy of money being spent than the other. And I guess for me, it's like if I spend money, I'm like very serious about it, like being valuable. I get like offended by stupid purchases or something on some level, or frivolous purchases or unresearched purchases or all of that.
People don't like your baby shinies.
What do you mean?
Well, just the amount of conversation. It's just funny.
What do you mean?
Oh, just like I remember when you had talked about that play. There was a lot of debates in like the Discord about it, about whether they were good buys or not. I was more just poking fun. I'm not serious. It was just like that's another thing that people are like. A lot of people are like, "Oh God, modern like you, like a modern in a CGC slab, like." But who cares if you like it? And it's cheap.
Well, I think that's why at like $50 it doesn't offend me, but at $500 it does. Like it literally
That makes sense.
that. It's like I'm not offended by like a $30-$50 purchase, but it's also like who gives a crap about any of it, and why am I offended over like people spending money on Pokemon cards? It's pretty ridiculous. Like I get it. Like
yeah, because you have to think they might be making 10 of these $50 purchases. Should you be offended at that? Like, in the same amount of time that someone would make a $500 purchase.
Not nearly as offended, because I think each one, because I think each one is not that crazy. Like I kind of get it, and you could probably sell each one at a reasonable price. Like the 500 feels like someone went into like a like someone by accidentally clicked that button. Like I don't understand how.
Yeah.
Like what? Can you explain what would the thought process be?
How would I explain? I don't do the play. I'm the last person you want to ask. Bring
right.
Dan on.
You guys have any questions?
Yeah, let's answer some questions. Who wants to talk about Moonbryon?
Oh, and Squeaks, not at all. Your question was not offensive at all. It was a great question.
Bring Squeaks on.
Squeaks, you want to jump on?
Come on, Squeaks.
Yeah.
Aw.
I think as I'm thinking about it more, it's that money is not the goal for me. And this is going to be like so privileged or whatever. And it's like, but it really like, I love the cards and I love the challenge of investing and the intellectual. So that play, it's offensive to me both on the like intellectual like difficulty to someone's point who I think was right on, and it's offensive on and it's like and it's on cards that I don't think are valuable or investable or speculative, or collectible. And I feel like people who are getting them are like probably overpaying and thinking it's like there's just a lot of things that upset me about it. I don't know. Do you feel those ways, or do you not feel that?
I don't feel as strongly as you do, I don't think, because I've been like exposed to this knowledge for like months now, and know people have been doing this for a long time. When it comes to specific things like character rares or things like that, because at the end of the day, it's like I don't know what's in that person's head who's buying that card for $500, and I'm not going to assume it's like total unhappiness. So, but I do totally understand your experience with money and your experience on like the value of money, and not taking it so lightly. But I guess I come from it from a place of like my reason for being here is I love this. I love Pokemon. I want to build a collection that I like. And the business is because I want more free time to pursue like creative passions and going out with friends and having awesome experiences in my youth before I sit down and have like a 9 to 5 or something like that. Once I get my degree, like I don't know. We all have different motives.
No. Is what I do in my business offensive? Just let's see. Anything offend me in Mason's business? I don't think so. In fact, when everyone was super like upset with Mason charging like 140, 160 booster bucks, that doesn't offend me at all because you're getting exactly the product. If you go into eBay 2 seconds, you can pay less, and Mason can charge whatever he wants. I think this play feels so different for me, this grading thing, because it's not. And again, I don't feel any animosity towards Kai or anyone else doing it. I wish I could express that, but it's like I'm being genuine. I'm not just trying to avoid conflict. I would tell you if I felt that. It's like it just grosses me out that it's like a thing and it's in our hobby. Like I don't like that it's a thing. I don't like that it continues to be a thing. I don't know. It's as far as your business, Mason, you don't even do the stuff we're talking about. So like I certainly have no issue with like physical stores, buying cards at like 50% value and then selling it at like full value. So why do you hate
that? Kai's a troll.
Yeah, you guys need to not troll me when I'm like trying to be serious because I can't handle it.
No, Mason's the best. Mason could never make a mistake ever. He does everything right always.
All right, we can do some questions.
Yeah.
Jake, can you envision a situation where the Charizard UPC oversells and people are selling under retail because they're in too deep? Sure. I mean, do I think it's going to happen? No, I definitely don't think so. But it's all gambling. It's supply and demand. We have no idea how much people are gonna. I think my immediate answer to something like this is that when we hear about these plays on these Pikachus and we hear about the way that you can just like grade cards and make that much money, it feels like it would be hard not to be able to grade these Charizards as long as they're in decent condition. I know a lot of people have opened them. People are starting to open them. They're not in the best condition. Like there is ways where it could go bad because people tend to only irrationally way overpay for like perfect 10s or 10s. Even if it's in a difficult card to grade, and the 9 should be the 10. People tend not to pay the same amount for the 9. So that could be a scenario that hurts it, but it's just hard to imagine that you couldn't at least open it and grade it and probably get your money back or make some money. Basically what everyone else says on it. Just the safety net is pretty large because it's three automatic Charizards is what I would say. What do you think, Colson? Any thoughts to add to this? I feel like this topic's been sort of talked to death.
No, I mean yeah. I honestly don't even want to talk about it just because it's like, yeah, you can see a situation where people are selling for under retail, but I don't know. I equate it to kind of like the Gold Star Greninja in that they will probably have a higher 10 rate, but those cards might be able to stay afloat due to not 90% of them hitting 10s. But we'll have to see how that shakes out. We have no clue.
Yep. Have we looked into unlimited PSA 10 market more in depth? I remember we had our monthly Patreon and you were kind of shocked at the unlimited PSA 10 pops. Have you looked more into it? I looked into it pretty decently, like when we talked about it, and I think I did. I have a spreadsheet on it that I did a few months ago. It's definitely an interesting market. What do you think about it, Colson?
Is this English or Japanese?
English.
Not my forte, friend.
Yeah, this is Watsy.
Yeah. If it was Japanese, I could talk about it, but Watsy.
Basically, there's sort of an interesting thing where some of the PSA 10s, or a decent amount of the PSA 10s, are actually lower pop and unlimited.
Yeah.
You know, unlike in Japanese, where the first edition printing was like the first big printing, and then in a lot of sets they didn't even print that much unlimited, because I know you know this, Colson, but because unlimited was, they only printed like, sometimes they printed a huge wave of first edition and then only a little extra unlimited. In English, like there's a lot more unlimited. Feel pretty confident. I mean, I can't say anything for sure. Certainly when I was a kid, we only ever had unlimited and there was tons of it around everywhere. I have heard of places like the West Coast, like there were places that had like more first edition, so I can't say anything 100% for sure. But I think it's pretty fair to say, or pretty reasonable to say, that there's probably more unlimited printed initially. There certainly seems to be way more unlimited in collections. I mean, when you buy raw collections, it seems to be way more unlimited cards, generally speaking. Okay, so what's interesting is that there's way less of that graded, and then there's theory as well. It's because it's harder to grade, maybe, but the main theory being that it was never as expensive, so people didn't grade them. The attrition rate was much worse. People kept a lot more first editions sealed, because the first edition booster boxes were like the first edition that is more of the collector one, and then open the unlimited, thus there was more attrition on the singles, blah blah blah, these types of things. So it's sort of an interesting conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know where it's going to end up. I definitely missed, like, I did not go at all heavy on the unlimited. I went on the first edition. And from a market standpoint, there are cases where the unlimited has done on a percentage basis a lot better than the first edition even. So that's basically the synopsis.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting when you kind of have to figure out what's available on the market. Like with Japanese sets, I tend to look towards the most popular card in that set and then look at how many is graded in first edition and unlimited. Because when you look at these unpopular cards, you already have an unpopular Pokemon and then it's unlimited, which in Japanese was kind of just like nobody really cared for so long. But if you look at the Charizard and first edition pop is 60 and unlimited pop is 50, it's like, well, how big of a difference is there really? Or was it really a time thing and people not really valuing those unlimited? It's like when I see a set where that popular card is significantly lower than in unlimited in the first edition, I feel a lot more confident about like where that printing is at. And that's just like, that's the best I can really do. Like, I can't speak fluent Japanese and talk to these Japanese card stores about it, and their experiences, if they've been in the hobby for 15, 20 years. Like, yeah, definitely a hard one to figure out. But in English, I'm sure you probably have a better idea.
My main theory is just that people kept first edition sealed. Because it made more sense to keep sealed as a collector's item, because people actually viewed it as investable. And so more mint stuff has come out over time, because when people started to grade and there's money to be made, there was like a bunch of first edition sealed around, and so people were able to like more easily access that unlimited sealed. That's a theory I have, but who knows?
Yeah.
Let's see. Do either of you guys think the market is moving more towards artwork over rarity?
I don't know, and maybe a Pokemon like. Well, let's give an example. Will a Pokemon like Shedinja in a really terrible art that nobody, not terrible, but an art that people don't like sell very well compared to one that has a really gorgeous art and is illustrated very well in the eyes of the market? Like, yeah. But when it comes to a Charizard, are people going to care if the Charizard doesn't really look that good? Like, look at the Secret Wonders Charizard, the kind of like CGI blob. That the rarity of that card matters way more, and the tens being so low pop matters way more than that card's art. People don't care, or say Expedition Charizard, which a lot of people think is ugly because of the CGI or whatever. A lot of these CGI cards, they have rarity. People don't really care, especially if it's a popular Pokemon. Like, I think it matters more when it comes to unpopular Pokemon. Is what I have to say.
Yeah, I like a lot of that. Art is so subjective that it's hard to like.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just hard to say like, yes, I think people are like appreciating art more. I do think the fact that people are like even going off of autographs and there's more talk about artists. But again, is that widespread or is that just in a really small niche group of people? I don't really know. I also think people can like love the art and know nothing about the artist and not care at all about the artist, and that there doesn't even necessarily need to be that much correlation there. So,
that's you, right?
Me?
That's your experience, right?
No, I'm a big admirer of the artists, and I like to read about them and sort of their lives and understand their backgrounds.
Awesome.
I am not. I do not. Part of why I don't talk about stuff is that I don't view myself as like an art critic. Like So it's like I'm not going to sit here and like say which ones I think are good art or whatever. It's also
okay.
I mean, Ken Sugimori is my favorite artist. I have the longest relationship to some of his artwork. My favorite set is probably the 1997 like card ass set and the playfulness in that. But it's not like a strong favorite artist. I'm way more of like the card than the artist, generally speaking. Like I don't like. So in that sense, I agree with you. Like
yeah.
But I like learning about them and I find them interesting. And I find Pokemon as a company interesting and their relationship with the artists and what they allow the artists to do or different artists to do, or like at what part of it, the names are really hard, but like I like looked up all of the Japanese artists and I tried to read something about all of them at one point, and it was very hard to like remember anything because I'm not Japanese, so the names like kind of go in one ear, not the other sometimes. But yeah,
that's interesting. Okay, I didn't know because I thought you just didn't even really care that much at all. So it's cool to know that you do. Yeah, artists are a big thing for me, and not necessarily signatures. I don't really care that much of a signature unless I'd go and personally get it myself from like my favorite artists. Like, I don't know if you know Hajime Kusajima, but they've done cards like I don't know. Some examples are like the Houndoom from Aquapolis, or basically any art from them I really enjoy, or like the Articuno from Skyridge, like kind of arts like that. I'll look at like a Dunsparce in Legend Maker and be like, oh my god, this is gorgeous, I want this, right? Just because of the attachment you grow to that style. It's also growing up with it. Like, I recognize certain art styles, but as a kid you could never really read the artist's name. But I found coming back into it, I was like, oh, this artist was Nishida, and this was Arita, and this was Kusajima, and now I like know all their names, and it's super cool to be able to like appreciate them on that level and like want more cards they did. For some collectors, I feel like it's not important at all when it comes to the artist, but it's really important to me. I really appreciate the artists who have done so many amazing cards.
Yeah. My dad is a big art collector and loves artists. And for some reason, I'm not quite as much like him yet. But I think that part of it is that my real initial engagement in this hobby is with like WotC and like childhood nostalgia and with the characters themselves. And then the appreciation of the art or the beauty of the art is secondary to that. That is true. There's so many beautiful things in the world and so much beautiful art. I'm not sure that like I would be collecting Pokemon cards just for the art. Like if I didn't have connections to the characters, I'd be surprised if that was the case. But certainly the beauty of the art and the different styles. I mean, I was talking about this with some people at Denver. We're talking about like MetaZ. We're talking about like various things and like how great Pokemon is doing with just the variety and the constant variety and the constant surprise. And I'm constantly like not exactly sure like what the key cards are going to look like, and it's fun. It creates excitement. It's not very. It doesn't feel very. It's not very plain and uniformed and predictable. Which is what I felt. Some of these newer TCGs I feel like are still sort of like they're doing sort of their one thing that's working. They haven't really expanded, and Pokemon has like done so many different. Feels a lot more sophisticated. Maybe is the word.
Yeah, definitely. See the follow up. I've heard squeaks by Michael Duck because he says, "Do we think the more visually appealing will become more sought after over time?" Like, I kind of more subscribe to. I've heard Squeaks talk about this, where it's like kind of tiers of Pokemon and like their sell through rate and their popularity. I think that's a lot more important than the arts people really love. Like, because I don't know, the popularity of the Pokemon seems a lot more static to me over time than what type of art people enjoy. And I don't know. That's just my take, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this does not feel like an art-driven hobby like paintings as much. This feels to me it's so pop culture that it's so, just as Colson said, it's very IP focused and it's story focused, and these characters, we have relationships with the characters. That's why I think the character, just as Colson said, is so strong. Why certain characters tend to sell so well. Obviously, though, art is important. How important, it really depends. It's not something you can just measure and quantify or know which way it's going to move. I think the more I think that the more good art choices there are, and the more options there are to get the same Pokemon, the more important like also the history and the age are going to be. But yeah, generally with pop culture collectibles, with fine art, there isn't like one character theme. So it's very like, there can be, I mean, obviously like Monet's waterlilies, or like there are things that are famous that painters painted, quite a bit of, or periods, like that artists had that people look for like the best example of that period. But it's a lot less what's going on, Colson?
Look at Kai's recent comment.
Yeah. I mean, the art market is also just largely manipulated, and it's more artist based. Yeah, that is definitely true. It's definitely way more artist based than Pokemon is. right now, which is definitely a very good point. Um, my dad will tell you it's very art based as an art collector. I mean, my dad's a painter. My mom was like a professional painter for a while and is very deep into like they could both like critique art and read lots of art books and have like a lot of knowledge on art. But like, they're like the artist. It's amazing how the same piece of art can become extremely expensive after an artist becomes discovered or famous or gets talked about or is shown in the right galleries and that whole process is fascinating. How art can go from like $1,000 to like $300 million. These types of things.
Kind of like Banksy is what I think of
Sure.
when I got like artists like that.
I mean,
it's really interesting.
A lot of the most famous artists of all time, when they were alive, their art was worthless. They were street artists. And only after they died, many years later, were they discovered. And oftentimes, it's about being shown in museums and in the right galleries that gets you, But often it's a combination of talent and skill and beauty, but combined with the right sort of catalyst.
Well, you need something to set yourself apart from the jump, right? And then once you kind of establish yourself, you could do anything. Like what Kai said, you could do anything, and then it would, and that might be an exaggeration, but
look at what
from what I've seen, it's like
look at what Rudy's trying to do with that pump and dump garbage that Dan pulled. Did you see Dan's 1-of-1 pull? That is a bold move that Rudy did those and like 1-of-1s and didn't even try to make them look good or put any design or like it's just a straight meme. It's like I'm taking a dump on this card and we're gonna see how much the market will pay for it because I hand wrote on it 1-of-1. Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
God. Shout out chat. I've seen a lot of the same people in here the whole night, chatting away through all of it.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Sorry I was so frustrated earlier.
It happens. Trying to find something. Someone said, I don't know if we don't have to talk about it, but art trainers in Japan are so popular. Do you think the English market will appreciate them?
The hot
like the English one.
Yeah, one of the hot topics of the moment. Yeah, I mean, it's not a market that I'm very deep into, but I'm aware that they're cards selling for $6,000, $4,000 in PSA 10s, like cards that were a few $100, $500, $600, not that long ago. I don't know the exact time frame when they were those prices. Like the Lily, like there are certain ones I know that are quite expensive. Do you probably follow this pretty closely? I would assume.
Yeah, I think the culture in Japan just is obsessed with collectible young girls. It's kind of scary. It can be gross, but it's a reality. And I don't think the countries like the US are like, we don't have young women plastered everywhere in our streets and billboards. And like, that's just not, it's more of like an online social media thing. It's not like, part of the physical, I don't know. That's just it. There's just genuinely so much more, volatility in those prices too. And from they used to be super cheap. Like they used to be super cheap, but I mean, look at a card game like Weiss. Like we all know what does well in Weiss. Realistically, like that. I feel like Pokemon is full art trainers are just kind of Pokemon's way of making cards kind of like that. and people seem to really love it.
Yeah, it's
In Japan, though,
yeah, it's
I don't
interesting.
think it'll happen as much in English, to be
I have
honest.
like one big Japanese seller that I talk to that I get most of my information from about Japan, and this is not his area. He's mostly in the middle gen vintage stuff. So I just don't know. I have no idea, to be completely honest with you. Yeah, it is what it is. Like, I guess my other response to it is like, why Pokemon? Like, why just collect white shorts? Or like, I don't know. There are plenty of options. It's interesting to me. Or like Yu-Gi-Oh with like Dark Magician Girl. And granted, it's also happening there, and those are extremely expensive too. So it's like, evidently, there's not enough, type of thing.
Yep.
But this is Squeaks, by the way. He
Yo. It's a profile picture.
Come on, that's funny. You gotta.
260, baby. That's it. Only 260. Come on.
What's up, man?
No, I think it's dropping. The dream's dead. It's over. We've already lost $8 since that picture. It's a bad omen.
I sold mine. My second to last one at 240. So should I sell the last one, Squeaks, now, or do I stop?
No, we ripped that right now. Dude, we could get a Moonbrown and sell for $1,600.
Yes.
Easy. Hey, where's Mason? Mason said he was getting in here too.
Yeah, I think he's just setting up.
Setting up. I have a pitcher full of Kool-Aid. I'm ready for a solid 3 more hours.
I got really flustered earlier tonight, Squeaks, on
I didn't really see what that was about. At first I thought it was about Moonbreon. No, and then I realized it wasn't about Moonbreon because he kept talking about a Pikachu.
Card selling for $500.
Wait, what card?
Or like $15 cards selling for $500. And like the idea that like people can make like $100,000. I don't know. It's whatever. There's just like, I was highly doubting that people could make $100,000 a year with those types of plays, that there would be enough. But it wasn't even about that. I was just disgusted by the whole. I'm just disgusted. I'm very emotional tonight, honestly.
Hey, that's okay.
I had kind of an emotional weekend. Dad was.
That's okay. I have a lot of questions about that, but we can save them for a different day. When, like, chill, because I really do. Like, I find this fascinating because, like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I grade a lot of cards that probably would fall under that tier and have sold them. So,
Mason.
What? What's going on in here? What's happening? What is this stream?
Oh my God, Kai, that Raichu graded a 6 that we pulled for real.
Yeah, it did.
What? Did it get bend in the mail? Was there like a bend or something? I didn't see any issue with it. Oh my God. Did we bend it because we were drunk? We have to review the tape.
Definitely.
Okay, let me ask you this. What if it's a $5 card that they grade with the intention of selling it for $50, throw it on auction, and it goes to $500? Is that their fault?
No.
The whole thing tonight, Squeaks, was like, I'm not upset at like the person selling. I'm just tired of that situation happening again and again and again. And it's just like, I found.
Oh, brother, you listen.
It's the lazy.
You're trying to change the tides of time, my friend. Happen,
I just basically I hate the hobby, even though I love it.
Yeah, correct. That is essentially what you're summing it up to, because that has literally been happening since I entered the hobby. I mean, Gary was doing that back on QVC in like 1999. So, like, I mean, he was taking birthday Pikachus that he was getting for like $5 a piece, selling them for like $300. So I mean, that, come on. Which I'm not saying changes your opinion at all. I'm just saying
you're all dirty. You're all dirty businessmen.
Hey, listen. I don't make the prices. The market makes the prices. Okay. I just provide a consumer demand.
Way now on real estate, super ethical.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you worked in real estate. You're sitting. No shot, Bucko.
I spent 11 years in social work. I used to have a leg to stand on. Yeah. Now Now
And then he
it's
worked in
like
real estate for 2 months and just destroyed it all overnight. It's just easy.
all my credibility, all my personal ethics. Yeah.
Yeah, how many Airbnbs do you own, Jake? Yeah, them bulk slabs aren't looking so bad now, are they? Yeah.
The thing for me is like it's crazy. I feel like we've just opened your mind to this thing that I feel like all of us have been looking at for a while, and it's just like disgusting you.
So,
Okay, this is not a meme about the
Here's the
baby shinies. This is
Like,
not a meme about the baby shinies, but I have to ask you. If those baby shinies you would have bought that you said you're happy with them selling at $50 went to $500, would you not sell them?
it depends on the situation. I mean, oh, God, see,
You would. See, you know you would, bro.
I would be-
$500, dude.
I'd be on my channel. First of all, I can't do it anymore. Like, I'm gonna leave YouTube. And
I
be-
can't.
like, I'm gonna have to become if this happens again, I'm gonna have to become a private collector. I can't do another one.
Oh, no.
I can't.
You're not ready.
I can't do
He's
another
not ready.
one. I literally many sleepless nights of guilt, like during the mania and during the hype, like, just so uncomfortable. It was horrible, and people's attitudes. It's the attitude though that makes it. It's like if you're buying it and you're like fine and like it's been stable there for a while and like you know what you're purchasing, like whatever, but. I don't know. I don't have to worry. Those cards will never be $500. So I don't. I think I have 0%.
I don't know, man. Cinderace is popular.
I'll tell you what. If that,
If that happens, you have to give them to me, and I'll sell them.
pretty low pop CGC 10 ones.
That's right, Jake. Just send them to a middleman, and then it's not your problem anymore. It's guilt free after that.
Then you
That's
didn't.
To
do
be
it.
honest with you, that's what I did with some of the cards.
Yeah.
And it's like I'm just like it's the same. Like I was vegetarian for a really long time. It's the same thing of like getting your meat from the grocery store, so I don't have to go to those factory farms. It's like,
Oh
like,
no!
I'm just giving up
Mason's looking for the end call button. Where is it at?
I gotta
My
go.
cat's
My
done,
cat's
for
out.
sure.
Yeah, we're done.
Humans are terrible.
Yeah,
Just realizing this.
it's just come on, man. Cute, adorable Pokemon. This should be about friendship and people treating each other
Expensive,
well.
cute Pokemon.
All right, let me ask you this: does Moonbryon fall into this tier?
Oh, we got there. We got to the Moonbryon. All right, let's
Oh,
go.
bro, you
It
know
didn't
I'm
take
kidding.
very long.
Let's go.
No,
because I thought of a great
Moonbryon
thing
feels
about
just like a crazy gamble. Like Moonbryon, I don't look at Moonbryon and I think how could it possibly be that price? Is it is it surprising? Sure, but when I look at a $5 card in a slab that goes from $5 to $500, like people are still paying $500 for the raw card at least. Like they actually like the card and are willing to pay money for the card. When people are just paying for that slab, it just becomes more.
What
Just-
$5 card is going for $500?
We were talking tonight.
We were talking about first to market like CGC
Yeah.
perfect 10s of like $15 cards, like first to market.
I mean, wasn't there like an $1,000 amazing rare sale or like a few $500 to $1,000 amazing rare sales, and those cards were
Probably.
$2.
Yeah.
You know,
Where's
at the
the green
time, those
shiz
cards
at?
were
He
$15.
probably knows.
So whatever. It's just no, the Moonbryon. I mean, we talked at length about the Moonbryon. And I'm of the opinion that like I would be nervous buying the card. Like the higher that rate of growth goes, the more likely it's going to pop, but also the more likely it'll double again. So you're in a period right now where it's at its highest likelihood to crash 50% or double 50% than it's ever been right now. And so that's all I can analyze, and we'll see what happens.
You know what it makes me think of is the I thought about this earlier tonight. It's the hyper rare Charizard GX of this generation. Like it's literally like it's following the exact same trajectory too, and which is why like everyone's like, man, $1,600, no way it's worth it. You know what? People used to say that about Charizard when it hit 1,200. Now it's like 3,000. Was it 4,000 at one point, and like has held steady at 3K. I mean, there's still sales at 3K. So like, I don't know. There probably are at least. The thing about Charizard that was a little different was it had like some conditional rarity at first before, like with the first wave was good and all the other waves were crap. But then there eventually were more good waves that people just like don't realize happened. So I don't know. And then now there are a lot in the pop. But man, Umbreon, it's tough, right? Because I feel like I think we're definitely in this phase where, and I've talked about this before, where I think for a while we're eventually gonna get to a point where I do think people start to value PSA 10s less, not because it's like PSA versus CGC versus any of that, but just because there are so many PSA 10s that they don't feel original anymore. And even if condition grading, like, you know, the resolving power and PFM's buckets and all that, like even if companies really can't, you know, accurately stick within like pristine 10, black label 10, perfect 10, whatever, people are still going to look for that arbitrary tier above to set themselves apart. And so I do think that there still will end up being some premium for those cards. Where that lands, though, it's going to be really interesting. Because like right now, for example, I have an Umbreon V, the little one, the alternate art, that I have a perfect 10 of, and it's pop 1. And there's one black label. In total, between PSA, BGS, and CGC, there's been like 3,000 of those graded or something. So like that, to me, if I would have put that first to market and that been a crazy sale, like, I mean, maybe none of them do come up again. Like, we don't know, right? So like, I see why people spend, I'm like tangenting the Moonbrown into the $500 Pikachu, right? I see why people spend that for the first to market, and like, they guarantee they get it. There's no chance that they'll ever not get it because they got it, right? And then if there's like 10,000 after it, who cares, right? That was back when the Hidden Fates Charizard hit the market, right? Because at the time, black labels were pretty difficult to get, or that was the belief. And so that first one, when it sold for like 10,000, and the woman that bought it through a middleman on Facebook essentially communicated through him to the community that she paid 10,000 for it because she didn't feel that there would ever be that many of them. And so regardless of even if she was paying a premium at that point as a long-term investment, she felt it was the correct play. Now, obviously, history's told us that was wrong, right? That there were a ton of them, and black labels became far easier to get, at least compared to historically. So like, I don't know. I
think the situation here, we're talking about like a bad card that's not popular, that people don't
But
like.
who's to say it's a bad card?
The prices, I don't know. The amount that people are buying, I don't know.
I mean, Red's Pikachu was a bad card at $5, and then look at what happened to that.
No, but that was just low because of the amount. Like the demand was always big for that. People love that card.
Do you not think that there's a large demand for character rare Pikachu?
I mean, I don't hear a lot of people talking about it like they were Reds.
I mean, I don't think. I don't like the. I'm sorry. I gotta say, the whole like, I don't hear a lot of people talking about it. Like that just like doesn't, like, the average consumer in this hobby is not like in the hobby, if that makes sense. Like your average person's a person that goes to Target and buys a card and goes on eBay and looks up, like, there is a reason that Troll and Toad's able to get 20% more on average for a card than anywhere else on the market. And it's because they have a consumer base that only knows Troll and Toad exists and doesn't buy from anywhere else. They've never heard of TCG Player. They don't go on Instagram or Facebook. They don't do any, like, there's a reason that so many of these cards like have really high sell-through rates that people just like assume they don't. That's why like the community, like in quotes, for the longest time thought hypers were the most garbage, and you could bulk buy them at like $3 a piece. Yet the actual Pokemon community would gobble those up in droves, and it was the highest rate selling rarity for like literally, I mean, what would it have been? Like 3 years straight, 6 years straight. And yet, if you would have asked like the in Pokemon community, like hypers were garbage, like garbage tier cards. Like they look awful, they're awful, nobody wants that, blah, blah. And
true.
Like, huh?
Hyper rares for the first few years of Sun and Moon, people love
Hyper rare sell-through rate was actually just unbelievably insane. Like,
yeah, people love those cards. I don't know. I think it's
but that would
the difference is the pull rate. So okay, so I mean, I get my information from two places, right? I get it from prices, actual sale prices, or things that I'm tracking and looking at, the actual price that's going on the market, the amount listed, right? So the data, and then sort of like what my experience or what I'm hearing people talk about or how I'm seeing people react to things. And the fact that that card's very easy to pull. Was this a Japanese or an English version that he was talking about? I think we were talking about Japanese, right?
I don't know. I wasn't here.
I was
We were
also
talking about the Japanese one. Yeah.
and so it's also like I've been pulling like character rares and alt art Japanese cards that are like $8, like $5. So like I'm also just basing it off of like what I know the prices on most things are for Japanese in particular of that, and the prices of like the packs, which it's much easier to pull in Japanese. You know, it's just like it's so different than the Umbreon and or the Rainbow Rare Charizard. Everything you said about the Rainbow Rare Charizard, I completely agree with. Like the Hyper Rare Charizard, and I do think comparing the Umbreon to the Hyper Rare Charizard is the correct comparison. I would compare it to the Hidden Fates Charizard and the Rainbow Rare Charizard. Maybe the Rainbow Rare Charizard's the best to compare it to because it was.
Yeah, I think its trajectory is a lot closer because the Black Label Charizard really took the GX. Like it just made that whole thing really weird. But
yeah, I mean, I think the thing that's weird. So the thing that was so interesting about that Rainbow Rare Charizard is, I mean, you did have like 400, you did have like full arts in the XY gen for like short periods, particularly in PSA 10 because they were difficult to grade, like sell very high, like compared to like relative to like the times. Like we're talking like $300-400 PSA 10s, right? Which was like very expensive back then. But that Rainbow Rare Charizard going raw for like 250 to 500, like early on was like holy crap. Because like no card fresh out of a pack had done that, and that was amazing, right? And so like I think that in and of itself, like that narrative, like that experience was like very formative, and people remember that very similar to the Umbreon and all this conversation and attention and price that it's hitting. I think that really helps sell the value and keeps it high, which is why I think they're a good comparison.
And what do both of those have in common, right? Like the card I can remember that was like the most expensive prior to that Burning Shadows Charizard, like straight out of a pack, was when everyone wanted to speculate on the full art Flashfire XY one. Like that card was extremely expensive. It was like $125, which was like a big deal at the time. Now, obviously, it dove way down to like $20, but that was a big deal. But when Burning Shadows Charizard came around, it came right off the back of Guardians Rising, which had Tapu Lele, but was a more competitive base set. So like collectors didn't really get their bread and butter nearly as much in Guardians Rising. So they were already like looking for a set, but you're also like in 2016, like heyday level boom period, like that era, right? Where like there was already starting to ramp up a lot of people into the hobby. And so demand is like probably not balanced to supply. I would argue that Umbreon has the exact same use case to some degree. I don't know that Evolving Skies was ever injected booster box wise into the market to the appropriate level of what would have met demand. I think most of the other sets were either via reprints or via their initial waves, and some were overdone like Shining Fates. But I don't know that Evolving Skies ever was. And so I think that it really does have as close to a 1-to-1 as what you could with that Hyper Rare Charizard, in the fact that it also had a massive boom that associated with it. And so like if there is a card that's going to headline an era and kind of define an era, and we don't know that this one will be that one, but if it is, its trajectory following a similar pattern makes a lot of sense, right? Because Umbreon didn't go to 650 overnight. It went from like 175, it was like 150 at like its bottom to like 225 is kind of where I remember it hovered for a while, because that's when I picked up my last copies. Raw. And then it went to like 400 to 450-ish and sat there for a while.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like that Charizard raw going from like the 250 to like $400 mark, which was where it was like, we were like 400. Some sales were like teetering 500, but you didn't know if they were real or not. And then it just took off, man. And that's when like even like the PSA 10s really started to deviate. I remember when I sold my first couple at 800, and then I sold my next couple at 12. And that was when I was like, all right, I'm going to hold back now. Like I've paid them all off. Like I'm going to hold back and see what happens. And then we went from like 1,200 to like 4,000 in like a year. And obviously that's pulled back some to like 3K. Maybe it's like a year and a half, but it's like 3K. This is like starting to do that same thing, right? Umbreons and 10s were floating like 800 to 1,000, like PSA 10s. Now we're starting to see people trying to push like 1,500, 1,600. Like, could these run to 3K, pull back to 2K? Could they run to 4K, pull back to 3K? Absolutely. Will they? I don't know. Maybe they don't. Maybe this is the 1600 and it pulls back to 1000. You know, I don't know. But like they are following very similar trajectories for a lot of the same reasons. And I don't know. Like everyone wants the golden answer. Like, should you buy the card right now? Nobody knows, man. You should have bought the card when it was 150. Like that's the actual answer. And you should have been studying and trying to figure out that correlation previous to or on its way up. Like
I don't know about that one, but
like I mean, I know a lot of people very privy to the market that were buying Umbreons between 150 and 250.
Sure, and it you know was a good buy. But I'm a little bit of like, oh, those people, were they just buying that, or were they buying lots of different alternatives?
I think they were buying most of the evolutions.
Right, and were they also buying Rayquaza, and then were they buying Tyranitar? Were they buying like just all the key ones because they were betting high on alt arts? Or
I think I think everyone's different, right? Like for me, I'm very picky and choosy. Like I try to find as many variables. So like there are certain ones I haven't touched at all. There's other ones I've bought a few of, but not a lot. Like I talked about Galarian Slowking and Galarian Rapidash, where like I got my feet wet, but I didn't dive into the pool. You know, whereas like evolutions, I just like we don't even know how shallow this thing is, but I'm going head first, right? Like it's either we'll find out what happens. But I think for everyone it depends like, you know, what's your risk tolerance? How much money do you have to work with? Like, how do you feel about all these things? Like, all of that stuff matters. But I don't think that like invalidates them making a choice on a certain thing. Like, the Umbreon was just very no-brainer in the sense that if you want to make a move and you want it to like Umbreon's one of those like if it doesn't do it, why would anything else in this era in the short term?
Right.
So that to me is like if you're gonna make a move and you didn't make that one, why would you make any of the others? Right?
Oh, I agree with that. That I agree with.
So that's where I'm like, to me, if you're just now mentally at the point where you're like, man, Umbreon 650 raw, you know, $1,200 PSA 10, $1,500 PSA 10. Should I buy one? If you just got to that point, the answer is probably just no, because I don't know how you didn't get to that point at some point in the last year. Like that's more the message I'm trying to send. And so I would more ask the question of maybe figure out why you didn't get to that point in the last year and learn from it. Because there were plenty of opportunity points where many other people that wanted to make these kind of moves came to that conclusion.
So, I mean, I definitely don't think it's that straightforward, and I think
that's totally fine. To me, this is like simple, right? But like, I get it.
Like a lot of things are being called no-brainers today, like that to me like, have plenty of risk and are incredibly speculative plays on modern product where you have no idea how much they're going to reprint it. And this could have been a Shining Fates 2.0, and they could have printed it way over to death. People could have moved on to the next thing. They could have created gold alt art Umbreon in the last set. They still could.
I wish they would.
I'm just saying, like it's
shiny.
You can imagine how expensive that card would be. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
But like, what happened to? I said the exact same thing. I had this exact conversation squeeze with someone else when because I said, what's it called? That set I hate.
Battle Styles, Chilling Reign, Fusion Strike, Evolutions.
No, Darkness of Blaze. Darkness of Blaze.
Yeah.
It was on the list.
We made arguments. Close. People were yelling at me that Charizard was going to be the best card of Sword and Shield. And I said, they're going to make a Rainbow Rare version probably. And they're going to make they might make a Gold and a Secret Rare version. And and I was like, I'd pay like $50 for that card. And it was going for like $500 at the time. Right. So like the point just being that like, it's very like, that might've been like, you might be the smart one and that person might have been dumb. And there's much more of a reason to have gone after this at 150. And I think that's true. The main reason being that like alt art seemed to have been the new thing, right? It was very popular. It had been established with like battle styles a little bit. There was already getting heat. There was a little, and it was like, this is sort of like the new thing that's really catching on. There's definitely more upside than that. There were much less likely to create like a gold alt art in this gen, at least right away, than they were to create. Right, there are reasons why like this play made more sense than that. I'm not saying they're the exact same. But my point is just like speculating and buying a lot of like any modern raw card to me is very speculative because we just don't know how much are printed. We don't know how much is out there, and we have so little price history. Now, when we talk about having like really good taste, and combining it with just like market experience. And so you're able to sort of like intuit what's going to sell well, and you're able to like guess which ones, and you're able to do it like well above average or in a profitable way. That I would buy. Like I would buy, like you do it enough, like you're going to hit most of them, and you know sort of like what price point to buy most things at because you have the experience and you've been in it for many years. You have a full-time store where you're selling, and you've been through up and down markets, so you kind of like know the risks for sure. But that's different than calling it a no-brainer to me.
Yeah, and that's what I want to clarify, right? Like that's why it feels like a no-brainer, because I've done this before. I have experience. This isn't the only play. And so like to me, when I look at something like this, say they do print the Gold Art Umbreon, or no, I'll do you one better. They print an Espeon that's diamond encrusted, which is even better, and then they print 2 Umbreon Espeon secrets with even more diamonds, right? So now you're really outclassed. Like it's bad news bears. But the thing is, when you made that original Umbreon play, you made it based on certain variables, certain historical data. You made it for the right reasons. And if you're generally making plays for the right reasons, more often than not, that will pan out in your favor, even if you do have misses. And if you're finding that you're more frequently missing than you're hitting, then maybe your reasons are not like as sound as what you thought, or maybe you don't understand like the flow of Pokemon and how they print cards and how they do things and reprint rarities and like that kind of stuff, as well as what you thought you did. And like this comes back to something that I actually heard Charlie say on one of your lives, that like I think to some degree I've always known, but just hearing somebody that I respect massively say it just like hit me like a truck. And it was like it was him, and I think it was Gem Mint and you were talking, and he said, if you find that you are not ever missing or like having a play that misses, you are probably not taking enough risk, and therefore you're actually missing out more than what you would if you just took a little more risk and had some misses, because you're not risking enough, right? And I think that was like, because I started with so little in this industry, I couldn't afford to have a miss when I first started. And it took like, it almost like took me hearing that to really like break away from that, even though I had been away from the like financial struggle period for years, but yet I was still in that mentality. And so when I look at something like this to me kind of falls in that era. If the only card spec plays you're making are hits every time, you're probably missing a lot more opportunity than what you're losing in the losses that you would take, just based on the fact that you're taking absolutely no risk and only just waiting for the banger home runs. And like, ever since I've like strayed from that, just now, obviously it's all calculated and you have to be extremely careful. And this is not telling everyone to just go out and buy cards and gamble, but like that really did change my perspective. It did. And, you know, looking back at like certain individuals in the hobby that I really respect and things they've done over the years that I looked at, it was just like, I can't believe they're doing that. And now I look back and I really start to like equate up, you know, things I've seen them miss and hit on, and then realize like, man, you know what, like having those 3 hits for that 1 miss versus getting 1 hit, like it's just so drastically different. And it really did change my perspective on things, which is why when I say something's a no-brainer, to me, it's this check marks every box, check marks every variable I look for. That's a no-brainer to put it in that repertoire. It doesn't mean it's a no-brainer and that it's 100% going to hit. It means that based on the variables and parameters that I play by, I should no-brainer be slotting that into my arsenal. And if I'm not, that's a mistake, because everything I do and based on all the metrics I use say I should. That's why I say it's a no-brainer.
It's just implied odds. So, for example, everything is risk. The higher the possible reward, the more risk you should take. You shouldn't be afraid of losing if there's really high upside, basically, which is a classic
exactly
like, sort of betting, or you know, I think that for me on this, like I didn't believe in huge upside. Like this is a definite surprise to me how high this card is and how popular it is. So for me, like it just didn't make sense. If I knew that there was like if someone told me there's a 50% chance that it could go this high, I would have bought a few. But I didn't think that in my head, right? And so for me, it just wasn't worth the risk. You know, I'm buying like serialized out of 25, you know, Star Wars cards that are drawn by like the most famous comic book artists for like $50. Like that just feels like a much better place to put my money. than like a $150 Umbreon that could just be reprinted, and there could be many of them, and it's brand new, and people aren't connected to. Like, there's just a lot of places that I see a lot more value. But I'm not a business who needs liquid items to flip. So it's just a very different situation. So like, if I was in your situation and I was just doing Pokemon, and I was mainly focused on Pokemon, and I always needed inventory, and I basically needed to engage with every era and every set in order to like maximize, it's a very different situation. So I don't feel like just by your logic, that if you had lost, you didn't feel like it would have made a mistake. The fact that I didn't buy some and didn't make the gain, I don't feel like I made a mistake. Like, I still feel very confident.
And I think that's totally fine. It doesn't fit in the picture of what you're doing, and I think that's totally okay too.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of, there's some randomness and luck involved. I don't really buy that it was like a no-brainer and it was definitely going to be the thing. I do remember when it came out and the way people responded and talked about it, type of thing. But like, now to buy that card, the people who were buying that card at 300 and then grading and flipping at 600 and were just making that easy money, like, that's completely different, right? Versus people who are buying it thinking it was going to go to like 1500 and hold it till then. I don't know where you were. Like, I think I asked you when we had this long conversation the other day, like, are you selling now? Are you buying now? Are you holding?
Man,
now?
I'm not going to lie to you. So I knew the Umbreon was high, and I knew the others were creeping up raw. I guess I never realized how high they had gotten graded. And I set targets. When I buy everything, I set targets. So I had targets set. And believe it or not, Umbreon in 9.5 has hit where I had my first sell target. But Pristine 10 still hasn't. And but a lot of the others actually are like over where I had it, because I just wasn't paying attention, because I guess I just didn't anticipate they were going to get there as quickly. But I guess I should have, right? Because so one thing that I am a firm believer of is that reprints are only detrimental if they're to the point of like Shining Fates, where people actually get fatigued on it. It doesn't really matter the quantity as long as the demand can balance it. Sure. And so like when I heard Evolving Skies reprint, all I saw was that as an opportunity to buy more of it. And then because all that does is pull out people that are like, oh my God, it's over. The play's over. I got to sell. Right. Which just means you're going to have less competition down the line, which is when I actually care about it. Right. I care about the amount of people that are going to have this 6 months from now, a year from now, 5 years from now, not the people that are going to have it 3 weeks from now that are freaking out because a distributor gave everybody 6 more boxes.
But to be fair, Squeaks, you could have made the same argument on the Shining Fates when it first initially got reprinted, that the same thing was going to happen and that people were
sure. You could. I don't know that anyone was asking for Shining Fates after reprint wave 2, though. Right. Like, people still want Evolving Skies. So if Evolving Skies gets another reprint, I'm going to have the same philosophy unless I see that sentiment change. If I see like, okay, they inject it, now people aren't really buying it, it's starting to sit, then it's like, okay, we've hit the threshold, right? Now it's, I'm ready to wait. Or if they inject more, now it's like, okay, now it's maybe time to bail out, because they clearly don't have a rein on what people actually want. Like, that was my issue with Shining Fates, was I don't think their finger was on the pulse enough, but to be in Pokemon's credit, a large part of the consumer base are people that we don't see in the community, right? It's the kitchen table people, the people that go to Target, the people that go to Walmart and just like buy packs. Maybe that demand was there for them. And so, that can be a really hard metric to gauge, but clearly Evolving Skies demand has just not been met. So at least for that first wave, and the other benefit I have is like, I see what I get allocated. And I know what bigger stores in association to me percentage-wise generally get allocated, which makes it easier for me to kind of gauge how big of an impact something like that can have on the market versus what I feel current demand is. And then I can kind of make my assessment based on that. Sure. And so when I saw what like was coming through for Evolving Skies on that reprint wave in quotes, that to me was just like, this is not even going to be a drop in the bucket. But what it is going to do is weed a lot of people out. And that just creates more opportunities. So that's why I didn't sell a box, right? But there is a threshold where like that can happen. So I'm not like telling people like, oh, everything just goes up. But, sometimes I think people overthink this stuff. Like, it's
Well, I
You know,
agree. I very much agree with like, and I did the same thing, right? I waited for the second reprint. I bought as much as I could at like that $95 price point, and then when it got to 120, I was not in a rush to sell at that point because just like you, I mean, I was talking to people, I was seeing how big the reprint actually was, how quickly it was being bought off of TCG Player, was the price continuing to go up, those types of things.
mhm.
Very different feeling, right, than Shining Fates. It was also just you go onto any stream, you see people watching, breakers opening it, people selling packs and whatnot. Shining Fates, people were so bored of Shining Fates. Hidden Fates really crushed. Like it was really Hidden Fates that crushed Shining Fates, to be honest. It was just the repetition, in my opinion, of all
Mhm.
the shinies and the fact that there were so few full art shinies and there were so many baby shinies and so many of the characters were not Gen 1, which was still the majority of the market, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There are a lot of like reasonable things to say there. No, I agree with you. I agree with you on the booster boxes. For me, once it got to 220, actually 200, I started selling. Actually, I started selling at 180.
Mhm.
180 to 240 is like sell, sell, sell for me.
And I
On
think that's reasonable,
uh,
right? Like that's
I
like
I
you
have no
stair
idea.
step it out.
I have no idea if it's going to keep going up or go back
But
down.
it doesn't matter. You won, right? You won. You bought it at 95. You sold some at 180, some at 200, some at 220. That's a win, right? Those were the parameters you set. Those stair step. If that goes to $1,000, it doesn't matter. Like that's another thing people need to
Yeah.
understand is that
Oh, I
like
feel that way 100%.
if you set your parameters and you hit, that's a W. It doesn't matter if those boxes go to $10,000 and you feel, oh my god, I love you. You didn't lose. You made a play with the information you had at the time, based on all the variables at play, and you hit exactly how you intended to hit. Everything after that is like hindsight's 2020. Like that doesn't matter. And I told the story it was in your office hours, but you already left. About like I had bought a first edition Charizard. Well, I had bought a bunch, but I had sold a first edition Charizard, 2 of them during the big boom. And I had a bunch of people like in my ear telling me like, man, you're gonna regret that. These keep going up, blah, blah, blah. And so like I was excited about it for like a day, and then I wasn't, even though I should have been, because like I won, right? I did exactly what I set out to do. I made a bunch of money on them. I hit my targets, I hit my parameters. But I had all these people in me telling me that like I did the wrong thing because it kept going. When in reality I didn't. And in hindsight, now I feel great about it because I did do the right thing. But it's one of those things where like everyone has to do what's right for them, and like your targets may be different than my targets. But if you set your targets and you hit your targets, that's a W, regardless of what anyone else says, regardless of what the market does. And I think that's like a really important point for people to recognize, is that like you don't have to hit the top to win or the bottom to win ever. Like you just have to hit what you set out to hit. But
Yeah. I mean, I think going back to the, just the moon brow, and then we can, move on to different topics. But like,
sure.
I think both of us like were reasonable and did fine. I mean, I think people are way too concerned with like I'm more on the so what you said before, Squeaks, about like the being afraid to miss or not taking risks or whatever, these types of things. I prefer my risks to be long-term, very speculative, like plays. So like Star Wars or something. Like I prefer or Marvel or like Harry Potter. Like when I jumped into the other things, I like stuff that is super rare, that I think has no attention, that I think people don't know about and don't enjoy. I don't like going after like the hot thing or the thing that everyone like. I prefer to risk, if we want to say there, and then I buy things very low in that. Some of them may stonk, some of them may not. I really like them anyway. I'm a collector at the end of the day. So like that's to me the type of risk that I prefer. I took some risk on the baby shinies. It was a small play. I think I was buying them for like 70 cents. I wish I had not. I wish I had bought less. I mean, even though I'm selling them, I bought most of them, like most of the graded cards I bought like for like $9, $8, $9, $10, $11. I'm selling them for like 15, 20, but they're slow sellers. It's just not worth it. I didn't expect as many to be graded. I was getting them at such a low price and people were so down on them. Do I think in the long run, I bought a lot of the Charmander. I went heavy. I just went Hidden Fates, mainly not Shining Fates, because I thought Shining Fates was there's still going to be a lot more, there's just a lot more out there. And I went heaviest on Shiny GX, which I'm still fairly bullish on because the booster box prices are so expensive. For some reason, the singles are very cheap. I don't know. We'll see how all that goes, but I've cashed out some percentage of it just to kind of recoup some money because I just didn't like the play as much after a while.
Sure.
But that to me was is it a risk though if you get it at such bottom prices? I guess I'm very risk avoidant. Like I prefer that to spending $150 or $200 on a hot card that I have no idea what's going to happen to. Now your thesis of this is an extremely hard card to pull. It's going to be the key card. Alt arts are going to be a huge thing. I just didn't believe it. I didn't buy it as much as you did, as much as other people did. I'm clearly wrong at the moment, in terms of they are a big deal. People do love them a lot more than I thought, at least for now. And the prices are reflecting that. And, I'm comfortable with not having taken that risk and doing the other risk that I took basically. I also I'm very clear on this channel that I cannot predict demand.
Sure. I have a question for you actually, because you brought the baby shiny thing up.
Sure.
And I only know about this through the grapevine. I never really knew about this to begin with. But yeah, my question to you is this.
Yeah.
Do you think, and try to be as, I know it's hard to objectively look at this, but do you think that has jaded you at all towards modern speculation or low end speculation or anything like that? Or do you think that influenced your perspective of it?
The thing is I really like the baby shinies a lot. I think they're really cool cards. So, and I think that they're underappreciated. And it's because people opened so many of them and things got flooded. But people in the beginning, their reaction to that shiny GX set, and particularly those baby shinies, I even like the baby shinies over the full arts, just aesthetically for me personally, which is not a take most people feel. I'm not expecting the market to feel that way. So when you combine an extremely, extremely low price point, I was buying it 70 cents to $3 basically for the better ones with, raw, right? In lots or on TCG Player, I bought some on a 20% bonus day, cashback day. When you get those price points on cards where the booster packs are selling for $20 and the pull rate to pull that specific baby shiny like Charmander, you're spending hundreds and hundreds of dollars, for each one, etc. Now you're getting a bunch of other cards, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't really work that way. But I liked that price point. Now, what I didn't know was how many people were going to grade them. That was the number, that and evolutions were the number one graded things at CGC. So it was basically people flooding the market with that destroyed the value and prices and perception of that, at least for now. Will it ever recover? I'm not sure. But that is what destroyed the amazing rares. All of those cards their perception got destroyed because of that. Whereas not very many people, nearly as many people, graded random V cards or random alt arts or not alt arts, random character rare, these types of things, even though there are tons of those out there. And so when people see them, they're willing to pay $50 for it. Unlike these that have fallen to that $20 to $30 point because because so many were graded. So that's the situation for cards like that, and it sort of is what it is. And I'm not expecting it to change anytime soon because there's just so much supply because people have just graded that card, all those cards so much. We're talking 1,000 for your lesser ones, which is just insane when you think of how many people graded that card compared to any card from any card that's that cheap. It'd be hard to find other cards that are graded that much that are
I mean, I believe it because I've graded 100 copies of the same card before, and I know that there's people that do way more than me. So
yeah, I mean, we're talking about 2,000 circuitries have been graded. Circuitry, right? Across the different grading companies, right? That's a massive amount of that baby shiny that's been graded. I mean, that's an incredible amount.
Hey, he's a juicer. That guy's on the up and up. So you just wait.
Yeah, and so that's just tough to overcome from a price perspective. Now, I still can sell them and I still make $5. When you get it at such low price points, it's fine. And then we'll see how they do in the long run. I only had 3 of that card, 3 circuitries or whatever. mostly I focused on the Charmanders and the Eevee, but we'll see. Those are still. That's the first. That's not the first shining Charmander. Is that the first shining Eevee? Yes, I think so.
Yeah, but then I got outclassed by Radiant Eevee, which is like the most slept on card in this hobby right now. TLDR, I should go buy some before I
the
just.
Radiant cards are beautiful. That's another baby shiny.
It's in a
candidate.
big box pro. It's in a big box.
Bro, don't.
It's got a play
upsell
mat
this when I
with
haven't
it.
bought my copies, Mason. You stop right now.
It was very limited printed. There's not a lot of those boxes were made. They're big and bulky. They're hard to ship. I'm just saying.
Bro, now I gotta go.
If those baby shinies ever have any feeling of like they're not everywhere, I think people's opinions will dramatically shift once and they become vintage. A lot more than Amazing Rare. Amazing Rares do not have the identity, in my opinion, that those baby shinies have. Those baby shinies are special and unique and will do really well in the long run. But the problem is they have so many copies, it just may never get there. And that's very reasonable. So
Mason, what was the MSRP on that Radiant Eevee box?
50, I think.
Okay.
Pretty sure. That sounds right.
Oh,
That's probably right. So Colton, tell us more about yourself. I don't know you that well.
first of all, his name is Colson.
Or Colson. Dang it.
Wow.
I knew that, dude. I'm too hopped up
Wow.
on Kool-Aid. It's my
No,
bad.
you're good.
Hopped up on Kool-Aid.
Colson. I'll get it. I know a Colton. That's why it came out. But Colson. Is that your actual name? Or is that like your handle?
No, that's my name.
Okay.
Yeah. Quick intro. Full-time college student. I'm 19 and I quit my job putting cards in PSA slabs.
Heck yeah.
Wow. The dream.
I'm what they call a buy demon.
A buy demon.
Yeah.
Who's they? That's the first question.
In our Discord.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The
Are you one of
hobby.
the dudes that gets the translations for the words in Japanese and puts the characters into the search bar to actually like find stuff? My man.
I mean, I've been like learning Japanese. I take it. It's probably going to be my minor. So I've been trying to learn all the Pokemon's names to be able to like type it in faster, which makes it a faster process. But yeah, it's fun.
That's awesome. Yeah, dude, there's a lot of money in arbitrage between, especially with yen where it is.
Oh, the yen, it's so nice. Oh God, it's like a 30% discount on everything, bro. It's insane.
Yeah, but Japan's
It's
catching
beautiful.
up now, dude. Everything.
Oh, they are.
They're raising it all up. But
They just raised the prices to match it. Like it's interesting to see how it's how optimized it is. Like when comparing it to like eBay prices, it's very interesting. It's hard to like buy a card raw in Japan and then flip it raw on eBay. Like that's not a play that I see very often. Slabs are different, but yeah, it's interesting.
Because it's all going overseas anyways. Basically.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of Japanese sellers or drop shippers just list on eBay anyways. So it's like,
have you tried to grade through PSA Japan?
Ooh.
well, doesn't it just go straight to California anyways?
So it does. Okay, it's probably not as it doesn't matter as much now because like PSA's gotten a lot faster. But back when COVID was happening, PSA had opened that branch, and their turnaround times were actually like guaranteed like 45 days or something. Whereas here they were like a year. So a lot of us had talked about working on getting like an actual postal address over there and start like shipping cards directly from it. And I actually know a couple people that did do it. But I just wondered if you had done it with.
No, I like getting it in person because I buy a lot, mainly just like mid-era stuff or anywhere EX, I'm a Pearl, Black and White, even like Neo and E series. So it's not always perfect condition. That's kind of like what I do.
That's where you're at.
Yeah. That's kind of my forte.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So is Diamond Pro the worst era we've ever had?
Is Diamond Pro the worst era we ever had? I like.
Bakugan? What is that?
Sorry. Go ahead.
Do you like Black and White or Diamond Pearl more, Squeaks?
Oh, come on. That's not even a question. You should know that. You should know that. That's Black and White all the way.
But I feel like the market doesn't agree at all.
I think they're both bad, personally. Like, okay, I think
Objectively, yeah.
is an era, like, it depends what you're talking about, right? I think the video games, actually, a lot of people think black and white's like one of the best eras.
Platinum, black and white 2, those are up there in tier list, definitely.
Although I just could not get through black and white. But I think when you talk about like competitively, I think it depends when you entered the game. Like if you were in the game during Diamond and Pearl, a lot of people think that era, right? I think collectibility wise, it's absolutely just got to be black and white. The full arts really just like changed the trajectory of like what people expected for ultra rares in the hobby. Also, they just didn't pick a lot of great level X's. There are some, you know, and even the ones that are good are more tied to the competitive game though. Like even back in the day, people didn't care about Glaceon and Leafeon for the longest time.
Nope.
For the longest time, it was like luxury or bust. And then, you know, so I think even then it's black and white. I feel like the only people that ever say Diamond and Pearl are the people that like that was their generation when they were a kid. Like, I'm sorry,
well, that was my generation. So that was mine, but like from what I see, there's like a super engaged Instagram community who loves like the low pop aspect of it all. And they pay insane prices. They rip these boxes. They grade the shit like.
So like,
I don't know.
That you're talking about?
Yeah. People like that. And there's a lot of people like that. So it really confuses me how like the market kind of handles these cards, because sometimes I feel like, oh, this might actually have some general demand, and sometimes it's like, oh, I feel like there's 10 people just like shilling these.
Right, not anymore. Yes.
Yeah.
It's like I'm very much a believer that like that's the kind of when you have like the thing you have to be careful about is when you have prominent people in the hobby that are like, oh, this thing's cool. Everyone else is gonna be like, yeah, this thing's cool. And then when that person's like, oh, I don't care about this anymore, then like they're just gonna fall into whatever they care about next. Right? So, like my thing about like this has always been my thing about Diamond and Pearl. Low pop's cool, but like how many people actually collect these things, right? Like I would rather a card that has 1,000 PSA 10s, but there's 100,000 people that want it, than a card that has 10 PSA 10s, but there's only 11 people that want it. And so like that kind of is where my struggle is at with Diamond and Pearl is like, obviously I know it's probably a little bigger of a gap than that, but I do feel like the amount of people that truly like care about it, desire it, want to collect it, want to own it is just much smaller than sometimes what it gets made out to be. Now I know that that's like a hot contention topic and there's no way to prove it. So it really just comes down to how people feel. I like to tend to lead to things that just like their demand is going to be resilient for more than what they are. So like if I was going to go into a Diamond and Pearl card, Glaceon and Leafeon are a lot more appealing to me than virtually anything, because I think their appeal and demand extends well beyond their era, right? Like there are just Glaceon, Leafeon, evolution collectors, things like that. So it extends well beyond like pop rarity. Like population rarity to me, I don't buy into it. Like for the same metric that a lot of people talk about black labels or pristine and perfect 10s and resolution power and all these things, I think it's all a farce personally. Like I don't believe in pop. Like I think many cards end up 10s that should be 9s. Many cards end up 9s that should be 10s. Like you're never going to convince me that a card has an exponential value difference because of some arbitrary white dot on it. But that's how I feel. That's how I value like my money and my assets, right? I get a lot of people don't feel that same way. And so I can respect that. But I think that is what comprises like 99% of the interest in Diamond and Pearl, though, because I remember being back in the hobby in 2010 to 2014 and people did not care. Like Diamond and Pearl was like the bastard child of the hobby. And like it literally was.
It was.
The, you know, I remember when you could get the Arceus AR hollows for like $1 a piece. You could get all of the SH shinies for like $2 to $5 outside of Melodic and Vulpix. Like those are the only ones that would like exceed that. It was like $10 to $15, like raw. And like it just, the demand wasn't there. And, you know, so like to me, when I look at the eras, black and white is the clear winner because it has populational rarity in the full arts, but also just has like, there's a lot of desirability and demand in the Pokemon that were made prominent.
I agree.
Your opinion, because you're a Diamond and Pearl stand. It sounds like. So.
I'm not. I like everything from EX onward because I was there collecting in every single era, pretty much.
When you say EX onward, do you mean the first EX onward? Like,
Well,
OBX?
I was born in 2003,
Okay.
so
Ugh.
I start the first, like when I first got into cards, it was like Diamond and Pearl collector boxes with like EX, a couple like later EX packs in them, and then like
Sure.
early Diamond and Pearl. Like that's like the start. That's what I remember from the beginning, and then I opened all those like tins and stuff. Like, that's my biggest nostalgia. But something I wanted to say about Diamond and Pearl, which is interesting on the Japanese side. So you know that Goishan Level X is like notoriously expensive because it was like sub pop 10 or something in
Mhm.
English. In Japanese, that card hit a high of like over $1,000 in like the last year. And I just checked the price today. The pop has like doubled or tripled. It's at like now unlimited and first edition combined is like over 120 PSA 10s. And I saw an auction go for like 200, and it's around like that $250 price range now. Like, that shows you where these cards would be if there wasn't such a focus on the low pop aspect. Like, that's how I kind of look at it. Like, if these cards really aren't that rare and hard to grade, it's just going to get like crushed. So I don't know. The Japanese is interesting because it's not that hard to grade. The 10 rates are so high comparatively. So
Well, and like that's always my thing with grading, right? Is like, do people desire these cards because they really like the cards, or do they desire these cards because there's this narrative that has now been written that this card is impossible to grade and there's only X amount in this grade, yada yada, and that if that ever changes, are they going to continue to care about it? Like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know anyone that actually like, okay, Charizard King's gonna like blow me up for this, but I don't really know anyone that cares about Slow King and Neo. Like, the only time I've ever even looked at Slow King and was like, oh, that card's cool, or that Pokemon's cool, was in the movie, right? Because he was cool in the movie. He was dope, and he spoke like he talked, so that was cool. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not a Slow King fan. I'm a Slow King hater.
I actually really like Slow King.
There's a big
I
Slow
think
King
Slow King as a
cult
Pokemon
around
is cool.
here.
I just don't think that anyone looks at Neo Gen and is like, Slow King's the top of the mountain. They don't, right? Like,
It's actually one of my favorite cards from that set. Like,
well, and like, that's fine, but okay, is it your favorite card in the set that you're willing to pay like $10,000 more than a 10 versus a 9 or something like that?
No,
like,
I never pay huge amounts for 10s ever.
Yeah, so like that to me is my thing, right? And like, if that narrative, like, that isn't really even composed of the asset is taken away, does that card maintain, right? And that, to me, the answer is
definitely not. Definitely.
Yeah, like,
but will it ever change? I mean, that's part of the fundamental.
Or is the narrative valid to begin with? Hey, like,
well, it is right now because the pop report is, but I mean, now, if you want to say is the narrative valid to begin with, that low pop stuff should be valuable for just the fact that it's low pop, that's a personal thing. I think that I like it, often not as much as the market. That's what I would say. Like, I enjoy it. I think it's cool. I think it's fun it's cool that something has survived that long. It's cool that like most of them out of pack don't come like pristine, and it's fun to get 10s. If I had like a ton of money, I would get all 10s all the time as like a hardcore collector. But like a lot of the time, it's not worth it for the money, and it feels certainly way overpriced compared to 9s. But I've sold a ton of 10s from those middle eras tweaks, and they sold really well.
And I believe
And
that. Like, I think it's cool that Charizard King likes Slow King that much. And
like I've sold things $3,000 over what I had in my head of what they were worth.
And like, I totally believe that.
And then I'm like, should I have gone even higher? Like those interactions where
I believe it. Like, what I'm saying is like, it's not for me. And so when I pick something of like, oh, I'm gonna go into this, that to me is more of a red flag than it is like, wow, that's a boon. Because to me, that's a variable that can only change against me. It can't change for me. Like, the pop can't go down, right? You can't go from 10 to 9.
Sure, but I think
you can, but not normally.
To me, you argued earlier that like you see a specialness in taking like a key card from a key era, that there are tons of copies, but you think people should be or will be or whatever are willing to pay for like the black label or the 10. And to me, I feel evenly about those two things. Like, I don't think either one is like far more rational than the other. Like, I think it's sort of like, I get why someone would pay a huge amount for the most perfect copy of like their favorite card of an era, even though there are tons of that copy. And I get why people would pay a huge amount for like a super low pop niche thing because they're a completionist and they're trying to like complete that set, or they grew up in that era, or they have some connection. Like I think, and when you have like 5, 10, or you have like 20,000 Umbreons and you have 7 Magmortar, or I think it's like 15 Magmortar level X PSA 10s. It's like, is it easier to find 15 people who want those, or, and it's probably about the same.
I was gonna say, actually, that number might be closer than you think.
Exactly. And that's why they're probably about the same price. You know, I don't know. It's like
You have to go to the depths of the earth to find that 15th Magmortar collector. I'm just telling you.
Cool.
yeah, you know, and like I sold one of my Magmortar level X's for $3,000, like a PSA 10 Magmortar, and it's like that may sound like insane, and maybe it is, maybe it's not. In some ways, to me, it's a lot less insane than paying $1,500 for a PSA 10 Moonbryon. You know,
and
they're both
and
kind
again,
of
like I
insane.
said, it's just not for me. And so, like, the
Neither is
whole point
for
I
me.
wanted to make there was like, when you asked me my reference point, I feel like so many things in Diamond and Pearl fall into that category, right? Where they're like on a knife's edge and could change at any time, and you never know when someone's just gonna, like, Dave Person's gonna pull out like his 900 cases he opened to pull his last Leafeon level X in 2006, and also now has 1,000 Glaceon level X's and is going to grade them all because he decides grading doesn't suck anymore. Like,
I don't think that's going to happen, and I would argue that it's more likely the Umbreon pop is going to 5x than the.
Sure, this is not an Umbreon versus Diamond and Pearl debate. I need to clarify that. Like, this is not going
That's
back
where I've
on
been
Umbreon.
at. I thought this
But,
was
the
but
only
I'm
point I'm
definitely on
making
team.
is that, like, I like, to me, if you want to say Umbreon, people desire Umbreon regardless. If the point Colson was making, I think, is that if you take away that population rarity from some of these cards, do people care anymore at all? Right?
They don't. Barely.
Correct. And that's my fear, right? Is that,
Yes.
like, that's already like an arbitrary variable that's like completely out of my control, and I'm not even sure any of us fully understand what goes into it. Like, we always make jokes about like how graders grade cards and why they grade cards and what technology they use and what they don't use and whatever. We don't know, dude. I've seen a chicken nugget end up in a slab before. So, like, I have a lot of thoughts on like what could and couldn't be within the parameters of grading. So, like, all I'm saying is that when I look at Black and White and Diamond and Pearl, a lot of those, they both have populational rarity, but a lot of the upper echelon cards in Black and White are cards that I think people would desire regardless of it. Whereas Diamond and Pearl, I'm not sure many of those characters fall into that same category because I think people overall have less of an affinity for the era.
Black and White is legendaries and mythicals.
Correct.
That's what I love Black and White. Like, I'm a huge Japanese Black and White collector. And I had a question for you, Squeaks, because back in like 2015, 2016, I was super into mid-era, and I was buying, when I was like 13, like in middle school, I was buying like mid-era packs. I remember specifically EX era packs were a lot more expensive. They sometimes, like, and I could have just been overpaying on eBay or whatever, but I remember buying a lot in like that $30, $40, $50 range. Some higher, like Holland Phantoms or Dragon Frontiers, more like $70. Where Diamond and Pearl was like, I have Amazon receipts of me buying Call of Legends packs for $3 and buying like a bunch of them. Yeah, or Rising Rivals for like $4. Like all
Majestic
these.
Dawn was $4 a blister at distributors until 2019.
Jesus. Yeah.
Like,
So, but I remember specifically Black and White. Those prices, I couldn't get them for like retail pack. Is that true? Was Black and White, were those packs like retail-ish in like 2015,
that's
2016?
not true. Like, Black and White was net. Okay, so there are some sets that were extreme, like Dark Explorers specifically, I think is what created that narrative, because Dark Explorers was short printed.
Yeah,
and
I remember that.
So Dark Explorers released, and it was an extremely competitively viable set. So back then, everything was like, you just put in your order and you got it. There was no like, allocations or anything. That didn't exist. So because it was so extremely desirable, a lot of stores were actually like, they ordered a decent amount of the first wave, but then were like more hesitant on like any kind of a reorder, because like a lot of that stuff's going to get cycled back through, right? As players open boxes and pull their dark patches and sell everything else back to the store. So usually you had more time. Like you could wait and sell things out and go through your motions and buy the stuff from the players and figure out. And then eventually when you needed a restock, you could get it, right? The problem was they just never did that. They never, like, there was never a Wave 2 Dark Explorers, which is why those boxes seem so out of place compared to everything. Like they're up there with like Plasma Storm, but it seems like it doesn't make sense, right? But it does because there just are less of them, like inherently. And they moved on to Dark Explorers rather quickly, or not Dark Explorers, Dragons Exalted. And Dragons Exalted actually really quickly overshadowed Dark Explorers within the meta outside of Darkrai because of that baby shiny Rayquaza and all of that. So, and it had Mew and Ho-Oh and Rayquaza EX and all that. But so I think Dark Explorers is where that narrative came from. But most all black and white sets were readily available and accessible on release for, you know, cost.
Well, what about like in 2016 Boom? Do you remember prices for sealed or for black and white around that time?
So finding sealed black and white was not as easy in 2016.
Okay.
And I think the big issue there is that when that first wave of people came in 2016 and like things really started to get ramped up, the other big issue is that like throughout that same period, bulk was really starting to take off. I mean, we had already been at a consistent 6 cents for quite a few years, like almost a year and a half. And then it started to like really push that to the point that like no store really wanted to take the initiative to go to 6.5 or 7 because there's a big inherent risk there. Because like everything for bulk's really optimized, right? So like if you're going to give half a more cent a card, there's like a big risk there. And especially if like the market doesn't move with you. So everyone would kind of wait to see what Troll and Toad did. Well, so the problem was if you needed to acquire more bulk, you would just rip what you had, which really took a lot of supply out of the market, which is what created a lot of the problems that we saw with Fates, Clyde, Steam Siege, Evolutions, and everything getting opened into Oblivion. But that also meant a lot of that older stuff got opened too. And so no, in 2016, I mean, even up to 2016, some of that stuff was already becoming hard to find. But then throughout 2016, it became pretty hard to find, like on top, like even worse, like even the undesirable sets, like noble or not noble victories, because that had full arts.
Emerging powers.
Yeah, which is arguably the worst one, but wasn't at the time, mind you. Catcher and Gothitelle
Really
insane and carried that set. Yeah,
okay.
Catchers were like $15 a card. Gothitelle was like 12 on release. And that's you know, you're talking an uncommon and a hollow rare. So like emerging powers was actually relatively strong when it released, but looking back, that set's terrible. You know, because you have Tornadus and Thunderous as your ultras, and they're awful.
I have a lot of those.
Yeah, and like, you know, I have fond memories of both of those because they were competitively viable. But it, you know, as a set constructed, it's bad, right? Even Noble Victories is pretty weak. You know,
I loved playing in that era. It was so fun playing when I was younger.
That's the big key. That's the big key for black and white is that like it also just there's like really good rooted lore in the competitive aspect of the game, you know, and not that Diamond and Pearl doesn't have that too, because there's absolutely cards that do, you know, Stormfront Gyarados, the Steel, like all of those cards like still command value today because they had that. But
black and the video games too.
Yeah, black and white was just like a new tier. Like if you ask competitive players that played through that era, it's almost like Heart Gold Soul Silver to NVI, which was Noble Victories. Like that cities format is arguably like one of the best formats Pokemon ever had. There were like 12 viable decks. Like anything could beat anything. It was like best players going to win. Very little RNG. Like it was just a great game at that point. And so I think that helps it a lot too, is that like spurred that narrative on. And then you combine that with the fact that like ETBs first came out near the end of that era with like Plasma Storm and Plasma Freeze, and people didn't realize that those were going to become a collectible thing, and people would buy their cereal boxes at Target to put them in and like all that crap that like now later, those are extremely valuable. You know, that's also like Plasma Storm is like what led in the era of doing blue bordered cards and like starting that trend of kind of like mixing things up and starting like putting emphasis on like maybe the bad guys outside of just like doing a rocket set or whatever, you know, putting Charizard as a secret rare in a set, you know, things like they started to really branch outside of the mold of what they had gotten in for years, which was extremely stale. Like we'll have very bland, generic ultra rares in old EXs and level Xs. We'll do these shinies that really don't stand out. Like the Arceus thing is the coolest thing in Diamond and Pearl. The AR Arceuses that like you line them up and they make like the shockwave symbol, which most people don't even realize that's like what it makes when you put all 9 in order. But like that was them trying something. They just like fell flat. That's cool that you have that. Like dude, I remember ripping hundreds of those at like $25 a piece.
Hundreds? Holy
It was a different time. But yeah, it like black and white to me. And I'm biased, right? That's an era that I've got a huge nostalgia point for.
Me too.
Whereas like Diamond and Pearl, I don't have much. And but I would still argue that black and white is still one of the lower points of the hobby. And
for sure. For sure.
So, I mean, I think more people outside of like, the plasma sets prefer Diamond or Pearl to black and white, actually.
I think it's an age thing too, how old people are. I grew up with Diamond and Pearl.
But there's very small interest in both.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. For sure. But I just feel like as time goes on, we might see a shift into black and white. But who knows?
Yeah,
because like people who grew up with
sorry. Go ahead, Colson.
Like people who grew up with black and white and getting into X and Y are like 15, 14, 16. Like they're young. It's kind of like my little brother's age. And they're still like in high school. Pokemon's not cool, blah, 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 blah. Like we'll see what happens there.
And also black and white was a big re-entry point. That was when they changed the first turn rules for the competitive game. It's when they introduced orders again. Like it was a big deal because it brought I remember the average age of a person playing at an event was like college level. Like most people were like my age, which is why Pokemon back then felt so different than it feels now. Whereas like now you can go and you have just about every age demographic. And whereas then it was like, this is like the college hangout on the weekends, like this Pokemon tournament, you know, like, and everything was smaller back then too. So everything felt more community based. Whereas like now there's community. It's so segmented. It's everywhere, right? You've got your TikTokers, your Instagrammers, your competitive Twitter players, everything's it's all over. Whereas back then it was like, you're either on Facebook or you're like not. Like that was just it. And so, yeah, I think you're right that black and white could have that like resurgence, but I think my bigger fear with like black and white or even Diamond and Pearl is that it just like gets to the point that like you have so much stuff to care about that people just don't care about it anymore. Like I'm still a firm believer that outside of maybe some of those low pop cards that people just like always demanded, most Diamond and Pearl anything would have never done anything if it wasn't for COVID. Like people didn't care about it before COVID. I don't think most people would have cared about it if COVID doesn't happen. But it got to a point where there's nothing left to open. There's nothing left to buy. Everyone's stonking everything. That's just going to be a product of that. I think Heart Gold, Soul Silver fell into that same category to a certain degree. I think part of black and white did, and it doesn't mean that there's anything wrong for that happening. But just like you can't tell me that somebody spending $1,000 or whatever emerging powers boxes can rationally do that and say that they wouldn't go buy, a Dark Explorers box if they could get that for $1,000 instead. Right. And so like, but it's like, but you at least get to say that you bought something in the semi-vintage tier, or you bought something from the black and white era. Like, I think it falls into that category. Also, I saw a comment like 20 minutes ago that I have to say, I actually love Charizard King. I think he's hilarious, and I think it's cool that he likes Slow King. And if anyone's out here trying to say I'm shading him, like you're getting it twisted. Like, no, that's crap. Like, just because I don't agree, like I'm not a Slow King stan, doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with him or anything he's doing. So don't hate him. But I had to clarify. So Mason, what do you think down there? You're
down there. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Like, black and white is sick. That's when I first I got back into it. So like full arts are sick. Like the whole flavor of everything was.
What's your favorite card in black and white?
The full art. It's gonna sound dumb. The Keldeo.
Oh, I like Keldeo.
Yeah.
Russian retreat, baby. Float stone that bad boy.
Woo. You already know.
Hey, that guy got me top 64 at Nationals one year. So 2 Keldeo and a Darkrai beat Gothitelle.
Back when you left your house? That's nice.
Oh, really?
Hey, there it is. Look at
Hey.
it. Colson knows what's up.
That's
Look,
what's up. I
buy
traded
what
English
people
one
Those are
like.
my 18 sub. I'm trying to grade all of them.
Colson,
So
you're right there. You're in everybody's head, just grading everything people want.
yeah, like this
Okay,
Heatran. Everyone wants this
favorite
Heatran.
full art. What's your favorite full art from Black and White? Or favorite
Man.
card? It doesn't have to be a full art.
I mean, it's gonna be a full art. Let's be real. But
It should be, but
It's either the Lugia I love,
yeah,
but I also really love the Latios and Latias.
ooh,
Like
good one.
together. The Kyogre and Groudon are really nice too.
I accidentally sold a PSA 10 Latios one time for $40.
Oh!
I meant to list it at 400 and listed it at 40.
Jesus.
I like the Deoxys too.
Oh, the Deoxys is the colors on this one.
Deoxys
are really
is
nice.
awesome, but that card haunts my dreams. So I
I love
don't.
this Shaman.
It's cool.
They just pop, man.
All of those plasma cards are sick, including the Heatran. They all look great.
Do you have the
love
rainbow
them.
bird? Show me the rainbow bird.
I don't have the Rainbow Bird. I just bought. It'll be here soon.
Okay.
I just bought a raw one to grade.
You can tag me on Instagram when you post it.
Okay, I got you. I love the Rainbow Bird.
That's my favorite.
And I didn't
This
even
is-
know like the story behind those cards when I first saw them. I just thought that they were so cool looking.
This is not the bird you want.
No, dude, we tried to make that card good
That ain't
so
it.
bad though. I wanted that card to be good, man.
What's the name of that Pokemon? I forget.
Tornado. It's Tornadus Therian form.
Which one is that? That's the what form?
Therian.
There.
There's the incarnate form, which is the genie looking one, and then the ones where they look more like birds or kind of like yokai. They're called Therian forms.
Zoomers, man.
What do you mean Zoomers?
I didn't know what that.
You didn't play the Dream Radar
That's how you
on the
know.
DS?
You have
I did
to play
not.
the games. That's how you know it.
The Dream Radar was.
It's
Did
okay,
you play on
Colson,
the
we'll
Dream
go
Radar?
along.
I'm not a real fan.
Your
I'm sorry.
reaction right now is what I used to get from Radar every time we'd stream. I haven't played a game since Red, and I was like, dude, what? Why are you even in the hobby? Like, you don't even like this stuff, man. Come on. Which he does.
All right,
He
it's
does,
not
he
that
does.
bad. Just rein it in a little bit. Come on.
What's the last game you played, Mason?
Sword and Shield.
Okay.
No,
Ooh,
RC,
there
you're
we
going
go.
yeah, I'm all up to date. I'm good.
Oh, that one, dude. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Raiku's sick.
Do you have Entei?
I just bought Entei, so
I
not
played
yet.
Quad Entei at Nats one
Look.
year. What a fun deck.
Look at
People don't
Bro.
like this card in Japanese. This is
Celebi's
cheap. This is like
so
200.
underrated.
This is like $200. It's crazy.
That card in Cresselia in English used to be super cheap at one time.
Oh yeah. Do you think Cresselia is like the worst forward in black and white?
The worst.
Well, for the EXs, not counting
Nah, dude, it's
Tornadus and
Heatran. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's Heatran.
it's who?
Heatran.
Heatran?
Yeah.
The Heatran has the
Damn.
plasma.
so do so many other better Pokemon. Like,
Yeah, like
I
this
remember
guy.
grading
Everybody loves
Snorlax
this
and
guy.
Heatran. Now that card's awesome, dude. Genesect
I love that
is
card.
such a great card.
I
When
don't
Genesect came out, it was amazing.
like that at all.
What?
Frizzing
Shiny
Genesect
Genesect
deck
with
game.
the red?
Oh my god, can I tell you guys a story about Genesect?
I like
Not
that
that one though.
Is
I
it the
think it's
shiny
numbered
one?
Black White 101. The promo, the movie promo.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Did you ever hunt those DVDs, Mason?
No,
Oh my gosh. Okay. So there was a point in time where we realized that card did not come in every DVD. It only came in like the first wave of them, and Europe never got them. And they had gotten promos that we hadn't got. So that's like that Black White Mew 98 and I think it's like Riolu or Lucario or whatever. Like they had certain ones and we had certain ones. But it was supposed to come in every Genesect movie, but it didn't. And it only came in the first wave. So people started going crazy for those promos sealed. They were like $100 a piece or something at the time. And the DVD is like $11. So I was like, I'm gonna go to my Walmart and see if they had any. And there was a certain way you could like shake the DVD, and like a lot of people would shake it and think that they heard the card inside, but it was actually the leaflet. So you had to shake it like a certain way to make sure that the card was actually in there, because there was no like every DVD had a sticker on it that said it was in there, but it wasn't. So, anyways, I went to my Walmart. I bought 6 DVDs. 5 of them had it. I proceeded to drive around for like 8 hours to every Walmart within and I ended up finding like 40 of them. Oh man, those were the days, man, where you could hunt. Oh, never forget.
This is the real waifu.
Actually, that might be the worst card.
Wow.
This is X and Y though. Okay, I only graded it because I
that's
pulled
a
it
very
myself.
good, right?
And yeah, in like 2015, I opened one of the Japanese Rising Fist box and pulled this. So that was my big pull.
I will say XY's full arts. They had some really good ones, but man, they had some awful.
It feels so much more random because they increased the pool to like regular Pokemon too. So it's just like
yeah, like Magnezone. Dude,
Toxicroak.
Opening a Flash Fire box, which didn't even have a guaranteed full art in it. Hitting a full art, seeing like the texture and thinking like, oh my god, what if this is Charizard? And then you rip a Magnezone. Not a Lysander, not a Pokemon Center lady, a freaking Magnezone, dude. Oh my god, that one's my favorite one from XY, dude.
It's gorgeous.
Xerneas is like
I'm looking for.
That card's gorgeous. I've always loved
I
this.
have it in Japanese, but I don't have it in English. I cannot find that card in English. It's like
it's hard. X and Y base has always been kind of hard.
I've been
Are you
looking
trying to find it in a 10 or just raw?
A 10.
Oh, well. You're trying to grade XY full arts in 10s and black white, you're gonna have a bad time.
I'm not trying to trying to buy it.
That's why I'm in Japanese.
Well, anyone grading them is gonna have a bad time.
Yeah. I love Xerneas. I really want that card. It's frustrating.
What do you
Come
guys
to
think
the
about
dark
the
side.
breakpoint non-textured? You guys know what I'm talking about?
Breakpoint.
There was
Is there
like
an
a whole
error?
era of breakpoint that was printed without texture on it.
The full
So,
arts?
like the full arts don't have texture. Yeah.
Really? I don't think I ever got one of those.
So I actually had a
That's
case one
crazy.
time where every single full art didn't have texture on it. And
So weird.
yeah, and so like Skyla, dude, there's Skylas out there that don't have texture. Yeah, what a card. Dude.
That feels so weird.
Yeah, it was weird. Well, and back then that was like peak misprint. You know, like you had the breakthrough inverted breaks, and then you had no texture breakpoint, and that was the hobby right there. Like
I remember like every breakthrough pack that was a white code, it was like always nothing, and it was so painful every time because they just I don't know what they were doing, but I remember that specifically. Like the QC was just rough. That's when they introduced the white code green code thing.
Oh man, if you like Plasma Storm, there was a guy, his name was TJ Sawyer, I think. It was. And he had opened a Plasma Storm case, and every single regular EX was miscut with 2 of them on it. So he had like a ton of like the Moltres, Zapdos, and like Articuno. Yeah, and they were like all half and halves. And back then he was getting like $25 a piece for them. Like that was a big deal, you know, like, because like they were like $6 cards, you know, like that was crazy. I wonder whatever happened to all those because I've never seen any since, but I might still have pictures of them on like an old laptop. But yeah, dude, that was a big deal back then when those popped.
That's
up.
sick.
I'm sure Rusty has some of them.
I like miscuts or things like that where it kind of like feels cohesive, like the birds together. Like that's so.
Oh my
cool.
gosh, yeah, and they matched up too, dude. They,
yeah,
like,
yeah,
put them in a binder, and it would have looked like you. Just
oh god, that's so sick.
Good. I regret
really
not
cool.
buying them. Like,
That's really cool. Damn.
Back in the
Putting-
day. This is how
Jake
people are going
to
to talk
sleep.
about this era in like
Sorry,
20
guys.
years.
I'm kidding so much. I like love that you guys are hanging out though. I'm like, I'm literally trying to hang on so you guys can hang out. Like, what's happening right now?
It's okay. You just go to sleep, put your computer on like a 4-hour standby.
You don't want the mid-era history, dude? Come on.
Is there a way I can just turn up,
Midgens?
but you guys can just keep talking and hang out? I can watch it tomorrow. That's like what I want to do.
Oh my god.
I'll go live on my channel and like 5 people will come over and watch it. It'd be great.
It's almost like if Squeaks just had like a channel that he would like
I don't have one.
film anything on, like literally any
Yeah.
content of all. That'd be
What,
like,
what if you had a channel? Oh wait, you do with more subscribers.
what?
What?
Nobody wants to listen to me.
I do. You just
Yeah.
don't talk. Tell us your thoughts.
What do you look, Jake's gotta go. He's been here the entire time. We just got here.
Jake has been on an emotional roller coaster tonight.
He's had a rough time.
Oh,
We can go back to that if you want. If you want to talk more about it.
Oh God.
I feel like we didn't touch
Oh my God.
We can really amp it up, you know.
I'm so tired. I don't even remember anymore.
It's okay.
Um,
We don't have to go back to it. Well, did we already ask Jake his favorite? Oh, his is Deoxys. We did ask him.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's my favorite, but I love that one. Yeah. Yeah, it's the same four as Colson, including Deoxys though for me. But it's Lugia and then oh my God,
Latios and Latias.
Latios and Latias. Thank you. Oh my God.
You liked my Lugia at Collecticon,
I
but I wasn't letting go.
I do like that card. Yeah.
Oh, you know what other one's good? Terrakion EX.
Mm-hmm.
I just had a conversation about that card earlier on this live stream. That's hilarious.
Did you say Mason?
Mm.
I didn't know that card won a regional with Victini EX. Okay, nobody saw that coming.
The Victini 4 from Noble Victories. Ooh,
Oh, that
nice.
card's good.
That
That
one's really
card's good.
nice. That one's really nice. Yeah. Everyone's just like, move on, please. Stop talking about black and white.
Oh no.
I love black and white.
Everyone's like, who's Terrakion? Who's Victini?
Who's Terrakion? Okay. Now it's not that bad. Okay. Jeez. All right, let's take questions.
Yeah, Terrakion's pretty rough. Like,
That's real.
I do know that exact card, and I have it over there. So I do.
Okay. Is Terrakion more rough than Virizion?
Yes.
Bro,
Really?
if my camera was on right now, dude,
I
would
Pulled Terrakion out of the box because I was like a regular rare and Silver Tempest, and I was like, "What is this Pokemon? How do I say this word?"
Even
so
Mason
cool.
doesn't.
I was
know.
like Carrion. I don't know. And I was like, "Oh, Terrakion. Okay, good."
Oh,
Yeah, I'm not sure if I say Terrakion without your guys' help. I wonder what I would have said.
Like
I've
if I read the
never
word,
said it. I've never said it out loud before.
What is it? The Terrakion from was it Plasma Freeze? Is that
Also,
where it's
we
from?
all be saying it wrong.
which one?
That's what I think.
The baby shiny.
The secret
Yeah.
rare, yeah.
Yeah, the shiny
That one's
one.
cool too.
Yeah,
The
it has
land-
like
the
the
one with
crazy
land
colors.
front.
Yeah.
2 fighting in a colorless. Does 90.
What's her
That
favorite
thing's a here.
one?
I love how you know all these. That's amazing.
Whoa,
I used
what
to
are we
play
looking
that.
at here? What are we?
No, I know. Yeah.
Retaliate
Yeah.
for a fighting in
Both.
colorless. That card was juice.
Oh,
Every mythical and legendary that they've made so far.
oh, that's awesome.
And a yo-yo.
Oh my gosh, we should get a big old picture of Mason and put it up there. The Moonbreon Mason and put it on his band.
Yeah, I'm about it. That's fine. That's great. Perfect.
No.
Dude, if that happened, that would be awesome. Also, I want to note, old card shop, I saw your comment about Cobalion. I love Cobalion, but I didn't bring it up because I feel like
I love
nobody's gonna
Cobalion.
agree with me after Terag.
Cobalion EX. The Cobalion EX is really nice.
with
Cobalion is
Shred.
definitely
Oh
awesome.
yeah,
For
baby.
real.
That
Yep.
card was a heater. That's how you beat Kyurem in Plasma.
Jesus,
Oh, I love that
Weeks,
so
you're
much.
such a nerd.
Dude, I love Pokemon. If you guys don't know, I'm not just here for the money.
I'm with
I
you, dude.
love this stuff.
I'm with you, dude. Yes.
You have a heat
Yes.
plush? No shit.
Yes.
Oh
That's
my
not
god, dude.
Yes.
Every legendary.
I'm about to ruin this Pokemon for you.
Yes.
If you look at almost any Heatran card, it looks like he has baked beans is his mouth, dude.
Oh, stop
Terrible
it. Stop
Pokemon,
it.
dude.
Stop it.
It's baked
Dude.
Tran.
Jake, that's probably
Oh.
like a 1 out of 100 because they only made 100 of that plush. So that's
There's only 99 people left.
There were 0 reviews. I'm the only one who bought it.
Look how menacing he is.
They
He's
lost
so
money.
intimidating.
Only true Pokemon fans.
that's right.
Yeah, real Pokemon fans don't.
Did
they
you
won't.
nickname him?
Nah, not yet.
Not yet.
Oof.
Not yet. Okay.
We'll get
Think
there.
about
All right, what's your guys' favorite Pokemon that's a non-legendary?
Oh, Jesus.
Dragon.
Bro.
But if it's one of
Kinda
your
wanna.
passwords on the internet, don't say it.
That's so
Because
good.
people do that.
That's so good. That's definitely me.
Right? Like people do that, and then there's gonna be some hacker that's watching this, like, wow,
Everybody knows my favorite Pokemon too.
So actually, say your least favorite Pokemon.
What's no?
Okay, what's a Pokemon you like that most people wouldn't guess that you like?
Oh,
Yeah.
I want Jake's answer to this.
What's the what Pokemon do I like that people would think I wouldn't like? Is that what you just asked?
Or that just they wouldn't expect that you would like it.
Heatran.
You actually like Reprint.
What a cop out.
Which one do I like that's surprising?
Xerneas for you? Yeah.
I mean, Xerneas is like amazing. I love Xerneas.
Yeah, I love
people
Xerneas,
know,
too.
like, I think who doesn't like? I mean, Xerneas is pretty.
A lot of people don't like.
There's a
Xerneas,
bunch
I
of
feel
bacon
like.
bird fans out there, but don't let them
Yeah.
sway. Xerneas is the
Yeah.
best.
For people who don't like Xerneas, who actually
Yes.
know who Xerneas is. I mean, a lot
There
of
are
people don't know
definitely.
who Xerneas is because they just like Gen 1.
That's true. That's a good point, actually.
But that doesn't mean they don't like Xerneas. That's different.
We should ask Radar what his favorite. Oh, never mind.
Mine's probably. I feel like
Well,
Jirachi.
you only have 151 options, so
Well,
Yeah, but
Jirachi. Huh?
But Jirachi's like is solid, you know.
But would somebody expect you to like Jirachi?
no.
I mean, do you love Jirachi or do you?
I love Jirachi. The EX Deoxys
Colson, I have
Hollow.
to show you something sometime.
no,
So
but
you know,
do you love
do you know what, like at
Jirachi?
World?
I
those big
love
banners?
Jirachi.
I like Jirachi. I
Colson,
love.
do you know,
What's up, Squeaks?
do you know
like
those big banners that they have at Worlds, like the tarps that they hang from the ceiling?
I've never been to Worlds, so no.
Okay, it's okay. Neither have I, but like I can show you a
Okay.
picture. But in 2006, they had a banner that's like the size of a boat that was for side events. And on one
Ooh.
side, it has Jolteon, which is like my favorite Pokemon. The other side is Jirachi.
Oh, that's so sick.
It's super cool.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
I'll send you a picture.
Oh yeah.
Hell, Jirachi.
Yes.
Okay,
The
Jirachi is
EX
cool.
A
the
real
EX Deoxys Hollow. The EX Deoxys Hollow of Jirachi. That's like the childhood card I remember the most that I
Oh, the
love,
Hidden
so that's
Legends
why.
one?
I like.
No. EX
Oh,
Deoxys.
EX
it's-
Deoxys. Oh, sorry.
yeah. No, I love that one.
I like the Hidden Legends one because the reverse hollow has the psychic and metal energy on it. Isn't that the one? It's like
Yeah, that's the
99 out of
reverse from
101
Hidden
or
Legends. Yep.
yeah, that card's awesome.
So,
That
Jake,
one's
that's
nice.
your answer is Jirachi?
No,
You
no,
said
that
Heatran.
was Colson's answer.
Yeah.
I'll go with Deoxys. I really like Deoxys. I think Deoxys is underrated.
Okay.
I wish
Sticking
Deoxys.
with the legendaries here.
I wish Deoxys got some. I mean, there should be some really cool space cards with Deoxys in it. That they just never.
Deoxys Altart. I need
Yeah.
that.
What's yours, Mason?
Yeah.
I really love Dragapult.
Ooh.
That's
It's like
cool. I
the
love
top
Dreepy.
three.
That's surprising.
Dreepy's cool.
Treepy is cool.
Dragapult just has little Dreepies on his
Yeah, it's got
wings
two
and
of them in
guns,
its head.
so that's cool
Like-
too.
Little Dreepy fan.
Yeah.
Worst father award.
Oh no. Oh no. I get it.
There's again, I'm talking about Silver Tempest, but there's a hollow of a new Dragapult that does damage based on how many Dreepies are on your bench, and like you discard them,
Oh, yeah.
fires them
he's
out
shooting
at.
them, man.
You discard them.
Yeah,
There's
great.
ammunition.
it's great. It's beautiful.
Holy shit.
I love it.
That's so funny.
Yeah, I like that
What
one
up?
too.
What about you, Squeaks?
Zatu.
Ooh.
Okay, that's good.
I like that.
like
I was also gonna say Dunsparce for a niche one.
I really like the Zatu Neo Discovery card. Like just the
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that one's great. My favorite's EX Unseen Forces.
Ooh.
yeah. Zatu is cool.
Or Rufflet.
You like Rufflet?
Rufflet got his first ultra
Ooh.
rare. Did you know that?
Gross.
When?
In Chilling Rain, dude.
On which wait, which card was it?
Articuno. If you look on the tree, there's a little Rufflet. Dude, you gotta zoom in, but he's there and he
That's
is
fire.
shining, man.
Hell
He
yeah.
makes that card
Wait,
move.
in like the little like snow globe thing,
yeah.
there's a Rufflet in there.
Yeah, he's up on the
That's sick.
tree.
I never saw it.
Yep, dude, that was the coolest thing. I was literally, I'm not even, no BS. I was in Discord telling people, I was like, man, if Rufflet gets an ultra rare, And this was back in Battle Styles. And then literally Rufflet, somebody's like, dude, you're not gonna believe this. Rufflet was on the tree, and this was just after I got a Clobbopus ultra rare on the Urshifu. So like, dude, I was pretty cloud nine.
Oh my god,
like,
he did
Battle Styles to Chilling Reign was a good time.
That's so good.
Yep, he's there.
Wow.
That's my favorite thing about alternate arts is when they have Pokemon on them, but they're like hidden. Like that Charizard that has the Tangrowth just like on there the background.
It's not hidden, but the Genesect with the Smeargle sitting, that card's so sick.
Just
I
like
love
there,
that
like,
card.
dude,
Yeah, that's so good. I love that one. Oh, yeah. See, this is what the hobby's all about, guys.
Look.
This is what the hobby's about.
Yeah, chat. What's your guys' favorite Pokemon? Okay, Kai, your favorite Pokemon is Umbreon. Get out of here.
You know which card doesn't have another Pokemon in the background? Moonbreon.
Josh said Electrode. Electrode.
Electrode's kind of cool. He had a cool Plasma Freeze Hollow that let you draw up to 4 cards in your hand.
Oh, I do remember that. Yeah.
I like his full art. The Hisuian Electrode full art. I think it's Electrode.
Yeah, the Hisuian Electrode.
Yeah, that one's pretty cool. It's not that cool of a Pokemon, but because they didn't really do anything. Although they did make it, I just realized they made it like the Hisuian Pokeball, which I think means Electrode and Voltorb are supposed to be like the regular Pokeball, which we all knew. But I wonder if that's like an evolutionary thing. Like, do you think they started like that? Or do you think they eventually evolved to look like that as a defense mechanism? Because why would you throw a Pokeball at another Pokeball?
I think it was a stupid design in Gen 1, and then they just kind of like, they just they dove into it. There's like, I gives a shit. Like, let's just go for it. That's my take.
Okay, can I piggyback off that? When people tell me that a new gen's Pokemon designs are so stupid, like, oh, Klefki, he's just a ring of keys. All right, dude, listen, Ditto is just a blob. Those two are just balls. Jigglypuff is a pile of goop with a microphone. Like, dude, literally, so
Magneton
are so freaking bad, and yet we're gonna act like the new ones are like terrible. Like, Klefki is cool. I said it.
They are really bad. You're right, Squeaks. Some of the old ones are great.
That is not what I said.
Magneton, 3 Magnemites, Dugtrio, 3 Diglets.
I agree with you for the most part, although I do hate that ice cream Pokemon.
Oh my, are you
Vanillite?
kidding? Vanillite, Vanillish, and Vanillux are so cool. What do you mean? Vanillux is like the deluxe ice cream? What do you
Yeah, I'm out on that one too. Yeah.
No, you don't like him either.
What's it called? What's the ice cream one called? What's her name? I hate that Pokemon.
Who?
What's her name?
Vanillite, Vanillish, and Vanillux?
No, that's not it.
There's other ice cream Pokemon?
What other ice cream Pokemon? Oh, Alcremie, the cake.
Alcremie, thank you.
You don't like Alcremie and the old dude?
Hate Alcremie.
Wow. He said hate, guys.
Hate. Visceral. He hates this almost as much as he hates $500 CGC slab.
I hate it.
Can you imagine if you had a $500 Alcremie CGC slab? Jake might just go off the planet.
I really, really don't like Alcremie. When I saw that Pokemon, I was upset. I was also very upset at the Orbeetle, at the beetle Pokemon.
Orbeetle?
What?
Wait, really? It's like the UFO, though.
I looked at this and I was like, why is it just a beetle?
Wait, isn't Orbeetle like the UFO, right? And then like the VMAX is like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't like Orbeetle and I don't like Alcremie. Every other Pokemon I like.
Oh my goodness.
You like Rufflet?
Every single one other than those two?
Rufflet's fine.
Oh, that's fine. Rufflet's cool. Wait, did you just say you don't like Rufflet?
No. What about Roggenrola? You like Roggenrola?
He's cool.
Nah.
Boldor?
Dope.
I can't even
do the
picture
last evolution though. That's right.
I can't even picture what that Pokemon looks like right now.
That's what I was trying to find things that nobody cares about.
No, the worst.
I literally can't
Pokemon
picture that Pokemon exactly in my head right now.
Loveus and Gorbius or whatever.
Oh
those
god,
Pokemon suck.
I hate those Pokemon.
Boldor is like that, it's like the crab rock.
No, that's Dwebble.
It's
Yeah,
Dwebble's a juicer.
it's a Gen 5er,
Dwebble's
just telling you.
It is a Gen 5er.
Just let you know.
Boldor is just a rock.
It's
Not
like
a
a
crab
crab
rock.
rock.
It's just a rock.
I mean, he's kind of got crabby kind of looks to him.
No, Boldor's the middle gen. Is the middle
Yeah.
evolution.
But there's the actual crab rocks are Dwebble and Crustle.
Millennium Vintage. You say you hate cancer.
I'm looking at a picture right now, and it looks like a crab rock.
No, I'm just saying there's actual crab rocks.
There is an actual crab rock, but
Yeah.
Boldor also does look like
It does kind of look
Now
like a
there's
crab
gonna
rock.
be
I'll
a
give
new
you that.
crab rock in the next gen. Gen 9 has another crab that's a rock. Yeah.
Oh God, you're right. Oh,
Also,
the
Millennium, I
derpy
have to
looking
say,
one.
I feel like the only people that hate those Pokemon are the ones that opened cards during Black and White and literally just kept opening them because they put them in every single set.
I can attest. People hate them in the games too. Like in the
Oh,
gaming
really? I
community,
think
they're
they're
super
cool.
hated on. I know, but they're really hated on in the games.
Oh, I do
Yeah.
remember that they just had like basic rares in like 5 different sets.
Yeah, they were
and
in like
made
every
the
set.
worst cards to
Yeah.
pull.
The wall.
Wait,
What
which
did
To
they
be
say?
fair, he's
Wall.
4
Like-
walls. There's
There's a
4
Who?
walls to
It's
him.
just a wall. I like it.
Who?
One of the Ultra Bees.
There's a Pokemon. Oh, Sakataka.
Sakataka's cool.
The
What
brick
do you
wall.
mean?
walls.
That's so cool.
To be fair, Sagatag is really bad too. That's a good point.
No, him and Stonehenge Pokemon. What's that guy's name?
Stone Journer.
Journer.
Stone
Yep.
Journer. They're dope. What do you mean, dude?
Who doesn't,
Oh.
who doesn't like the steel?
Yes, Reggie Gigas.
Okay,
I
which
love
is
the
your
Reggies.
favorite Reggie?
Reggie Ice. Reggie Ice.
You like Reggie?
Reggie Ice Gold Star is one of my
Hey,
favorite
Reggie
cards
Ice?
ever.
Not just
Yes.
Red Ice. You say Reggie. I say Reg Ice.
I say Reggie Ice because it's like Reggie Rock, Reggie
Yeah,
Steel, Reggie Ice. You know.
My favorite Reggie's that one that was like CEO of Nintendo for a while or whatever, and then
Fizame?
yeah,
Gotcha.
but Reggie Rock's probably second.
I mean, what is happening?
What?
Ranking the 3 Reggies.
There's more than just 3 Reggies, okay? And
This is why I
Reggie
love
Rocco
the
is my
hobby.
favorite, okay?
Whose favorite is Basculin? Oof.
Hey, that Pokemon's
Ugh.
not bad.
What about Basculegion?
Yo, Stunfisk slaps. That Pokemon.
I'm out.
Wow.
What about Galarian
Gotta
Stunfisk, the
get-
bear trap?
No, Mason, you can't go out on that, dude. Stunfisk slaps so hard that they gave him his own deck box, which is one of the most like desired deck boxes in the hobby now.
I remember in
Because
Poke
nobody
Park.
bought it and nobody wanted it.
That's not true. Dude, in Black and White, he even had a tech card that did 20 damage spread to the bench that you teched into like the matchup where you ran Tauros and like, or was it It was Tornadus. Did it have a Tauros? I don't remember. Or no, Bouffalot, which they're practically the same Pokemon, but it was Bouffalot,
Yeah.
and you teched in a Stunfisk. It was in 2012. So yeah, don't hate.
That's fire.
Stunfisk is cool. It's okay. Who said that? Lord Poke Smoke? Don't let him tell you otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reggie Alecki. Ooh.
I like that the
Rocco's
new
my favorite.
Reggie's got a deck that's competitively viable.
Yeah.
as well.
Dude, I get slapped by it every game.
Reggie Alecki's crazy in the VGC.
That's something I've never done, but I always want to do. But I feel like the barrier of entry to being a good player is so high. There's like a million things to learn.
There's a ton. But what the cool thing about the new games is that you don't have to like grind your own teams. There's like rental codes, which makes the game so much better for competitive players. Like you can have it, your team has a code and you can like give that code to other people and they can just use your team. So you could just find a code online of like a competitive team and just use it, which you could never do before. You'd have to train up your own mods, train up all their individual stats.
That's
Like,
cool because a lot of people just used to cheat. So
Yeah, exactly. So now you don't even have to cheat. Yeah.
It's a
That's awesome.
$450 pack of cards.
Oof.
$4.50.
It says for 450.
Cosmic
There's a
cards.
period there.
I don't see a period.
There should have been a period there.
There should be.
$450. All right, let's crack it.
Oh my god.
I still
Let's
have-
go!
I should crack mine.
What's the worst evolution? Oh, that's heated ancient Mew.
Don't say Leafeon. It's not Leafeon.
It's definitely not Leafeon. It's not even close.
The
dude.
worst one?
Worse for what? Just like preference or sell through rate?
Preference. Sell through rate is.
Preference is Sylveon. Sylveon's the worst.
You think so?
Yeah. Sell through rate's Glaceon.
I was thinking Flareon or Sylveon.
Flareon? Flareon's in the top half, my man.
But they're all so good. They're all so good. I'm just picking my
they're
worst.
not. Like, oh no, I get heated about this. Glaceon and Sylveon are bad. Like they're
No, they're not.
Yeah.
Glaceon and Sylveon are my two favorites.
Oh,
Superman.
I can't say my least favorite evolution with Squeaks in here.
DC.
Say it.
hologram.
Say it. Just say it,
Superman
Mason.
Hall of
Just
Fame.
do it. Drop the goal.
Jolteon is definitely the worst. Like,
Why? Why? Why?
It's just spiky. Who wants to
Look
have
at
a
that.
You know
spiky
that
cat?
Jolteon could learn
Who
Pin
wants-
Missile,
Yo,
which is a
Ghost
type
Rare.
attack in Gen 1? How cool is
Got a
that?
big hit, guys.
We got a ghost.
Oh my god, he's got some too!
Where did this come from?
This is the biggest
What
hit
is
you can get.
this?
You
Super
didn't
What?
get some in Denver? You didn't get any?
What is
Hell no.
this?
I got some babes. That's pretty good.
I'm gonna grade this guy.
Great battles. Oh god,
There
what is
you
that?
go.
I
How
don't-
much is a 10,
what is
baby?
this? What are we doing here?
$500 exactly.
$500?
That's the threshold.
Oh, same as the Pikachu
I got Wonder Woman.
character rare, CGC 10. Nice.
Wonder Woman. It's pretty cool. I like that.
Oh, there you go.
I'm working on getting a perfect 10 character alchemy for $500 right now. I'm making the play.
I'm glad
I
I got
think I
this
saw
to,
that. Oh God, I saw that so cheap. That
Glad I got
sounds
this
rough.
to get out of that conversation with Squeaks about Jolteon being worse.
Yeah. Well, I'm more distracted by what
Dead
Swami's saying right now, which is Swami, stop, dude.
Hey,
That-
Florion's the hot.
I-
No.
What?
Listen,
Ugh.
okay. Nothing irks me more than what people do,
To Vaporeon.
or just Pokemon in general. Like, dude, come on.
Well, you know the Vaporeon like copy
There's
paste.
so many things in the world you can tarnish, and you got to do it to Pokemon. Come on.
Like
All right.
Gardevoir and Lopunny.
Is that the guy from Ollie's bargain outlet? Is that him? Is that what I'm looking at here?
It might be.
Anybody know who I'm talking about? Somebody else.
Mr. MXYZ.
Yeah,
Pilk.
I have no idea.
Yikes. Josh, stop it, dude.
Jamie
What am I-
Scott doesn't like Spoink.
What am I looking at
Wow.
here? Like, what? DC, what are we doing here? What is this? What am I even looking at?
Did you
What
get any
the
hits?
Heroes from Beyond. It's because it's
Big Barda?
yeah.
Look at her bunny slippers, though.
I'm
Where's
That's
the-
drippy.
What is that card, Jake? It's so reflective.
still going. Like I still have so many packs. Who is this dude? Some Thanos ripoff. Okay, cool.
All right, let's see how much this card's worth. Any guesses? How much?
$16.
16?
$50.
50. Mason, what's your guess on this?
I'm considering that we got these for free. Probably $2 plus 99-cent shipping.
It's definitely going to be more than that, I think.
You think?
Yeah. Well, did you get a holo in your pack?
I think so. I think everybody gets one. Oh no, I didn't get one.
If there's one per pack, then maybe it's not worth it. But I don't think so because usually
Coke Smoke says there are 0 PSA 10s of that card.
there's only like 6 holos.
Wow.
Swami
We have
said
$5,
$8.
$8,
He probably
69
knows.
cents,
Swami
19.
Oh, we're going to the moon.
I would definitely like trust Swami. Yeah. Or $19 at Collecticon. He says.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to the moon for sure.
Come up, dude.
Pop one incoming.
From $0 to 19, you can't even put that into a calculator.
I turned a $500 pack into an $8 raw card.
$500.
So just what every other Pokemon person does on a standard weekday.
It was like I told this to Jake at Collecticon. I went to a whatnot table and they sold me a pack fresh Jirachi EX Deoxys Hollow that they had just pulled for $40. That they just opened that pack for what, like 900, 1,000. I was like, oh my god, Jesus!
All right, so the complete
Oh.
set of 8. Not a good sign here.
Do you know my issue with those? Like any kind of like EX or a loose pack? Like, unless it's from a sealed box that's from
20
a sealed
bucks.
case.
20 bucks for the complete set of 8, but they're not pack fresh.
Yikes.
And it's the best one. It's Superman. Let's see what the other ones are. The other ones are the Flash, definitely not as good. Wonder Woman, no.
I think I win by
Clark
Price is
Kent.
Right rules.
No.
That's why I
Yes,
own a store.
No, I think Alone, because it's the best one and it's pack fresh. I'm gonna say $50.
$600.
$600. No, I think
Well,
it's
Take it or leave it, people.
I think $8 is fair. Was a fair.
What were you saying, Squeaks, about the packs?
Oh, I was just gonna say that, like, so the issue with those eras is that all it takes is somebody to rip a case, hit the 2 gold stars, and every other pack's now a dead pack, and you can still say they're unweighed. Like that, I just
Yep.
that to me is the only time like a sealed case premium is like actually a thing that exists, and
Yeah.
that's why I just could never consciously open one of those. I mean, I couldn't do it for the cost anyways, but like just. I don't know, dude. I see people rip those all the time, and I just no.
Wow.
If this is true.
Looks like we got some plays to make.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, you're headed to the moon, dude.
I
For
thought he was
sure.
doing a field goal post
Huge.
at first.
There's like a huge something on this card.
What do you mean? A huge
What does that mean?
I don't know.
What's-
Let's
Is it-
see.
Jake,
is it
what
just
else do we have
stuff
to
to
rip
shit?
back there? I see some juicy stuff. We got a Sun and Moon.
Oh yeah, Sun and Moon base ETBs, Crimson Invasion. Ooh.
Hey, we could hit SB on Umbreon or.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
I can't see it really.
Is
mean,
Gold Ultra Ball worth anything anymore?
I can't see.
I have no idea. That's a
Gold
good
Ultra Ball?
question. Mason would know.
I assume the Plasma Freeze one still holds some
Oh
value.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Gross.
Should we crack a whole case of something right now?
Holy
Yes.
shit.
You have any
Evolving
boxes?
Skies.
You know how many boxes?
What I crack a
of
case of
Freeze
Evolving
you could
Skies?
make? Yeah, go.
Yes. Hit that Moonbreon, and then we'll show everyone how easy this investing thing is.
It's
Look.
so easy. It's just a no-brainer, right?
Anyone can do it.
Anyone
Can do it.
Pack, you can do it. It's that
Anyone
simple.
can do it. Anyone.
Look.
Can I please wish you good luck on your step?
Oh god.
Heck yeah, I can,
please.
dude. Step 1, good
Get
luck.
that away from me.
Not as hard
dude.
as step 2, so you're good there. But great luck.
that-
You will crush it. It's very long. My wife did it, but you will crush it, and you will, in like 7 years, make a lot of money. So you have that to look forward to.
This one?
Mm.
You pick this one?
Yes.
That's the lucky one?
Wait, do we have more than one option?
She
Yeah.
showed an Evo box.
Evo,
Oh, yeah.
Evolutions.
Oh no, I want to. Yeah, evolutions only. Evo sucks.
Holy
Ugh,
shit.
horrible.
Wait, just wait, Squeaks. Look what I still have here.
Wow.
Kickstarter.
Oh
Bro,
god.
Dude.
Imagine bringing
Please
Squeaks
no.
on and then we're talking about MetaZoo Kickstarter.
Whew.
You got it between the ropes. I believe in you. Let us know how you do. Okay, I'm going to tell you right now. You're going to get out of there. You're going to feel like you failed. You're going to feel like you did terrible. Everyone does. And then you're going to get your pass score and you're going to be on top of the freaking world. So just have a nice plan for when you get that, like maybe a nice dinner, whatever. It's going to be dope. So just remember that. But you're going to crush it. Also, med school makes them too much money. They don't actually kick anybody out, so don't worry that much.
Jeez.
No, seriously, dude, seriously, they really don't. You have to really mess up pretty bad to like get kicked out.
This guy?
What?
What is that?
Toon World.
Toon World.
Michael
Dude, I used to
Jordan
play a
Wayne-
cell
Wayne
phone
Gretzky.
game called Toon Blast, and I'm pretty sure it was for like 6-year-olds. But dude, every time I'd beat a puzzle, the little logo would pop up, and in the car I'd yell Toon Blast and try to make my wife laugh. That's what that makes me think of.
Oh, this was recently, not like when you were a kid. Okay.
Oh yeah, no.
Roger Rabbit.
Bro, I love puzzle games, man. There just weren't many good ones.
I get it.
I play a Harry Potter one now. It's pretty fun. If anybody
Were you
wants
trying to get me to rip this in Denver, Jake? I forget who it was.
Is that Diamond and
but
Pearl?
it has 2 EX era packs and 1 Diamond
I
Pearl
know
pack.
somebody that would buy that Chimchar promo off you though.
I'll pay you $600 if you rip it.
What?
Wait, what?
What?
You have to do that.
Like, I mean,
You're never gonna get a better EV at ripping that than just a free plus 600.
No, it's a rip and ship situation.
Oh,
I still think
Well,
it's
I'm
a
trying
dub.
to think.
I-
How much am I in this for?
I'll do $600 rip and ship.
Oh my goodness, Colson.
I think the trade value on this was like 1,100 for the trade.
Wait, what did you trade?
So not a good offer.
I traded like a Shining Darkness, PSA 10 Charizard, Regius Gold Star PSA 8, and a CGC 5.5 Alakazam Japanese Gold Star because there was a bunch of stuff I was in super cheap on. So I don't know. I just thought it was cool to have. I thought it would sell in Denver, and it almost did because the other stuff wasn't selling. Because I knew the whales would want to come and rip it, but somebody flaked like right at the end. But it is what it is.
I'll sell you back. Wait, did you say Reggie Rock?
Reggie Ice.
Sorry.
Yeah, you have the better one.
Sorry.
No, I need the Reggie Ice now, please. I'll trade you. No, I'm fine.
What's a card that you've owned that you sold that you wish you wouldn't have? You shake your head. You don't have one. You don't have one card. You're like, man, wish I had that.
I mean, that I wish I didn't sell? No. I have a lot more that I wish I sold.
Well, sure.
But no. Gosh, I don't think so.
I miss my my Poncho Rayquaza, the regular one. I love those cards. And now they're just going up and up and up, and it's painful.
Yeah.
I love those ponchos.
So isn't this card sick?
I don't know what it is.
What is it?
It's just a Jack Kirby artwork. He's like one of the most famous comic book artists. It's Darth Vader. You guys don't like Star Wars?
Oh, I can see it now. He looked
I
like
can see it now.
Iron Man or something, but now I see it.
Yeah.
It's kind of terrifying.
It kind of looks like Skeletor holding a pickle.
Oh, I can see that. A big pickle.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know,
I think it's
perspective.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I love it. I'm gonna collect the rainbow. I'm gonna try to get the rainbow of it, but the super fractor is so expensive.
Swami, what do I miss? I don't regret selling it, but I really did love owning the Error Growlithe, just because it was a great conversation starter.
Yeah.
That was a good one. I've owned PSA 10s of a lot of the crystals and gold stars. Those were really fun to have, but I don't think I'd want them back. I don't know. I'd have to think about it.
That's a good card.
So cute.
I've owned all the ponchos and 10s.
That's nice.
Those were fun.
Those are so nice.
I don't
All
care about if
ponchos.
cards are raw or graded, really. So
Mm.
I'm not really sure. I have more video game things probably than I do cards.
That's crazy. That's cool.
Mason, what's the
What were those? I liked those Nintendo Power you had with like the Dialga on it. Squeaks. I
Oh, yeah,
loved
they did the
that.
signed ones by Masuda and Amori. I still have those.
That's so cool. That's so cool.
Well, you ever wanna buy them, you hit me up.
I don't think I would want to pay for them. Oh, they're really cool.
Hey,
Though.
market's getting bad. You might get a deal. You know.
All right, I'll hit you up then.
I do get signatures are really starting to.
Yes, sir. Whew.
That's okay. I actually have 2 sets of them, so.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, those are cool. I remember those, reading those when I was younger. They were awesome. Oh my god.
Which sheet is that? Neo Gen Common?
That Neo Gen. Yeah. Wow.
Wow.
That's awesome.
I love. You know what that just reminded me of? I think I have a sheet I bought from Heritage that I never opened in a box. That
What?
Jungle Rares. I'm pretty sure. Like the non-hollow rares. Because I saw that and I was like, oh yeah, I have a sheet like that. And then I realized I bought it, but I've never seen it. So I must have not opened it. Dude, the heyday period was a wild time. But
That's crazy.
because I've been going through, I'm getting my stuff framed. Like I got my Fossil sheet framed, I got my Naruto sheet framed. And
You have a Naruto uncut sheet?
I do. I put it on Instagram if you want to go see it.
Which set?
It's set 1. It's the starter decks of Sasuke and Naruto.
Let me check it out.
But I took them the cheap ones first because I wanted to make sure like he did it right. And then which he did. He did a fantastic job. So now I'm gonna take him some of the better ones.
That's
Like,
so cool, dude.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna do my first ever ribbon ship.
Oh my god.
Wait, who's
Really?
Are you selling it? Are you selling it to us? We have to buy it?
Mason's buying it?
Whoa.
Mason's buying it?
Whoa.
Mason's cat is buying it?
You want this?
That's what I was just
Lego-
Give
A light pack.
Get it away. Get it
Oh,
away.
Isn't that how ribbon?
Dude, that's when you know it's gonna be dark days.
Ooh.
Start ripping
Oh, my
lights.
favorite set. I love Fossil. You
Colson,
know how much I love Fossil.
Colson, this
Hey,
one's better.
hey, Fossil might be one of the greatest WotC sets out there.
Really?
Oh no.
Yeah, I like it.
Squeaks.
I really don't like that tape.
Okay,
I
actually,
really don't
legendary.
like
That's
that.
the best
Can we
one.
do like the
Can we
what's
do
the
like
tier-
Aquapolis or something?
I'm
Like,
bringing out the
tier picker and then like have the S through F and then where that would
All right.
fit with everything? I'd love
You
to
want
see
me
it.
to tier pick the WotC sets?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All
Hey.
right.
Your video
no, Jake.
look, bring back the content, Squeaks, and
All right. Who wants a pack?
I remember when Jake told me he traded for like dozens of Vivid Voltage and Darkness Ablaze packs at Denver, and I was like, dude, you're gonna end up bringing like 100 of them home and just gonna sit there.
What were the
Who wants to
values?
Buy those packs.
It was like, Jake, tell the story. It was a really sad story.
No, he's a great dude. He's
No,
I
I know.
know.
I'm just-
That day, and then we had talked a few times, and then he just like he came over and he had just like a bunch of these packs and like other loose packs too. And I told him like that I'm like the last person to sell these packs to because I hate I hate Darkness Ablaze. And like half of them were Darkness Ablaze, and I was like, I'll pay you 75 cents. Like
And he sold them.
basically a little
Rolling
like
Toad pays $1. What are people doing?
I think it was like 80, 90 cents we ended up
Oh
doing.
no.
In cash, trading for a card. For another card.
And it was trade value. Oh,
It was
you
so
fleeced
He
that
also,
poor
to me, he also really didn't want it. We both
Please,
really
dude.
didn't want them.
please.
And then
Oh,
I just started giving them away to kids.
oh my.
Wait. Josh was sitting right next to you, and he didn't sell
Yeah.
it to the whatnot guy. He sold them to you.
What? Oh, to Josh. Josh
Yeah.
didn't want those things either. Although Josh,
I bet for 75 cents he would have bought them.
yeah.
I
Look,
think
I'll
he can
give
make some money
$1.
off.
If you have a booster pack and it's authentically sealed, I will give you $1 and a heart.
Here we
Come
go.
at him, Squeaks.
All right. I don't want it ripped. I want it sealed. You shipping me that bad boy sealed?
Oh, no,
I'll buy it all for
Rip
$1
and ship.
pop.
I need the content.
Rip and ship.
I'm
Need
desperate
the
for
content.
Are those really $1 now?
No.
No.
Then what? Okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering.
I
Like,
was selling these for $250 at the convention, and they were selling fine. Like people were buying them.
oh Lord,
Oh my God.
$250, Jesus.
They're probably $4 each, aren't they? $3 each.
The hobby's dead.
Yeah,
Like
Probably
at
retail.
an actual retail store.
Yeah, $419 at Target, baby.
$4.19 right now.
Yeah, or at least that's what they were.
Yeah, that guy could have committed fraud and just tried to return them to Target without
75
I mean,
cents.
shoot your shot. I'm kidding. Don't do that. That's bad, and that makes you a bad person to do it.
Oh
But
no.
Yeah, I mean, I literally like told him that I like really didn't want them.
yeah, I mean, if you
Really-
just wanted to dump them,
I really don't want these.
It was kind of a battle of like both of us really didn't want them.
Well, I think you found the one guy who's going to sell you those packs for 75 cents. So you're
So
crushing it.
people,
For sure.
I think I sold like 8 of them, and then I gave maybe 4 away to kids. So they're
There
moving.
you go.
Got
For the
about-
hobby, baby.
about 50 more.
Yeah, just bring them to another con. Just give them. Just give
I'm
them
never
to
going to.
kids.
That's the
Dude.
problem because they're too. Unless I like go around here somewhere, because they're just too bulky. It's not worth it.
Oof. Ooh.
Jake, did you ever put something under those boxes,
Um.
like cardboard or something?
Oh, under those?
Yeah,
No, but I've checked. They're fine.
man, that makes me nervous.
I don't really care.
I'm sending you cardboard. I'm sending you cardboard.
I'm sending you cardboard to put underneath your cardboard.
All the really
that holds-
expensive boxes are
that has cardboard in it.
all the expensive boxes are in plastic cases. If that
Oh,
makes me feel better.
Except that Evolving Skies box back there, but that's because we're open.
No, that's opened. I don't have any.
Oh. Did you hit an alt art?
I opened that box like 100 years ago.
Those are just for display.
It has cards in it that I'm grading. It's
Oh,
they're
Show us the
so the-
grade pile.
3 of the one,
show us the
3 of
grading
the- and then all of these are filled with. Every single one of those is filled with like hundreds.
Jesus.
Show
Right.
us some of the juice.
I have like 6,000 to 8,000 cards to grade. It's gonna be hard.
68,000?
6,000 to 8,000.
Oh, 6 to 8,000.
68,000.
That's not better. That's worse.
Show us a little of the juice. Pull one box.
Sure. A lot of it's Star Wars, but I can show you.
Oh man, no.
I take it back.
So it's getting to be 3 o'clock now. Jake, it's 3 o'clock. You know, maybe we should be calling it. What do you think?
Hey, it's 12 o'clock over here, man. I'm still spry.
We've been here for 7 hours.
Bro, you have
All right.
a Thornton's Big Gulp or whatever that is. And
Here,
you're
we'll-
trying to
we'll
call
look
it-
through
And you're jealous. And you're jealous.
I am.
We'll look through this. Let's see.
Show me some Japanese. Come on.
I have no idea what's in here.
Okay. Give me what I want, baby.
Let's see.
Oh, hyper.
Oh
rare
yeah. Oh yeah. Hey,
juice.
There you
Juice.
go.
what are we doing? These should already be a
Oh,
PSA,
no.
brother.
All
right,
my
we're
God.
gone. We're good.
This,
We're
this
good.
went downhill quickly.
Oh, the
Oh.
grading file.
Dude,
Oh,
Every
Rudy.
Rudy's.
I'm
Oh,
really-
Oh God. Ah.
I don't even know what I'm looking at there.
Another Rudy.
Shit.
talk about putting cards in slabs where the slab's
Holy
worth
shit.
more than the card. I mean,
Oh.
whoa, there's Dragon Ball Z though.
There's a,
Ooh.
back to Pokemon.
Hey,
Dude.
that's a juicer.
What are we doing?
Is that a
When
10?
are you
Is that a
submitting it?
10?
But
Are those 10s? Are they gonna get 10s?
Why haven't you subbed those Charizards?
they're all like 7s and 8s,
Oh, okay.
Oh,
That's okay.
Okay.
That's
I
Never
already-
mind.
I already
That
did.
makes sense.
except for my except for this one. This one could get a 10, but it's cheap.
Yeah, that
I'm
one. That
hoping-
one's rough.
I'm hoping to get 9s on them. If I get 9s, then we'll have made money.
Ooh.
All right, we got DBZ, but I got a great deal on them. I bought them all for like an insane. Like I think the guy like mislisted his thing because it was, I was like worried they were going to be fake, but they're real. All right, we got the DBZ score for the DBZ.
Yo, that
Oh,
card's my
nice.
favorite card in Dragon Ball.
Piccolo. Go Tanks. That's nice. Oh, I love that one.
That's probably the toughest one to get.
That's
Somewhere
sick.
Radar's ears are tingling.
Yup. Imagine. That's fire. That's fire. Nice. Radar's here.
Can you make your
Radar
stream
was here like 2 hours ago in the chat.
Somebody is
gone
asking
now.
for Evolving Skies opening. Other than
Oh
me.
God. I saw somebody ask for your WotC tier list, Squeaks.
Oh no.
Do it. Well, we should all do it.
You guys will just roast me on it. So like
That's the fun. Like, what are you talking about?
Me and Mason might. Jake won't. Jake loves it all.
Jeez.
No, I don't like Orbeetle.
well, Orbeetle doesn't like you.
It's not WotC.
Orbeetle's not WotC?
The flex gods. Let's all burn our collections on stream.
Yes.
Yes.
Good idea.
I got a bunch
That
of
reminds me when
Bye bye, financial freedom. Bye bye.
the whites for the Weiss lever.
Ooh, yes, sir. Ooh, nice.
I don't know anything about any of this.
We'll
Oh,
sort
come
her
on,
out.
Squeaks. Get on the bandwagon. Get on the train.
He knows Weiss. He's just.
If they make Naruto Weiss,
Dude,
me up.
they're going to have to shell out so much for that IP. Oh.
especially because One Piece just got a game, I could see Bandai just getting Naruto booted back up.
Well, there's that cool. Have you seen that Caillou, the Chinese game?
That
That's
is
really-
bootleg Garbo, dude. I'm sorry.
But it looks cool. It looks cool.
Dude, those cards smell so bad. So do you know how that all started? Was I bought a bunch of those boxes.
You
off
bought them?
and I made a video on YouTube about it and said I didn't know if they were real because I didn't. And that video eventually went viral. Like when I put it up, it was my worst
What?
performing video. It had like 600 views, and I look back like 8 months later, and it had 15,000 views. So I
Oh
took it
my
down because
God.
I didn't want to be associated with people like
I never
importing
saw that
bootleg stuff
video.
and selling it. And dude, but when we open those cards, dude, they smell like, dude. No,
I saw a couple of them in BGS slabs, and I saw them selling for like 2-3x on eBay from what you could buy on
Dude,
AliExpress a couple
that
months
craft
ago.
is so cheap. I have so
Yeah.
many of like the high end ultras just like in a box, dude. It's all garbage. And anybody that buys that, you can buy all that stuff on AliExpress for $8 a box. They'll literally ship it to your door for $1. It's gonna come beat up in a package that looks like the Hulk smashed it. It's gonna smell like they pulled it out of a dumpster. Like, dude, I'm not even memeing. Like 100%. I bought a binder one time because it was $1 for $1 shipping. Because I literally told my wife, I was like, I want to see if they'll even just ship this. Like, how could you get this from China to here for $1? This thing just comes tattered, man. Like,
Dude?
I still have One Piece bootleg boxes.
It's sad that I even considered buying it because I'm dying for a new Naruto card game.
You want to make me an offer live on stream, Kai?
Oh
Six-
my God.
$6. Wait, is that the champion one?
Yeah,
$7.
$7.
Kai's the king of Bandai in Australia.
There's a guy I saw that had a
I
bunch
will
of those
sell
on
this
Instagram,
screen
but he had sold them.
for $7,000.
Sheesh.
Did
Kai
you
said
ever get all the
5K.
boxes?
No. 5K is not a bad offer though. That's like not terrible.
He even gave you the winky face.
I just think it's a $7,000 card because of the grid. The raw ones they're like raw bad ones are selling for like 2,000 to 3,000 right now. But it's hard to know because like it's such a small graded market. But I think 7,000 is like actually fair for the right person, but very few people want this.
Have Dragon Ball Z prices dropped?
Like score stuff.
Yeah.
Ask Kai.
Definitely from the height. But it's very strong compared to like where it was.
DBZ graded mooning. Nice.
Yes.
Did a BGS 9 of this one sell for 6.5, Kai? Is that what you're saying?
What do you guys think about the Demon Slayer build divide set? I don't know I know what Demon Slayer is.
I don't know what that is. Watchy tier list.
Bro, the Watsy tier list. You know, there was one time in my life where I actually thought about making a whole YouTube channel where I just did tier lists of stuff, but then I
That'd be
realized,
so fun.
dude, but all you're gonna do is get hated on. Like that's nothing, right? To like your whole life is now gonna be people arguing with you about what you do. Like, dude, what a miserable existence that would become. Like
People eat those videos up, dude.
Oh,
They
man.
love those videos.
maybe that's
If
all
you-
I'll do. I'll come back. Everyone wants the juicy market content, and I just rank.
Sword and Shield
These are my
booster
top
box
favorite
tier list.
water
Top
Pokemon.
yeah.
Oh, shit.
Oh my god.
How do you
Face
guys
set
feel about
unlocked.
what Channel Fireball did to Akora?
Yikes.
Can you give me context?
$34.99 booster boxes they dropped and they sold out, I believe.
What
That's what I
was-
heard from the Rudy
what was
video.
MSRP?
Oh, it was like
You gotta move them.
it was like 140, right?
Yeah,
What?
it was like 120, I think.
So
120. Okay.
what you're telling me?
I can look and see.
Actually, I'm not touching this one with 10-foot pole
Why? What do you mean? Why not?
because you already know where I stand on this.
It's 3 in the morning, and I want some spicy takes. Give the people what they want.
Listen,
Should we take some shots?
should we take some shots? Hey, sure.
Dude, if it was a Friday, why does it have to be a Thursday night,
is.
dude?
Look,
Oh, I guess it is Friday.
You're
But,
in college, brother. Every day's a Friday.
dude,
in
I have class in the
Oh,
evening.
okay. You're
What do you
telling me
think
you've never
that-
went to class drunk.
I have Japanese. No, I'm not drunk. Jesus.
Japanese.
Oh,
maybe
I guess we all didn't
hungover,
have
but
the same college experience then.
Squeaks, for context, a Cora
Save
box
it
is-
for the
I
weekend.
had to pay 105 to get.
Ooh.
Oh. Well, listen.
But they come with an acrylic case for free.
Yeah, I'm just not touching this one.
You would pay 105.
I'm looking at my distributor website right now.
Ooh.
Yes.
Whoa.
Is this set 1?
Yes.
Oh. So I assume no set.
Oh. I remember Rock Pokemon opening up a box and just
Look,
handing out
here's what I will
packs in Denver.
I think it's admirable for anyone to take a card game, make it, completely flesh it out, and push it to market. That's an extremely difficult thing to do. People don't realize how much it takes to even get it to that point, and then to gain enough traction to get companies like Channel Fireball or even distributors to pick it up and be interested in it. The problem is there was one card game that found a recipe to success that then every other new card game decided that they wanted to try to mimic and follow. When in reality, that recipe to success is probably more a product of the time than it was like what it actually did. If card games continue to follow that, not only are they going to shoot themselves in the foot, but they're going to shoot every future card game that comes after it because distributors are going to be more reluctant to pick it up. Consumers are going to be reluctant to pick it up. And most of them are going to be DOA, at which point then all your time and all your effort is going to be largely wasted unless you have a massive IP backing it, which most don't, from the get-go. And it's incredibly dangerous. So I guess what I would say is if you want card games in distributors and stores and LGSs and all these things that have a healthy future, promote and support new card games that do things the right way, that focus on building out a game and a community and an IP that people love for the IP, and not things that are based around artificial scarcity and FOMO and rarities that are one of ones and random crap out the gate and Kickstarter promos and all this stuff that's just arbitrary stuff to make people fawn over it, that doesn't actually bring in the kind of people that care about it, because all you're doing is shooting yourself in the foot as a consumer by investing into that. And with games like One Piece and Lorcana coming out that have multi-million dollar and even billion-dollar IPs backing them, it's already going to be impossible tier levels for like these grassroots games to get started. And so like if you really enjoy games like that like have smaller communities and are more tight knit, you've got to support the ones that actually care about you and not just your wallets. Otherwise, you're just like creating a path where only your One Pieces and Lorcanas and stuff can exist moving forward. That's what I think.
Okay, spicier.
That was wonderful.
I can't go
Spicier.
I can't do spicier than that.
Oh.
Not on
I-
YouTube.
So you think Lorcana's got it? You think that's gonna do something?
I think Lorcana could be the absolute worst game ever made, and it does not matter. It will sell.
Yes.
I
See that
think-
Mickey
I
Mouse
think
promo,
those
dude?
cards could be
Holy.
tops, and it would not matter. Look, at the end of the day, they already know the market and they have figured out their bread and butter. The fact that they took 7 trading cards and gave them a special foiling before the game even released to create FOMO and hype and demand, knowing that they can do that because they have the Disney IP backing them, which will carry it regardless, which most of these others don't. Dude, they are absolutely going to crush. Now, do I think the Lorcana $8,000 cards are going to crush? Probably not. I think a lot of like the downside risk is so high on those compared to the upside in the like 5-year or less term. But Lorcana as a game, dude, Disney collector market is actually just insanity. Like insanity. Like, dude, people don't realize what people spend on Disney stuff, dude. Like,
It's crazy.
I just hope they have a really good distribution plan.
Spent $25,000 for this Mickey Mouse card.
25K.
You spent $25K, or that's what it's worth?
No, that's what I spent.
What grade is it?
Oh boy.
No, what grade is the Mickey Mouse card?
6.
What's a 10 worth?
Doesn't exist.
I'm just messing with you guys.
I mean,
I would build, dude. There was a Disney Funko Pop that released exclusively at like one of the Disney World, and dude, I watched Funko people lose their minds on like trying
Funko
to,
people are crazy.
trying to like
dude. Oh my
recon
God.
people out to like Disney World to like pick them up Funkos and stuff or wherever it was. Like there's a Mickey Mouse Switch that's like Japanese only. It's like pink and purple. That like, dude, it's like, dude, I'm telling you, like people, dude, the Disney stuff's gonna be wild. Like, not to mention the fact that like if the game's actually good, like it compounds like so many, dude. Every generation has a nostalgia point to a Disney IP, and their IP reach now is so far. I mean, they have all of Marvel, all of Star Wars. They have Final Fantasy via Kingdom Hearts. They have, dude, like what they can do is, sheesh, dude.
Sheesh.
Like mega.
Everybody
sheesh.
buy Lorcana. Let's all
think
stonk
that-
on
I
Lorcana.
think that Squeak should turn on his camera, and then Squeaks and I should open one pack at a time until none of us have any product left.
oh,
Oh my god! If my wife woke up and that was what was happening, dude, like, oh no.
Oh,
You can start with the cheap stuff, but we have to go, or someone has to give up.
Well, that's all I own is cheap stuff. So I mean, I can just start with.
oh
anything.
no way.
I'm gonna start it on these Darkness Ablaze packs.
I do have a whole distributor box of the double packs of Sword Shield Darkness Ablaze.
Let's get going.
Bro, let's rip.
What about those Naruto packs? Come on, man.
I
We'll
do.
get there.
So I sold a big chunk of my Naruto stuff off
Really?
recently,
Mhm.
but I do still
really?
have sealed boxes. So I think I have like, I have 10 at Troll, and then I have 28 here or 30 here. It's like one of each minus the ones I'm missing. But otherwise, I don't have a ton of like loose stuff left outside of like some eternal rivalries and stuff. Like, I pretty much took my gains on that, cut a friend a deal, sold him the rest of it, and
I want to get into it.
Funko people are crazy, says the man 6 hours into chat. Exactly, dude. I know.
It's more just I've seen people's Funko rooms and it's kind of terrifying. Like I have cousins who have rooms for their Funko Pops.
You
I'm
know,
just like, holy
I was
shit.
the biggest Funko disbeliever for the longest time.
Yeah,
it was
me
like,
too.
"Oh, this stuff's gonna burst. Funkos are garbo." I was wrong, wholeheartedly. You know,
Go back down. Just double down.
Double down. Yeah, eventually I'll be right. Eventually something has to overtake them.
Exactly.
Like the Comic-Con exclusives. It's like, oh my god.
Like
it's
I
insane.
think the
Well, what
dude.
sucks is people
The
go
thing is,
there
back
and
when
then
I
they
wrote,
lose
like
the
when I
line.
had that narrative,
All of them.
they
Instead
didn't
of
have
like
every
going
IP under the sun. Now they have dude, everything is a Funko. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, someday I do think they'll be dethroned, but I mean, now they're getting pretty massive.
It's just
Numbered
crazy.
Funkos.
People go to Comic-Con and they just wait in the lines to get the Funko Pops and then leave.
Yes.
The Funko Pop.
Yes.
So sad.
Hey, but you know what, dude? I used to wait for the amiibos, so
It's like people waiting for SIGs, like in the arena line. It's like,
It sounded like
oh,
that. That sounded like that.
so painful.
But at least those were cool. You know?
Yeah.
oh yeah.
Yeah. That's reasonable.
Funko.
Pops, not.
Are you a Funko guy, Mason?
No, absolutely not.
Mason, what are you a
Absolutely
guy
not.
for?
So angry.
What am I a guy of?
Yeah.
Uh,
What do you stand?
EVV Max Shining Fates promo.
where's it? Oh, here. My PSA 9 light art.
Yes.
No, okay. Non-meme though. Do you collect anything?
No.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely not.
Do you
No.
buy anything that you like?
No.
Absolutely not.
You don't collect video games?
No.
I can't tell if that was like a
Everything
facetious
I
comment
love-
or if you were actually thinking about it.
Everything I loved, I created a business, and then I just sold everything towards that business.
No, that part I do get because like that's why I struggle to collect anything Pokemon that's like a card. Is because like I knew I had to kill that side of me off a long time ago, and like so
That's step one.
yeah,
That's
to
all
murder
time.
all emotion towards it. Yes.
Are you happy, Mason? That's
That's
a
real.
question from the chat.
Am I happy? Yeah, sure.
Wife, are you happy?
In general, wow, there's a lot of questions asking if you're happy. People are concerned.
I love Oki. He's
Look,
hilarious.
I'm doing great. We're all doing great.
Everything I love, I sold off. Mason.
Great.
That cat you saw earlier, gone, dude. $4.99.
I got-
It already sold on eBay 30
Sale.
minutes ago.
How much can I get for these cats? How much? Would you say $4.99?
Hey,
They're
you do have that Arcanine plushie up there, though.
Not for long.
That's your collection.
It's
Not
about
for long.
I gotta get to Orlando somehow.
Wait, are you going?
You're not going?
Don't give me that you're not going.
If I offered you $250 for that Arcanine right now, sold?
No.
What do they
No?
cost?
There you go. How about $350?
Ship?
Who's going?
Shipped. That was my first thought. Is it
350
shipped?
shipped.
Mason, we can fit that in a large priority mailer, dude.
Absolutely.
Oof.
Man,
I'll do
Yeah, dude. We'll cut his
No
little legs
way.
off and
look
squeeze
how
it in.
big this is.
for three.
This thing's
I'll do-
massive.
Holy shit.
Come on. That ain't fitting it up. No.
We can get it in a flat rate box, though.
Look,
Call it
you don't know.
$375 and you sign it.
It's so beautiful. It's so
Mason,
majestic.
can we get another
just
one of
gonna
those
go-
for less than $375?
$375 you
I don't
sign
know.
it and then we,
I really
and
don't
we
know.
auction it and then we auction it off.
I
Let me
don't
check eBay.
They're called
We auction it off for charity.
they're called Big More plushes.
Arcanine Big More plush.
I don't know if I am or not. A lot of people have asked me to.
About
I
what?
You should go. You
go
should come.
to Collecticon.
You should.
You don't have to go. No one
I
wants to
don't
see
know.
you anyways, apparently. That's what you think.
What?
What?
That's what he told me, that nobody wants to spend time with them. And
That is not what I said.
oh,
You. Oh my god, guy. You're making crap up.
We can hang out and talk black and white, Squeaks. Come to Orlando.
Open up product, Colson.
Dude, I don't
Somebody
have
has
anything you want to
a
open, Kai.
long-sized booster box in honor of
don't have
Moonbrion.
I don't have that anymore. It's
I don't
gone.
have
Long gone. Long gone.
Yeah, I'm gonna give Mason the card too to start his collection.
I have a collection. I got one. I started it. Ray helped me out.
You know something that you should do, all of you, that we used to do it in Pokemon, but I haven't done it for years, is every person you meet that you have a conversation with, you have them sign a card and date it.
That's a good idea.
I had everybody in Denver sign my playmat.
That's
That
cool.
was good.
You want to see
Yeah,
it?
that's cool too. That's the kind of thing you can like frame, put up on your wall.
Yeah. See. I got Colson's on here. He's right in the middle.
Oh my gosh.
Jake's on there somewhere.
Swam. That's gotta be Swami, right? Swam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm right under Colsey, baby.
Yeah.
Nice.
See? The gang's all here. Except you, Squeaks, because you don't go outside.
Yeah.
But, you know,
Hey,
Well,
you mail
sweet.
that to me, I'll sign it, mail it back.
Mason.
it doesn't count. What is that, a 10? You're flexing on me with a 10? Oh, okay. All right. That's cool. Jeez, kids.
It's okay, man. It's PSA, so it's probably the same condition as your 9.
Yep. I just graded it. It's off center too. So if that provides any solace.
Mine's off center, too.
It's off center too.
That's a little bit, It's no
You
big deal.
just got unlucky, man. Look at the draw.
So
Let's
we
spin
find
the
a price
wheel.
on this Arcanine? What's up?
I'll trade you this Arcanine for that Arcanine.
Oh, do that. Snap, do that. Snap, do that. We can find you
No.
another Arcanine, dude.
I'm
Which
fine.
one? What are you talking about? I
His
didn't even see
10.
No, I'm not doing. No way.
Look, Colson only makes plus plays. He doesn't lose.
Yeah, like this. Yeah.
Margo, my man.
Boy.
This is my This is one of my grails, my personal grails, and I was happy to grade it myself.
Hey, that
Yeah.
Pokemon's cool.
I love Macargo. We have a slug cult. You should join, Squeaks.
Slug Colt.
A slug cult. I feel
Yeah.
like that's something that'd be on like an FBI wanted list or something.
Does anybody know what this is?
$180.
Reprint Arc Fiend.
180. I can
Yes,
get this
sir.
replaced.
I couldn't find the card I wanted to give
I'm
you.
glad somebody knew.
Can
Of
I
course,
tell you, you wanna
Squeaks
know a
knew.
story that happened to me recently? So back when I was in
Yes.
college, about your age actually, I bought a Yu-Gi-Oh
First ed?
collection.
Damn, Jake.
I bought a Yu-Gi-Oh collection from Canada of a dude that used to travel around to tournaments. He had 2 of those big Millennium Puzzle trophies that unfortunately I was young and dumb, and when I moved, I didn't want to move them, so I threw them in the trash. But anyways, there was a
Japanese.
huh?
You want the English one or just the Japanese Mesa
Of what?
of the light Arcanine?
Oh, this is Japanese.
No. Do you want an English version also? I'll give you an English version.
The hollow is better on the Japanese one.
My man.
So
What's up,
anyway,
Squeak?
so in this collection there was a bunch of Japanese stuff, but back then none of that was worth anything. And so I sold out the SM51 Blue Eyes and then nothing else because like nobody would buy any of it.
Mhm.
And I used to have a Resident Evil deck building game, and we bought an expansion, so we put them together in the expansion box. And when I was moving, I thought I threw all that stuff away with those trophies, and I didn't. I actually put it in the Resident Evil deck building game box. And this year, when I moved, that box fell and opened up, and I looked in it and had all that Yu-Gi-Oh stuff in it.
Oh,
Dude, juice, absolute heaters. That's what because it's all Japanese. That's what that card made me think of. It has
that's
like
awesome.
the red eyes, like the 301 red eyes.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
like mega juice. It's
That's
crazy.
awesome.
But now I can't sell it because I have too fond of memories.
Yeah.
So.
I'm trying to get all the 5 dragons ultimate rares and 10s. Trying to grade them myself.
This man
I
said
love
he has
them.
2 fonts of memories to sell it. Can y'all believe this, chat?
Dude, that happens. That's
Where's
a
Retro
thing.
Specs in here?
Well, because like everyone has like their childhood collections, and I don't. Like that's the closest thing I'll ever have to a childhood.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because at least then I was still like mature like a child, you know. So I was like,
Did you not have your childhood collection, Squeaks?
dude, everything when I was a kid, I'd sell it to buy the next thing. I was a dirty
No.
kid, man.
My mom gave my stuff away.
You start that garage
Big
sale,
sale.
and
A dirty flipper at like 8.
dude, I used to have my
8
own
years old.
garage sale.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Jake. The binders are getting opened. I'm cracking the binders.
He's got it up on his shoulder like a wrestler's belt that he won.
If buyer pays shipping, Mason would sell his own mother. That's not nice.
Oh my god.
No,
Who
but
said that?
I have charged my mother shipping.
Well, yeah, you're a business. You have to.
Damn.
She thinks she gets a free load? No shot. Shipping's expensive these days. They up that like 14% a year.
It's
Hmm.
true.
Dude, I swear, we're so close to first class is going to be like $10 in like 5 years.
Oh, please, no. Jesus.
I remember when a first class mailer would be $2.87.
Oof.
Back in my day.
Back in my day, you could ship.
eBay standard envelope, $4. Yikes. Please, no.
But you get free tracking. So
Man, do you remember?
I remember they used to be
when
50 cents. Now they're $1.
Do you remember when
Wow.
they added the energy code cards and it made the 6 booster boxes not fit in a flat rate well? You know what
Oh,
I'm talking
really?
about?
what?
Didn't know.
The
That's
energy per
hilarious.
pack or whatever, and then when they put code cards in, it was in like X, Y.
Was
or
that,
whatever.
was that Sun and Moon?
Or
I think
Sun and
they
Moon,
added.
Sun and Moon. The
Yeah.
booster boxes were bigger.
Yep. They added energies.
And
I
yeah,
know
they
that.
added energies. And so when you try to put them in a flat rate, it was like you couldn't put bubble wrap on the edges anymore.
Oh my God, Jake. Jesus.
What's that? 4th print?
Oh, it's my favorite set in the hobby. That's what that is.
Oh, is this our 2020 remorse tour?
Oh, I love the entire page of magnetons. Oh.
We'll get there.
Ooh,
I've
yeah.
graded like 1,000 cards out of this binder, and then I keep putting more of the worst condition ones in.
Crushing it.
Man.
I think these are all like.
Harvey woke up.
I would sell someone. I might sell. This might be a binder that goes to Nick.
Charvy, don't go back like an hour and a half.
We have the Slow King fan. He's entered the chat.
Don't go back, Charvy.
Harvey, are you a Slow King fan?
Don't.
I like him in the movie.
Sorry. He's a Slow King fan, yes.
No, I was
He's
not
going
talking mad-ish about Slow King. I was talking about his pop. Now that's a card. That Jolteon. Sheesh.
H22 has a reputation around here.
Oof.
Yeah, exactly. It's you. Who cares?
Squeaks, who
Dude, he
cares?
knows. He knows. It's fine. Wasn't even stressed about it.
Squeaks, what's your favorite Jolteon card?
Oh,
Oh.
dang, dude. You know, that's tough. I have a probably legendary collection reverse hollow. The firework pattern on the jungle art. But I really like the blister promo that they just did in the Sword and Shield block.
Oh, yep.
So that one's up there. Dark Explorers is nah, actually that one's nah. Yeah, probably legendary collection.
Sandstorm's nice.
I'm not a huge fan of that one.
Oh.
Oh, I'm not either.
Nishida.
No.
Nishida.
No.
Come on. Nishida, man.
Oh, Light Jolteon's my second favorite though.
Oh yeah.
Dude, that okay. Legendary collection reverse hollows are like peak of the hobby to me. If they ever do that
That's
foil
crazy.
pattern again, oh my gosh, dude. I don't know what I would do.
I
The
don't know
which
if I've
one?
ever heard someone say that they were the peak of the hobby.
Dude, they are
Peak of the hobby. Legendary
peak,
collection
dude.
colors.
Dude, oh, that is my favorite set. It's
Colson
not,
wasn't born for like 10 more years at least.
can you imagine if they did all
Dude, that was like 2.
that foil pattern?
You
Oh.
weren't alive.
I wasn't alive. Oof.
I peaked early. Oh, bro. You haven't even seen peak yet. I'm still
He's
working
still-
my way up.
He's still growing. Yeah, he's still.
Yeah, I'm still growing. Bro, I just hit 5'7". I've got a few more inches in me.
I just said 5'7".
Doctor said no. Never mind.
The doctor's like the 10-year projection when Squeaks was like 14. It was like, oh yeah, solid 6'1", solid, and his heart's been broken ever since. It's okay, dude. I'm in the same boat. Why do they lie? Why does the doctor lie?
Clam sale.
Claim sale. Let's do it. I'll help you sell. Okay. Hey, that's a Mew Rumble promo. And
I love that. I love Rumble.
Great, folks. That card comes out warped pretty frequently. They warp in the box now. Okay.
I love Rumble. Rumble was one of my favorite games as a kid ever.
Going. God.
There was a group that used to hardcore play Rumble at Nationals every year.
Did any of you play a Rumble?
I did not.
250 clam sale.
I used to buy those
super good
boxes
on that.
open and sell the singles out of them though.
I want to still do that. I want to crack a box.
You
70.
don't. They're all gonna be warped, dude. I'm telling you.
I know they're gonna be garbage, but it'd be so fun.
All right, clam sale on these.
Oh
Oof.
boy.
I don't even know
Oh,
what those
man.
are. Those from AliExpress? No, I'm just kidding.
Dude, I'm a dirty 10
Dude, I just
collector.
can't get into that stuff. I just can't.
Same.
Do you not like non-TCG?
It's not that. It's just like I don't know. I do have the Jolteon from that.
I mean, it's just ridiculous. Like, it's some of the coolest art in the hobby. I don't know.
It's just
Why-
ridiculous.
You know, I do like that one card that's like Ditto and it has like the Squirtle head coming out of it. You know what I'm talking about?
It has all three coming out.
Yeah. That card's cool. That card's
Gross.
I mean, the set is awesome.
Gross.
I get though if it's like I'm just not a collector of that because I just like the TCG. But to look
It's
at it,
cool.
like I don't like it, but you like.
No. Yeah, I just don't like the idea of collecting it, right? Like which to each their own, right?
There's a billion things to collect.
I mean, it's better than tops. I'll give it
Oh,
that.
I actually
True,
like
true.
I like that.
I
I don't
can't do
collect
tops.
it. I just like it. Okay, you're telling me you didn't own any tops as a kid, and you can't look at that and have a fond memory about it.
No, because
Zero.
I cried when I was brought it.
Well, okay, you might not, but Mason should.
No,
You
It
have
was a-
10 seconds.
I can't.
20
see
was that $20?
10 seconds.
I can't see that Arbok and not just think 4 position only. Even in those,
Yeah.
I just.
$20? Yeah, I'll buy it.
Nah,
$20.
fresh. We haven't
Alright.
talked about Moonbrown tonight.
20
Actually, guys,
bucks
we should
for
talk
you.
about Moonbrown.
$20 for
Yeah.
the bag fee?
It all
Why? No, don't do that. Don't do that.
It all must be.
Don't do that.
What's in the yellow binder behind you? Every other binder is a dark color.
Oh, sell that to retro.
250. All right, GT Landon, 250.
The yellow binder.
The yellow binder.
Yep. Also, what basketball jersey is that? Is that Larry Bird? Paul Pierce? I'm just naming random basketball players.
This is
it's probably a Celtics jersey of some kind.
so it's a Celtics jersey, and this is a Kobe autograph ball.
Kobe. Did he do the little Kobe and then he? No.
In the card.
In the box.
Oh,
Why
God,
you just stuck in
Jesus.
the hoop? Yeah. No, who's the jersey? Who's the jersey of?
Paul Pierce.
Oh, dude, look! That was one of the two I said.
I'm the Celtics.
Yeah.
I didn't know that he played for the Celtics. But
Oh, okay.
This used to be the completed like shadowless first edition, like the first 3 sets, like everyone.
oh,
I just took
Ooh.
first edition ones out and sold them.
Sheesh.
now you gotta buy him back.
I literally had-
Jarvie said, take it off, Jacob.
Yeah.
Hey, we can fill that binder right now, Jake, if you want to bust some slabs. I've got them. I have all 16. Let's bust them out. Let's free them from their cages.
Whew.
No, but I would sell any of those for real. Those are all my Collecticon stuff.
Is everything in that room for sale?
Everything in my room, pretty much.
Okay.
Not
What are
everything.
those boxes on your top
There's
shelf?
a lot of stuff that's like the stuff that I brought to Collecticon is all priced aggressively. Everything else that I didn't would I'd be like charging too much for, basically, type of thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Colson, how about you open something good?
Entire
Dude.
room. You want to make me an offer, Flex?
You're gonna make the 19-year-old open up some fucking. Oh, okay.
open something.
You're gonna pull the young person card on us? Come on, guy.
You
Dude,
gotta
I opened a tag team GX box in front of Dan, and it was the most disappointed I've ever seen him in Denver. He was so depressed. It was so bad too, because we were super gone, and like the cards that those like they were getting all water damaged, and oh god, it was such a disaster.
I think
It
I
was-
want to do Weiss. You guys want to do? You want to do Weiss, Charlie?
Can we even do that on YouTube?
Yes. You have any sneaker bunko, Jake? You know what that is?
This from the guy that opened Fire Emblem Cipher.
Yo, Fire Emblem is not, bruh.
Kinda.
Bruh.
It can get
Don't
there.
even-
Right.
It can
Weiss
get
is
there.
fun. I don't have any 7 Deadly Sins anymore. I liked opening that. That was actually one of my favorites to open.
Man, you brought up Fire Emblem. Now I'm just sad.
Why?
Because it ended, dude.
Did it end?
Yeah.
I had a good
Wow.
run.
Dude, don't give me that had a good run.
What do you want me to say? Like, what am I?
All right. Start the bidding at 1 cent. These all let's go.
I have a penny on them bad boys.
A penny?
Shipped. Penny shipped.
Yeah, it's gonna be shipped.
And you get to keep your bulk. This is legit.
Oh, I get my bulk?
Oh, we have 5
I
cents.
just dropped like
10 cents.
30 of these back on the floor.
We got 10 cents from Lord Poke Smoke.
It's not even worth opening up on the floor. All right, 10
There we
cents.
go.
That's not bad.
12?
Get that up.
Oh,
Get that up.
landing too late.
12.
Let's go, chat. Let's
Let's go.
Yeah, we're
12,
serious.
12.
We are selling this pack right now, but only for the next. Oh, we have
$1. $1 from Kai
You have
because
to
he's
get
rich.
international shipping on that.
Yeah.
That's
This is the new
right.
one line.
$1 because he's rich.
$1. $1.20.
Oh, 125.
I'm
Come on,
only
keep it going, keep it
losing
going.
like $1.50 now on the shipping.
Wow, Mason doesn't even give the bulk. Shots
Thrifty.
fired.
What?
Thrifty out here taking you out.
I gotta
dude.
make a living. What do you want?
$30 from
Yeah,
Charvy. $30.
Yeah, Mason needs
$30.
9 cents worth of bulk. So
You get the grading. I graded for you.
He grades the comments for you.
no,
all
you
of
have
them.
to grade the
I'll
sealed
grade the
blister.
pack. That's how you'll make your money. If I
Oh, God. Jesus.
we grade
Wait.
all the cards.
Does anywhere grade sealed blisters?
Blisters? Like cardboard? No.
Yeah.
$30 grading the hit included. The grade hit from Darkness Ablaze.
What
Do you guys
we
like
talking
those
now?
blisters, dude? I like the old blisters. They were so much better with
No one's used this set
the
anymore.
plastic. Oof. Yeah, I'm super good on Vivid. I'm all set.
More than Darkness Ablaze.
Jake,
But I just can't do either.
Jake,
Kai
how much
said
to
he's good for
pre-grade
it.
it?
Open that chimchar box.
All right, I'll pre-grade. They you can just grade the whole thing right now. You don't even need to open up the pack anymore.
I don't think you. No, I think it's just the pack.
I think
Can you make your money back in that? What are the EX packs?
Did
so. We have Crystal Guardians. We
Okay.
have Power Keepers, I believe, and I think they change. I don't think they're all the same. And
So
then
you
there's
could
like
get a Jolteon Gold Star and a
yeah.
Zatu Reverse Hollow.
Yeah. And it's either Secret Wonders or Mysterious Treasures for the Diamond and Pearl pack.
Well, listen, opening Diamond and Pearl is just a neg right out the gate. So
Yeah, it's a super L. It's a super L. I used to open a bunch of these back in like 2016. You could pick them up for super cheap.
Open. I'll
First
open
likes.
one Darkness Ablaze pack if you open that.
Dude.
That's balanced. How about an Evolving Skies booster box?
Pack for pack.
It's-
Pack for pack.
I'm in like
Colson,
Chat, put a 1 in
open
chat
that,
if you want
obviously,
Jake
under
to
ice.
open an Evolving
Are you
Skies
gonna keep it or are you
booster
gonna
box.
sell it?
I was probably gonna sell it.
Yeah, you should sell it.
I shouldn't open it.
Definitely.
I mean, I'm in it at a really good price, so it's stupid not to just sell it.
Colson. It's for the
Yeah.
hobby.
Dude,
Really?
what hobby, dude?
Oh,
Oh,
He's not a
Charlie
believer.
will go half with you if you open.
Dude, you can't go half. There's 3 packs. How are we halving that?
Give him the diamond and well, no, really, there's only 2 packs because there's a diamond and pearl pack in there.
I'll give him one of the EX arrow
I'll go
packs.
half. I'll open Harry Potter if you open that.
Bro,
Why would that make me any more enticed to open this?
Because then we'd both lose money.
Oh, nice. We're in it together. Oh,
Oh.
yeah.
I will open the Fossil Light pack.
Why would you open the fossil light pack?
You open that.
Charvey's telling me to not open it now.
I will throw away $150 and open that.
No, don't open the box. We're being bad influences.
yeah, we're being
Bugs.
degenerates.
He's never gonna. Don't worry. He won't.
But Jake, you got 4 1s in the chat on opening Evolving Skies.
Yo, let me slide that one. You got
I
5
put a
now.
1 in chat if you want to see it open. So we have at least 4 people still awake that want to see that.
Yeah, you got 5 now.
There's
Fine.
81 people
Just
watching
me.
this. Like,
I mean, 75 of those people are asleep and just fell asleep with this on.
Okay, if we can get 10 different ones.
There are 10 different people still awake.
Oh my god, look at the chat.
Harvey,
It's
those
blowing
are all
up.
the same.
Holy
off
shit.
and off.
Look at them rolling in.
Look at the, oh my god.
Look, chat. Look at this
Holy
engagement. This is
shit.
serious engagement. You have to give the people what they
This
want,
is so good for the algorithm. Holy.
bro. See, listen.
Oh my god, it's like a Pokerev chat, dude.
But now you have
Holy-
to positively reinforce them, Jake, or next time they're not going to hit the 1.
All right,
All
let's
right.
see-
Didn't you know about that Skinner box?
Let's see
Listen.
some aliens, and then I'll open it.
Aliens.
Aliens.
We
in
need
the chat.
some. Oh god. Let's get some
Alright.
aliens.
Aliens in the chat.
That is actual effort, I guess.
Yep.
Aliens in the chat. Fire in the
Listen,
chat.
chat. If you guys can get
Fire
this
emojis.
live,
Aliens and fire.
to
Aliens and
78
fire.
likes.
Aliens and fire.
78 likes. He'll open a box.
Aliens and fire, baby.
Just, we're just
We have
blatantly
70
lying.
likes.
Yeah.
We need 8
I'll do
more.
pack
Look at
that
all these
now.
people. Like, for real. Like, what are y'all
Holy
doing?
Every
shit.
like, every like gets 1 card.
Go to bed. What are y'all doing?
Oh, we could get 360 likes.
Mason, chill. Come on.
We could get 360.
Colson,
300.
chill stopped at 3 a.m.
Bro, I'm
Just
pretty sure
jumped
you
to
can
3.
buy 100 likes for like $1, dude. Like we could get this over for $3, no problem.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Hey, look, we're 3 likes off, chat. 3 likes.
The
It
Russians
takes
are
2
awake. We
seconds
can
to
get
get
this,
yourself
we can get
some
this pumping.
really good entertainment.
Come on, guys. Hit the like button. Tap in.
Tap in.
1 like equals 1 vape hit. Yes. True.
Oh my
Oof.
god, 1 away. Who's gonna be the magic 1?
Oh, I
we
see
missed
it. It's 80.
We missed it.
It's
We went
80.
79.
80, baby. 82.
Wow,
Oh my
look. That's impressive. All right,
Wow.
now you have to do it. I mean,
All right, let's see it, Colson.
what?
What?
It's your box.
What?
Ooh.
What?
Boo.
What am I opening?
I mean, there's no way I'm opening that. I would way
Oh
more
my
than Harry Potter.
Oh.
What
Fuck
you
said
pulled a-
if this-
what if you pulled a
everyone
Moonray
dislike-
on, dude?
Everyone dislike now.
What a
lied.
hashtag invest that would be.
You
Dislike,
lied.
unsub, just
Get it back to 70.
Yeah, everybody take them likes back down to 50. Get them out of here.
Get us to 60.
Get us to 60 likes. We'll open that Evolving Skies box.
If you get us to 30 likes,
Wait, if we
No,
can get
there's
it
no way
down
those
to 30?
people. There's no
you have to
way.
get it down to 30 likes, and I have to lose 100 subscribers, and then I'll do it.
Oh, come on.
Well, losing the
I don't think that's
100 subs would be the
possible.
hardest part. I mean,
There's
I'm
only
willing to
82
hold out.
people.
I'll stay here for a while.
It'll,
Oh, the likes are coming down. They're coming down.
it'll take a while.
We can get this.
We can get this.
Someone go post on it. Get Logan Paul to tweet.
We can get.
Yeah, everybody unsub.
I can't even see the likes because I'm not on the actual YouTube page. Where are we
We're
at?
at 73.
We're at 29.
Wow, you lost all our progress.
Yeah, dude, come on. You lost all the progress.
Oh no.
It's live for 2.5 hours. For no reason.
Charvy asked me what sealed I have. He will pay me half. Dude.
Okay, something Pokemon at least. What about that Sun and Moon ETB? Nobody cares about those.
Yeah,
I mean-
true.
I'll open some Darkness Ablaze.
Okay, Darkness Ablaze.
You guys want to see a Darkness Ablaze pack?
Dude,
Oh,
you
I
got
do,
an
lady.
offer for 125. What are
Well,
we
he
doing?
already sold that one.
We're
This,
ripping.
Oh,
is the
true.
rip and, this is the rip and ship right here. Who
Oh,
did
here
that?
we go.
Oh,
Charizard VMAX time. Come on.
EV down the drain.
I'll go halves with Charvy.
You know, there's actually quite a few cards he could make his money back on right here.
For 75 cents? Yeah.
This is an
Yeah, true.
investment.
This is super plus EV.
Yeah.
He's investing.
Holy.
This is
Hold-
negative EV on 75 cents.
Pull the
No
No
pro
way.
No,
you're in.
dude, you are investing right now. Everyone, get your notepad out.
Dude, if you grade it with CGC, you're plus EV for sure.
Every card.
Yep, every card.
Pedigree.
Let's go to TC.
Oh, white
TC
code,
players.
white code.
Yeah, hey.
All right, you're already plus EV.
How do you guys feel about this Pokemon?
Synesty?
Strong about it. I like
I
it.
despise it.
It's a good one.
I like this guy though.
I don't like it. Wow. Okay, I'm starting to
Ooh.
understand where this is going.
I like this guy.
It's
I
a
do
good
not.
card. I like this
Oh
card.
no,
We have
Squeak.
very
we're
different
opposites.
Wait, what about the Corsola in the
Oh,
background?
yep. South, baby.
Sal?
Of course.
Sal.
Yep. That's nice.
Oh,
Oh,
I
yes.
love
Yes.
Sally. Yes,
Yes.
that was dope.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Ooh.
For birthday.
Oh.
Jigglypuff's better in the anime.
Here we go.
All right, boys. This is it.
This is it.
Pack trick. Pull him from the back.
Oh,
We got it.
We have to milk this 75 cents.
Yeah, pull it from the back.
You're the cheapest poor people in the world. This is the only.
No,
guy
Jake,
who-
have you ran an ad? We got a hashtag ad. Like,
Oh no.
did you not sleep it?
15 minutes of content for one Darkness Ablaze pack.
Yeah,
Did
why
you
haven't you
not
sleeved
sleep
it
in
yet?
the pack? Or sleep the rare?
There you go. Oh, what we got? Oh, cape. Yep.
Cable toughness, playable, nice.
Super.
Flex Gods. Yes, I am getting
Carnivine.
Scarlet Violet.
Yes. Scarlet Violet.
It's
Fire.
going down.
All right.
Let's go.
You
Oh,
didn't
oh.
ask us to guess. Oh
Man,
man,
he's not even-
you've
he's
not
not
watched
a-
enough Leonhardt.
Dude.
I think they're still.
Oh.
I think they're still.
Oh no.
Wait.
Oh no.
Oh, my
Oh
God,
no.
dude.
It's Heatran.
It's baked beans Heatran. No shot.
It's all coming full circle again.
Dude, you literally, dude.
gotta go.
Oh,
that
look
was
at that
cheated.
gorgeous
was
art.
cheated, dude. You
Beautiful,
planned it.
beautiful
spider,
holofoil.
spider,
That's a
fire,
good-looking
spider.
card. All right, that one's going out to Charvy for $30.
Who
Oh,
wants it right now, the memento, one of
All right,
one.
claim. All right, claim sale on Heatran. Let's go. Come
One
on.
of one.
Who wants it? Jake, sign it. Sign it, Jake. Sign it.
Let's go.
Sign the
First one,
Heatran.
a little bend into it to keep those PSA 6s coming.
Dude, sign it, please.
I love this
Come on.
art so much.
I love this art. It's amazing, dude. Wow, that's gorgeous.
It's great.
That's amazing, dude. That's good. That's gorgeous card right there. That's a good looking card.
It's not
That's
playable,
amazing.
but it's nice.
Not playable. Damn.
Oh, Heatran on it. That would be. Should I do a little Heatran with the signature?
Yes.
The worst.
Yes.
Heatran ever.
Come on. Signed Heatran.
Come on.
I don't have a
Baked.
pen, but
Baked bean mouth
I
Heatran,
have a pen.
like Squeak said.
I should
Yep.
keep it in here for more signatures, for more
There
written.
is, dude. There, I think it might be the Radiant Heatran. I don't know. One of them, dude. It's bad.
That one's
man.
cool.
Oh, wait.
Let me find it.
I can't believe we've had a $263.50 Evolving Skies booster box in this live stream for like 3 hours. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's what it used to be priced at.
Oh my god, it's the Heatran V, dude. It's so
Oof.
Heat
Yeah.
train.
Wait, the Arita one?
bro. It looks like baked beans on his mouth, man.
Dude. It's a Readers, though.
Like, how could he do that to him?
It's a Readers, man.
That's just like his interpretation.
I really wish Score wasn't so expensive. It's so annoying how expensive the sealed is, honestly.
Yeah, I hate when things are valuable. It's the worst.
Like,
No, I'm fine.
Harry Potter's still fun to open, but that you can't even open. It's not even fun.
I wish Diamond and Pearl was valueless. That'd be cool.
It's like they're $125 packs, and you average like $3, $4 or $5 out of it. It's just brutal.
You should make your own packs and then open.
Sounds like Diamond and Pearl, dude. Jesus.
How many people would buy Pokenomics mystery packs?
Oh, God.
I think I'm gonna do some mystery packs if I think they'd be really funny, and then I'm gonna put some like really good things in them. Like I'm gonna lose money on them, but most of them will be terrible.
Wait. Okay.
You just make 95 terrible ones and like 3 good ones. That's a good idea.
I think
That'll keep the customers real happy.
And you sell the 3 good ones to your influencer friends that will open them
Yeah,
up. on PC.
yeah. Like Mason's gonna plug it, and then Dan, and then Old School, and then you're going to the moon for
yeah,
sure.
I've got a lot of big influencer friends.
You put gold stars in there. Nice.
Well, hand drawn ones.
All right,
Oh.
Hand drawn.
Yeah.
Oh, there's more.
Vivid voltage.
dude, I have like
Ooh,
Are you breaking the bank right now?
it's just super plus EV.
Vivid voltage at least is. got
Yo,
cool stuff
if you
in
get
it.
a hyper or Pikachu,
Oh my God, he's going.
pop off.
Oh, that's for the code. It's upside down though.
the bots can still get it.
The bots. The bots are watching the stream 620 or 6 hours and 20 minutes in for
Oh,
your one Darkness Ablaze code.
They spawn automatically. They're all over it.
Oh God.
Wait,
All
dark,
right.
is this vivid or darkness?
So, can we open a light fossil pack?
No.
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 God no. God
Absolutely.
no.
What do you. What?
That couldn't be less of an enjoyable experience.
All right, I'm gonna pick some of my worst stuff. Let's see. So, I got a light fossil pack.
You have Vivid voltage right there.
That Charizard red and blue collection.
That's what I was thinking. The cell
Now we'll
generations
auction the
one.
figure off.
Yeah.
Oh, true. That's a good point. Flex God said maybe the white fossil pack is actually heavy. Good point.
Is that a brilliant stars ETB?
Yep, got some of those.
Oh, we could do one of those, dude. We could hit an
Some of
alternate
those.
art. Not
You could hit a
movie
character rare and
Yeah.
send it to CGC and make a bunch of money. That's what we've clarified.
art. Yo, did you guys know BGS is like cheap now?
Yep, it is. PSA dropped to like 15, and it was all downhill from there.
That's crazy.
Where's BGF now?
$22 with subgrade.
I saw that already. Yeah.
That's
BGS is-
cheap.
In the
I
back
was-
of dry
I
cleaners.
was excited. I thought I was going to be cheaper for a second because I needed. I'm waiting for I want
I feel like BGS is like 5 employees.
I
I
can't
want-
even remember. I feel like they were that I feel like they were always expensive. I can't even remember. what they
Yeah.
were.
Yep.
Do you remember what they were?
Oh no.
Weren't they like 30 or something? Like 30?
No.
During the
35?
pandemic, they were like 250 and 125.
No,
like,
yeah,
You
yeah.
could actually get
I
cards.
think
back.
before-
I just remember getting back in before everyone shut down.
I think
and
before the
stuff.
pandemic they might have been $20. So
Okay.
maybe I don't know. Maybe they were cheaper. I really
I
can't.
want $6 grading.
I really should do score with BGF because that's why I care. I should send in my score stuff.
I need to
Squeak,
send my one.
at $6, how much? You
Squeaks wants $6. Yeah, I want $6 grading too. That'd be awesome. Nice.
What was your question, Mason?
How much are you sending at $6?
How many people get to send? Like, is it public? Like everyone can send?
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know, dude. That'd be rough. That would maybe just like kill the market.
That would ruin it.
You
That would
think?
ruin it.
Yeah.
What is Jake doing? What is this?
This is
Oh, Grimsnarl. Dynamax. Oh, Gigantamax. Excuse me.
But I'm dumb, so I'd probably still send like 30,000 cards or something.
Whew.
ride the dip down. As you know.
Like, dude, it's $6.
All right. Well, I
God,
think
6
we'll. If you guys hang out for another 6 hours, maybe we'll open another pack. We'll
I thought
see.
we were doing Vivid Voltage. You
Yeah, me
I
too.
got baited.
Yes, in like 6 hours.
that's fine. I'll hold out. I want to see that Rainbow Rare Pikachu.
You think it's in this one?
Oh, Oki
I think there's 2 in that one.
said BGS bulk with subs before the pandemic was $15.
There
Oh,
you
really?
I have not
That's good.
at all.
So we're back to normal.
Yeah,
The
but
hot-
the thing was though, their bulk tier before the pandemic had no guaranteed turnaround time. So like there were people that had it sit there for like 2 years without moving.
Jesus.
Yeah, there were some bad stories from BGS.
Yeah, all of those are stories I was told. I've never submitted with them. So
It sounds kind of like a mess over there.
I
but
heard-
no,
I heard-
but I recently heard that their turnaround times have been really on point.
That's good.
So like that's why I'm so optimistic about like $22.
Mm.
You can shoot for a black label, gamble for $22. I lost more on a football game tonight. So
Yeah, let's send some character rares. That's a good idea.
an alchemy character rare.
Yeah, Alchemy Black Label.
Okay, you don't like
Jake.
alchemy, but do you at least like the character rare with the old dude at the cafe shop and like
No. My answer for it.
Jake? You don't like that one?
I hate Alcremie.
Oh, okay. Just universally, just no good cards.
I don't even know what that. I'm trying to picture that card right now.
It's gorgeous. It's like very pink.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine.
Fine. Hey, fine's an upgrade from where we were at.
Yeah. Fine is a lot better than hate.
The truth is I don't like the beetle more.
I don't like
Wow.
the beetle. Man.
Like, I really don't like that beetle. But
How do you feel about Bouffalon?
So weird.
I love Bouffalon.
yeah,
I like Bouffalon too.
Yeah, Colson's kind of got the hair like Bouffalon, for real.
True. Good
That
point.
is true. I like your hair.
Thanks, Squeaks.
It's a lot better
Appreciate
in person. If you think it's good right there.
Sheesh.
Used to be long. Used to be real
I
long.
think Alcremie is probably the second worst Pokemon.
What? Dude, we have Magneton sitting right there in
Whoa, whoa,
Magneton
whoa,
is
whoa, whoa.
great. Get the
Magneton is great. It's literally
It's three Magnemites.
and
Well, okay,
Magnemite's amazing,
Magnemite
so
is
it's 3
amazing.
times better.
yeah, Magnemite is amazing. I would say it's 1/3 as good as Magnemite, even though there are 3 of them.
What about Doug Trio? What about Doug Trio?
Okay, I have to say I like it because my buddy Steven is a Diglett fan, and if I throw any shade to that line, dude. So
Yeah, what is Doug Trio's sick?
Dude,
Yeah,
I'm
he's
all
cool.
set on the ground glizzies, dude. I'm super good on
Doug
them.
Trio
Okay.
you dig, and you get him, and he's strong, and use a great ball on him.
what is the worst rare of the WotC sets that are not Expedition, Aquapolis, Skyridge?
The word rare.
Rares.
God.
Rare. Worst rare.
Like hollow or not
Most
hollow?
of the Neo ones.
No, not
No.
hollow,
Most of
Mason.
the Neo ones are beautiful.
I mean,
We're not
if
talking
they're-
beautiful.
if it's not hollow, what are we talking about? Like, who cares?
What's the worst one though?
Like,
No. Magneton
Not a
from
trainer.
base.
It can't be a trainer though. It has to be a Pokemon.
No, I'm playing.
Yeah. Probably I'm gonna go. I might go Victory Bell from Jungle.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's pretty terrible.
I'm thinking Victory Bell from Jungle is bad.
Wigglytuff from Jungle.
Yeah,
Yikes.
Wigglytuff's also not great,
Oh,
but I
no,
like
it's
Wigglytuff.
weird.
Wigglytuff's cute. Yeah,
It's just fat and pink, dude.
it's
Ugh,
not the best.
God.
It's not the best.
It's a
Cool.
blob.
But and then what else? I'm not a huge. I actually don't love the Skarmory card that much, but I like Skarmory a decent amount. That's my least favorite rare from the Neo sets.
You don't like
Yo,
the
Julius is
Sudamori?
Dark Wheezing. I think that's got to be up there.
Oof, that one's bad.
And Muck.
Muck. Oh, God,
Bro, you don't even want to hit
forgot.
a hollow Muck, let alone a non-hollow, dude.
No.
They're not bad. I like them.
They're not bad.
Muck backwards. That's all I gotta say.
Base set Dugong's an uncommon, though, Michael.
Metal Energy.
Base set Dugong is gorgeous.
How about
Metal Energy? That did fit the parameters of what we were saying. I actually like that card, though. I like Rainbow, too.
Metal Energy? Oh, no.
I really don't like the Metal Energy, particularly non-hollow energy.
Metal Energy.
Oh.
Oh, God.
I can't think I think the non-hollow Metal Energy is like a great card.
Oh,
It's a good card.
you don't like Donphan, Landon? Donphan's cool.
Donphan's awesome.
I really like the Dark Donphan. I like the Neo Disc of Donphan too, but I really like the Dark Donphan.
I do feel like there was a rare Neo I didn't like, though, but I can't remember them.
They were really like some of them are so good. Like the Ho is great. I like too that they actually had different arts. The Espeon's really good.
I didn't like Yanma.
Yanma. That one's just a copy of the Hala.
I love Yanma.
Yanma's rough.
Yanma's so cute. Nishida Yanma.
You don't like Magby? All right.
Oh, Magby's
Oof.
get out of here. All the babies are great.
That's a hot take.
Which is the worst baby Pokemon?
Cleffa.
Oh, I love Cleffa.
Wow. Are you kidding?
Dude, what about you? You
How are you
can't.
gonna say that when Smoochum exists?
Oh, actually, Smoochum.
Also,
Smoochum
yes.
sucks.
Easy.
Smoochum sucks. Okay, you're right. I forgot about Smoochum.
Easy
Alright.
Smoochum.
This is a
Well done.
smooch of hate stream now,
But
okay?
Smoochum's not a rare. Fun fact.
Smoochum sucks.
It's the one they didn't give a rare.
True.
It has a hollow rare and Heart Gold so slow.
Oh, which is the best baby then?
The best is Elekid.
Elekid or Magby.
I'm a big
Hey, no, wait, no, Pichu.
Oh, I didn't even think of Pichu because it's a hollow.
Mime
Pichu's the
Junior,
best.
baby.
Oh,
Ugh.
Yo, can I get some Mime Junior love in the chat?
How about Why Not? Why
Oh,
Not? Ooh.
Oh, Why Not's good. Is Why Not a baby? Oh yeah, Why Not?
Yeah.
is.
Why
Yeah,
Not
I was
is.
thinking. Yeah.
Or what
Oh,
about Mantike? There we go. Huge.
Mantike doesn't
Beautiful.
even get cards.
Ooh, Bonsly. What about Bonsly?
Bonsly?
You got some Bonds. Oh,
it's
yeah.
not a baby.
Yes, it is.
It is?
Yes, it
Based
is.
on what? What is the criteria for being a baby?
Because
So,
it says on the card.
Yeah.
What?
Sudowoodo doesn't need to have
Yeah,
a Bonsly
Sudowoodo
to
started
evolve
without
into.
evolution. Then they
Yeah.
added Bonsley later, so it's a baby. That's like
Yeah.
how it works.
Yeah.
A
So
Zuril-
Sudowoodo cards are basic.
So babies are just like
not
prequels.
stage one.
All right.
Yeah,
Sudowoodo's
yeah,
pretty
yeah.
good.
Yeah, Azurill.
Abomination.
That's
Baby
pretty good.
Blue, you know.
Yeah, Pika Blue. That's good. They haven't made many more babies.
Yeah, you know, they
Since
haven't.
Gen 4, they haven't. It's very sad.
There's no point.
What if we
to
got
babies.
some this gen?
Ooh.
Oh my god, did you guys see the Giraffe Rig evolution?
Yes,
Or not
Farigiraf.
The,
I love
yeah, the
Farigiraf.
opposite, that's cool, dude.
That was good. That's sick. I need a new evolution, dude.
I like
Oh,
It's about
dang,
time.
man.
I
Give
like
us a new
Chibi
one.
Frogman a lot. That's probably my
Which one?
Chibi Frogman.
Oh, like the electric type frog?
Oh, I thought you were making like a Loveland Frogman joke.
I wasn't. That's actually who it is. Chibi Loveland Frogman.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
I actually did like Loveland Frogman.
Have you seen Chibi Frogman? Is adorable.
I have not.
Chibi Frogman.
Look up the Chibi Frogman.
It's just gonna be a small frog, and I don't know what I expect.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, but
That really
wrong-
wants you to get shot, Jake.
wrong card game.
Wow, it is kind of
You
cute.
think if I started accepting $10 donations for a shot, I would be dead?
I don't think you're allowed to do that on YouTube. Just
I'm pretty sure I'd be dead in like.
because It was a thing on Twitch for a while, and then
Oof.
it became a problem, and they had to get rid of it. Yeah,
It's like hot tub streams.
A huge problem.
yeah, it was not good.
$16, Chibi Frogman.
Julie wants to know if we like the ghost dog. How we
The
feel.
next evolution will just be another Umbreon.
No way. It's gonna be a Sylveon Abomination
Okay,
part
let me
2.
ask you this: what if they released the shiny Umbreon, but it was the same art, just like reflected
Oof.
from the other side? He's
I
just
don't
looking
like
the other way.
I don't like Sylveon.
Same.
What?
Same.
Why does everyone?
Sylveon's really popular though.
I know.
It is.
Why?
Yeah.
I don't.
Sylveon
It's
might actually-
cute.
I think
So-
Sylveon's the second.
It's
or
so
third most
cute.
popular now.
Yeah, it is.
I don't like dislike Sylveon, but for an evolution, it's the only one that I don't really like. Like I don't. Really
Yeah.
like Sylveon.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't really like Sylveon, but I did love how they used Sylveon in the VMAX art.
Yeah, it was
art,
great.
I
That
thought
was
that was a
great.
great use of that
Let's
Pokemon.
see what people think.
It's a good one.
Sylveon's second favorite. Yeah, I just don't.
Sylveon is definitely a love him or hate him.
I don't. But like,
Flex is mad.
I just don't get the Sylveon appeal.
Why? What's not to like get?
It's just a cute fairy, dude.
It's a fairy type Eevee. Like,
I
what's
don't
not to like? It's
I
got
like.
cute ribbons.
Shiny Sylveon's awesome.
All right, chat. Put what the most mid evolution is. The one that falls dead middle.
Glaceon's the best.
Squeaks.
Are
You
you
don't want to
kidding?
do
Is
this.
that really what you think?
Glaceon's the best.
That's my favorite.
No. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding, you guys?
Squeaks. You don't
I'm
wanna
not
do this.
kidding.
You don't want to
That
do
is
this.
crazy to me.
That's dude, it has the bangs. It's ice. Come on.
Leafy. Everyone's saying Leafy on mid.
Hell no. Hell no.
Leafeon's like upper mid. I mean,
Okay. Do
it's
you guys
evil
want to know
Leaf,
the
they're
real
all good.
secret?
Like,
Pokemon printed the ETBs with one ETB that had the top 4 and the other ETB had the bottom 4.
what did you say? I could not understand. That.
Oh my god.
Yep.
That's
The
not
E-
true.
The ETBs that Pokemon printed. One of them had
I'm
the top
looking
4
at-
and the other had the bottom 4. Yeah.
You telling me Vaporeon and Espeon are bottom 4?
So the other 4, yes, absolutely.
Here we go. Glaceon, Umbreon, Espeon, Vaporeon.
Oh,
Leafeon.
Jake, you have to approve my stream.
Oh, there you go. That's good.
What?
What is happening on Jake's screen?
I don't know what's happening.
That's a Darkness Ablaze pack that has now consumed his being.
I'm inside a Darkness Ablaze pack, and so
Oh my god. Ooh. Kai said Jake's hammered. Nice.
All right, guys. If we get a new evolution in this game coming out, what type is it going to be? I just want Ghost, man.
Flying.
Okay, flying would be cool too.
Jake, can you approve my screen share, please?
Dragon.
Steel.
Dragon.
Dragon.
What am I supposed to do?
Steel.
Just let my stream, my screen share, like be a thing.
Ghosteon. Ghosteon or Sandeon.
I like Ghost.
Yeah, I want Ghost really bad. I've wanted that for years.
Ghosteon.
Nope.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think all of them could be epic, right?
don't
They
know
could
how
have
I-
had an epic ice
I don't know
type.
how I give you right to do that.
Do you guys like that little ghost dog with the candle on its head? You like that?
I don't, because that's what makes me think we're not getting a Ghost type evolution.
100%. That's what it should have been, and we didn't get it.
But it is.
We're not getting an evolution.
You know what that
no
makes me
way.
think of? What do you guys think about Litwick?
What
I
about it?
love Litwick. I love it.
Litwick and Lampent and Chandelure.
Super
Yeah.
mid. Litwick is super mid.
Super mid, says
Oh
Jake.
my god!
Well,
Super mid.
Man,
You obviously didn't trek through the Celestial Tower in the black and white games. I'll say that much.
Dead Brion. So bad.
Dead Freon. Deadion. Yikes.
Oh yeah, that's the one that I think somebody said it had to be fighting type or whatever, and it's like bricky on. It got hit by a brick or something, and that's how the ghost one comes to
Oh
be.
god, a super ripped Eevee. Yikes. Yo, we're almost back up at 80 likes. Let's go.
69 watching. You have to open the evolution or the multi-heads now.
Yeah, 69 watching, almost at 80 likes. We almost hit the 80 like goal twice. Come on. Second time. Let's go.
Flex got. I literally had a 200 slab order I got on the computer to pack up before I went to bed. Now I've been on this call for like 3 hours and haven't done it.
Opening, please.
Got him.
All right, it's your turn, Colson.
For what?
You got to open something.
Jesus.
Do you have anything cheap?
Anything cheap? What's cheap?
$600 or less.
Less than $5.
Less than $5, huh? Let me look.
All right, at 4:30, I'm leaving because I'm out of Kool-Aid. Dude, I've drank a whole pitcher of Kool-Aid since I have sat here. The sugar high is coming down.
Damn. I think we still got 2 hours left to beat the Dan stream. All right.
So
you can just leave your camera on.
Let's see what we got.
So this guy, I already opened this box a while ago, and these are the dud packs after I pulled that hit. So there's not really anything to be excited for at all.
Wow. What does...
Dude, you were like, you were going to be the next PokeRev.
You might as well just open your bills from the mail. That's about as fun.
Oh my god, that was awesome.
Read us your...
All I have, the only cheap things I have is Japanese packs that have no hits inside of them.
Light fossil or that pack?
White fossil. And if we can guess the rare, he has to open the $1,100 box. Haunter, I'm telling you.
You're feeling a haunter.
I know.
What's that? That's like $50.
Easy. Oh,
I'll open this for you,
Think
Kyle.
about it like this. We get to guess, right? It's a 1 in 16, 1 in 15. If we're wrong, he has to open the heavy fossil. But if we're right, you have to open the $1,100.
Wait, what?
Yep.
Great deal.
Dude, you have what, 8.25 or 8.5% chance or something like that of actually this happening to you?
Of what? Wait, do we have to guess Jake's hit?
No, yeah. So if we guess Jake's rare
and get
it right, you have to open your thing. If we're wrong, he has to open his heavy.
I could open some VMAX Climax, but like I really don't want to open it. Like,
you do. It's so much
I'd rather
fun.
just sit here than like the effort of having to open the packs.
No, just do it. That's so fun.
I would rather just sit here instead of opening things for enjoyment.
That's like I opened so much of it because it was so cheap.
Are you gonna buy Lorcana cards? Anybody?
Am I?
Like when it comes out, not this crap that's out right now, like booster boxes and stuff.
If I can get it for like what feels fun, like
I'm
gonna open it for fun. So like if I can get it for like $70-$80 and it's fun for sure. If it's like 180, no, that's like won't be fun.
Yeah, just whatever MSRP is. That's like.
I mean, even if it's like 140, maybe I'll do one box. Well, I want to see what it looks like too. Like it'll probably be about the same. I think they're nice, but I don't think they're like. I wasn't like blown away.
Are you gonna open One Piece?
I mean, I do really like One Piece.
Oh yeah, baby.
So
I'm so excited.
Never watched it. I'm crying.
it's
I'm a huge anime fan, but no One Piece.
One Piece is a classic.
It's just so long.
No.
Yeah, it's a great show. I mean, it's not. I like Hunter x Hunter better actually, but One Piece is up there. For One Piece is top 5. Those are 2 of my top 5.
I like FMAB. That's one of my faves.
That's my wife's favorite, I think. Actually, hers is those dudes, the dudes that swim free. Isn't that what it's called?
Free Willy?
No, the anime. Isn't it like free? Like the swim club or whatever?
So these are. Actually,
I have no idea.
Bro, Colson, holy cow.
Have you ever seen these? These are really cool.
There's a lot of Bandai. Which one? Which one's this?
Yeah, see, Julian knows.
Oh yeah, the band. Yeah,
I'd watch a Free Willy anime too.
Have you ever?
dude, that'd be so good.
Oh yeah, the original card game.
Yeah.
What about Free Willy 2?
Now that card game actually continued in Italian, and there's like 12 more sets or something.
What?
And Japanese. There's a ton in Japanese.
Yeah.
Wow.
I tried to get all of the sets in Japanese, but some of the boxes were like impossible to find.
Holy shit!
I love Miracle Battle Card Ass One Piece. Those cards are gorgeous.
I opened a box of that, which was fun a while ago. I'm gonna grade the hollows. I think they're pretty much okay.
You think Lorcana will be a thing or too late to the party?
I think it'll be a thing.
Like, too late to what party?
Already too late. It hasn't even come out yet.
Like,
What is a party?
Have been coming
Yeah.
out like literally since '93. Like,
Yeah, it doesn't matter when it comes out.
Just because all the Kickstarter TCGs are dying doesn't mean every TCG is gonna die forever. Like, there's a reason the Kickstarter TCGs are dying.
I need help knowing what to invest in. Okay.
I would invest in yourself and education.
Dreams.
Cool. Bag.
Wow, super hot take, Jake. Wow.
Dreams and memes, baby.
Bag.
Invest in dreams.
Bags.
Invest in Moonbryon.
And yeah, Moonbrion's a good investment.
Yeah, you should buy one of mine, actually.
Invest in white fossil packs.
Hey, what do you guys think a pristine 10
I've sold a bunch
Moonbryon's worth?
I've sold a bunch of light fossil packs. They suck.
That's crazy. What did you say? Pristine Moonbryon?
Yeah. What should I sell that for?
For CGC?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I actually, hey, does BGS have min grade? Like, can you try to min grade a black label? Wait, really? Oh, I should do that then, right? I should absolutely do that then first.
Oh, Black Label Moonbryon, dude.
Well, because I have a perfect 10 Umbreon V that's pop 1 in both. Like, it's pop 1 perfect and it's pop 1 black label. I should try to cross it and make it pop 2 and ruin both of our lives.
I think you should try to get one at
crazy.
every grading company. So I want a DGS. Like, I want you to send one Moonbryon, or like send 5 Moonbryons to every grading company to see if you can get perfects in all the different grading companies.
Yeah, so an AGS 10.
Oh, yeah.
TGA 10.
Oh, yeah.
GMC 10.
Card Economist 10. Yeah.
Wait, does he have his own grading company?
Yes.
I mean,
Oh.
it's a company. I mean, he grades cards in his room.
I see eBay sales sometimes, and it's like a stab in my
I
heart.
don't really know who that is. Like, I know who, like, I know
We don't
of
need to get
him. I've never seen any of his stuff.
it's.
I don't know why Jake hasn't had him on the channel yet.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised.
I mean, I'm trying to get him on, but he's a hot commodity.
You know what we
Yeah,
need?
he's a popular guy.
We need to get
He's a busy man.
Jake and twice bake Jake.
Ooh.
I invited Jake on
And then single bake Jake.
like way in the beginning of the channel. He used to watch the channel and like engage in chat and stuff.
Does he still make content?
Yes.
I haven't heard about him in a while.
Me neither. After modern. I feel like I literally watched a video. He's like, I'm not really into modern too much anymore. I'm like, oh, huh. But then all his videos are modern.
Modern's fun, man. Last PSA 10 main grade for 1440. Holy guacamole.
Yep.
PSA does min grade too, right?
Yeah.
So I should
think
cross
so.
my 9.5.
How much are 9.5s right now?
Like 1,000 last sold, I think. Granted, I don't think one sold for a while, so I could probably just get the 14, but
Yeah.
yeah, dude, I just started adding up earlier tonight, like how much is in alternate arts, and I was just like, dang, man, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, you should probably sell them.
Probably not all of them, but I should.
Yeah,
I definitely need to tier a couple of them out.
You don't need to sell all.
The scam con artist. That's a good name. Whew.
9.5 isn't a 10. Might as well throw it away. You're right.
Yeah, get OKJ Love on for some Japanese content.
Yeah, we love
That's
that.
a good idea. I love that guy.
I invited OKJ Love, but he left me unread. I don't know, on Instagram because
Wow.
he's very knowledgeable in Japanese. It'd be fun to talk to him about it.
I feel like he's not too fond of the Pokemon YouTube community.
Is he not having interacted with them?
He seems to not enjoy others.
Okay. I mean, I've never had an interaction with him my entire
No, I know. I'm just from like watching his streams and stuff.
I haven't watched too much of his content. He says like negative things about other people.
No, just like I don't know. Pokes fun at, I guess, investing and very, very big collector
it's not
guy.
For everyone, I understand.
Yeah.
A lot of those people.
No, yeah, of course.
They also give like financial takes all the time, which
Oh,
I
yeah.
ironic, and it's like it's hilarious because they're like, I don't know about OKJ Love, but I've seen people who like they literally give their opinion and then they like say they're not. I don't know. It's a Stranger Things thing.
Ancient Mew. Danny is one of my absolute favorite people in the hobby.
Yeah, Danny's great.
Top 5 easily.
Yeah, Danny's great.
Yeah.
OKJ Love is great. I think you guys give him a.
I think
I
love OKJ Love. I love it.
I don't know that I've seen anything.
I mean,
Makes good content.
He never like read it or anything. I don't really do social media, but like it never like updated. It didn't say like read and then not responded. So it's possible it just got lost in this thing.
I feel like I don't know most of the people you guys mentioned.
Like who?
I haven't known anyone so far.
Card Economist and OKJ Love.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I know of Moist Critical. Somebody mentioned him.
Oh yeah.
I think I followed
Charlie, that's great. Max Mofo, yep.
that guy was the dude that used to bust his door, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I watched him open Burning Shadows one time.
Yes, sir. When he tried to pull the rainbow, he opened like dozens. That was funny. Max Mofo, good things for the hobby. Good things.
The thing that people have to realize is like almost every Pokemon creator is good for the hobby.
Yes.
Because it appeals to just every
100%.
Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah. I think me and Jake had this conversation in Denver about like some of the really OGs, like Enlisted Leaf or Leonhardt, and how much they've built up the community. Oh yeah, it was you, Mason. Yeah.
Wow, you just got subbed out, guy.
Dude, that was a. I'm sorry, Mason. That was a blur of a. It was a blur, but
I thought we were really making a nice connection.
That was a good. No, I remember the heartfelt, teary-eyed conversation we had.
No, yeah, it's fine. It's not. I mean,
I got a Mason hug. So That was a W in my
A
book.
lot of people did.
A lot of people did. Okay, I guess I'm not special. I mean,
Mason, do you drink?
I've been known.
Then no. All
drink.
right.
I've been down to put down some White Russians. Yeah.
Okay.
The White Russians. That was funny. That's good stuff.
Pokemon video game YouTube is an even weirder niche, dude. I've always wanted to play a Nuzlocke. I just don't
You've
know
never done a Nuzlocke?
I don't know how to set them up.
What do
You don't have. There's nothing to set up. It's like your
sorry.
own.
I want
rules.
to play a random one where like the Pokemon.
Oh,
thing.
yeah. You need a emulator and you need to download a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
If you ever want to, just hit me up. I can lead you in the right direction.
I will. Yeah, I remember kind of like when they started really taking form, and then I know Jack, who does them all the time now, Purple Cliff. That's like his whole thing, his channel, and like he makes them seem so fun.
I've been watching Pokemon video game content for like probably 7 years now. When I got out, right when I really didn't like Sun and Moon and Rainbow Rares, I really liked XY4, so I left, and that was pretty much like just Pokemon video game stuff and content. So, but then 2020, baby.
I love watching speedrunning in Pokemon games too. Like
speedruns are so good.
Yeah.
So good.
Can we talk more about grading 50-cent cards and selling for 75? No.
Is that what Kai said?
Yeah.
Kai's been here the entire time. Shout out to Kai, just
for real.
For no life.
Holy.
I know who Kai is because he was on a live one time. A lot.
Yep. He was on. Yeah, he was on the Dan Live
on opening. I remember
the PSA 6 Raichu, baby. Let's go. Did you bend it, Jake? What'd you do?
I mean, anything is possible.
Jake, do you sell a house or something today? You got to do anything like that, or are you off for the day?
My work schedule is pretty flexible. I have a couple meetings tomorrow in the afternoon. Honestly, I'm probably gonna do like 3 hours of work after this, and then go to sleep for like 2 hours, and then wake up and work.
Jesus, dude.
So, what exactly do you do with real estate?
It's a fair question.
No, I didn't mean that in like a facetious way. Like,
no, I didn't take it as that at all.
Okay.
So my title is what is my title? Strategic. They let me like pick my own title. I think it's strategic strategic analyst or some investor or something. I don't know, some combination of those words. Anyway, what I do is I look at usually 5 to 6 deals. I'm constantly looking at and working on real estate deals, single family, multifamily, commercial. And then also the company we loan money, we do a variety of different things. We loan money to like real estate companies, other sorts of people, partner on different projects. And we have like a group of investors, and basically my job is to decide where we should put their money. So I'm looking at these 5 or 6 deals, and I'm figuring out what the best investment is for them. And so I'm in Excel, basically creating spreadsheets.
Wait, you don't have to say the company's name, but was this company on Shark Tank?
No.
Okay. Because I saw a company on Shark Tank that was kind of like that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's so 40% of the company is just like pretty standard traditional like wealth management, like stocks and bonds. And 60% of what we do is like real estate projects. And so I'm mainly focusing on the real estate end because I want to learn real estate, and I've done so it's it's interesting. I've learned a lot in like 6 months or however long I've been doing it, and I feel like I have a long way to go. Like a lot more to learn, and it's it's an interesting time in the real estate market with interest rates this high. So we're definitely having to be like a lot more cautious and careful. Like I'll be working on, so far I've worked on maybe like 12 deals and we're doing one of them. So it's like hours and hours and hours of work, and then you're just like, scrub it. Nope, not quite good enough, and then it's on to the next one. So it's interesting.
That's awesome though.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to laugh at the let's get a pyramid scheme going in the chat. I mean, we got enough to get at least the first like four rungs done. I mean,
So I'm doing that like part-time right now, but I probably will end up doing it full-time soon. We shall see.
Are you still doing the like therapy and stuff?
Not at the moment, but I might go back to practicing a little bit, like 1 day a week soon.
Okay.
So I really don't know.
All right, chat. I think that's that.
Yeah. Jeez.
Why is it so sad?
I mean, Mason hasn't blinked in like 6 minutes, guys.
Oh,
Like, we gotta call it soon.
I think we might have called this 7 hours.
God, 7 hours. What happened?
What happened?
Like I like the idea of going longer than the 8.5 hours, but I really don't want to stay on for another hour and a half, like at all.
Bro,
to
someday
talk about...
if you really want to bust his live thing, someday we can do it, but we just have to start earlier.
Oh yeah, this would be easy to bust like during the day.
Yeah, dude.
Sunday.
I've done 24-hour streams on set releases. We could at least get a 36 with enough people.
All right, maybe I'll try one of those.
You heard it here first, guys. 36-hour stream for the release of this Lugia set. I can't remember the name. It's so late. What?
Paradigm Trigger.
No, the English name.
Silver Tempest.
There you go. Silver Tempest, 36-hour stream here on Pokenomics channel.
Yes.
With one evolving prize box opened every hour.
We're opening 20 cases.
We'll extend the stream by 1 more hour.
Yep. No, we bring on Old Card Shop, and he'll crush it. He can be the guy.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm down to do a 36-hour stream in a row. If
you're down.
Yeah, I will. I mean, I will not be on it the entire time, but if other people like run it for parts,
I mean,
you have to be on it the whole time.
Oh God.
I don't think I do, unless I can like turn off the light and sleep in the corner.
I think that's good enough clickbait. Longest Pokemon stream ever.
No, it's not.
No.
No.
Streaming Pokemon until I die. That's like a PewDiePie level video.
Question mark?
No, that's a
question mark.
Question mark, maybe. Probably.
I mean, if I streamed till I hit 10K, I would probably die before I hit 10K. There'd be a chance I would die.
Jesus.
It would probably take 6 months.
How long can I stay up opening Silver Tempest till I'm clinically insane?
Could I stay online for 6 straight months?
Yeah.
What?
But you have to stream all of it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Even you have to put the bed in your room.
How did
Ludwig did it
film
for
you
a
sleeping.
month.
Yeah, that was fire.
How'd that feel?
Well, he made a lot of money, but I'm sure he was probably happy when it was over.
Yeah. I watched a video. He said he just started like crying happily after.
Well, it was also like, I mean, it blew his career up, right? It got him a massive deal, but like, it also like, his mods made a bunch of money. Like everyone around, like it helped him help everyone around him too, which was really cool.
That was awesome.
Donated a lot of money to charity.
All right. I'm ending this stream.
Thrifty, you're the only one that can end this.
All right, everyone has 10 seconds to say something, and then I'm ending the stream.
Open that Vivid Voltage pack in the last 10 seconds.
Mason.
Thank you, Jake, for having us.
Yeah, thanks.
Glad we hopefully made it interesting.
Squeaks.
I still want the Vivid Voltage pack, but thanks for having us. I guess.
Colson.
That was a long time, but
Oh, Kai, you want to come
thank
on
you.
now?
God, what does go on?
I tried to come on. No, you didn't. I didn't see you.
Oh, Squeaks, are you selling Silver Tempest? Yes, I'll put it up here soon. I forgot.
All right,
But
Kai.
Shit. I'm selling Silver Tempest. I'm also doing live
I'll
breaks
sell it
if
for
you guys want to
$5
part of
less
that.
a box.
All right, there's the link. There's your last.
I'm selling Japanese N64 games for $5 a
I'm
piece.
giving Kai
so.
30 seconds to come on the stream where it's over.
All right, Kai. 30 seconds. Pump your character rare Cinnamon Hollow CGC 10s.
If there isn't a PSA 10 Umbreon to end the stream, I'm leaving the hobby and joining the military.
You know, that's a noble cause. That's noble.
Fighting for our right to own Umbreons. That's pretty
Come on, Kai.
That's pretty nice of him.
All right, he's got 10 seconds.
Oh, Kai.
He's not going to make it.
Wow.
Goodbye, Kai.
Thrifty.
You're probably
asked,
carrying.
how much are you going to undercut me, Squeaks?
I won't undercut you. I'll wait till you sell out and sell it for double a box.
5.
You should just buy my product and then
No.
you can.
You buy my boxes.
No,
I
Kai.
have bought your boxes.
That is true.
No, Kai. Wait, he said. Oh, what?
Kai, you were welcome to come on. I put the link in the chat. You're going to come on.
And if you do need more, you tell me. I got
Kai,
you.
Kai added me 35
I'm really
minutes
juiced on
ago.
the Silver Tempest, so
He has to bathe and sleep the kid. No. Rip.
okay.
Silver
It's been
Tempest, you're
fun.
gonna do great. You're gonna do great with it, Squeaks.
Bye,
Yeah.
guys. Bye.
Okay, good night, guys. Bye.
Oh, that's it? Like for real?
Night,
Oh, okay.
guys.